13th, 2025, and this is the time and place of the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We extend our welcome to those persons here with us today, as well as anyone joining online. I'll begin with a roll call of commissioners. Commissioner Birch.
Here.
Commissioner Blitman.
Here.
Commissioner Wickstrom.
Here.
Commissioner Colson.
Here.
Commissioner Murphy.
Here.
Commissioner Rowley.
Here.
And I am Commissioner Scott, and I'll be conducting this meeting this evening. In order for the commission to conduct the hearing in an orderly manner, the following procedures have been established for the hearing of individual applications. Any person wishing to testify could have signed up online, could have signed up in the back. If you didn't sign up, no big deal, just raise your hand if you would like to testify after we get through all of the normal testimony for people that signed up. If there is anyone online, I'm not sure if there is.
We have one.
We'll have one, okay. Traditionally, I'll try to get to them first, just because that we can just go ahead and get them out of the way and then move on to the testimony here in present. I'll open up this public hearing for applications. Each application will be heard separately. The planning staff is going to present the application in the form of staff report, which includes all the conditions of approval. The commissioners will ask questions of the staff to clarify their understanding of the application. The applicant will then be given 15 minutes to present their proposal and respond to questions from the commissioners. Then testimony will be taken with regard to the application, including general comments. And anyone, that's where you guys come in, anyone wishing to speak. You'll come forward, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please state your name and address for the record when you get up here. All right, the staff may provide clarification afterwards, and then after the staff, we'll have a rebuttal that comes up from the applicant. And then once the public testimony is closed, the applicant, the commission will deliberate and take a vote. Just some additional things. Please refrain from shouting out or from the crowd, clapping, whistling, etc. It just helps move the meeting along, and just have decorum. The Planning and Zoning Commission were volunteers up here, so we'll go ahead and get started. Commissioner Blitman, did you?
I do. Let me, closed. Commissioner Scott, I would move that we reorder the agenda and we move unfinished business item 2-025-01185-CUMSP, 7 Gates Investments LP, to the last item on the agenda before the minutes.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Wickstrom has seconded. We're looking to do this just because there's a lot of people that are focused on this one, and we can run through the ones quickly. So all those in favor of reordering the agenda, as Commissioner Blitman has a motion, say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. Any opposed? All right, seeing none. All right, with that being said, we'll go ahead and start with unfinished business item number 1. This is item 202500455-CU-MSP. This is that Icarus Behavioral Health that was tabled from September 25th. This just requires a motion to approve the revised findings based on the denial you guys had. I was absent, so I'll be abstaining. But so I just need a motion to approve that.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murphy?
based upon the findings of facts and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, I move that the commission denies project 2025-00455-CU-MSP.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Birch has seconded. Again, this is just a revised finding. So all those in favor of Commissioner Murphy's motion, say aye.
Aye.
And I abstain because I was not present for the actual hearing for that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to also abstain because
Okay.
I wasn't here.
Commissioner Blitman and myself will abstain from that vote. Next up, we have new business, item 2025-01370-CPA-ZOA-S-HD and 2006-00219-DA-DM. This is Kimberly Horn, and we look to Mr. Danielson for our staff report.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01370, CPA-ZCOA-S-HD, and project number 2006-00219-DA-DM is a preliminary plat for the Dry Creek Ranch Cliff Rose Villa subdivision consisting of 10 residential lots and a common lot. The project also includes a development agreement modification, comprehensive plan amendment, zoning ordinance text amendment, and hillside development application. The development agreement modification, project number 2006-00219 DA-DM, is to allow for the parcel previously dedicated for a fire station to be developed. The comprehensive plan amendment is to update the Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community Land Use Map and to increase the total number of residential dwelling units. A zoning ordinance text amendment to update the mixed-use district definition in Dry Creek Ranch zoning ordinance. An 11-lot subdivision with 10 residential lots and a common lot. A hillside development application for grading in areas with slopes greater than 15%. The Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community consists of approximately 1,414 acres, is generally located east of Highway 55 near the vicinity of West Brookside Lane and West Dry Creek Road. The Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community was approved by the Board of County Commissioners in 2010. A few years later, Boise Harbor Homes acquired the project and did a modification to the development, reducing the density and the number of units in the community. This modification was approved by the board on February 21st, 2017. The Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community is governed by 3 documents: Development Agreement Number 8205, the Dry Creek Ranch Zoning Ordinance, and the Dry Creek Ranch Development Plan, which is the comprehensive plan for the community. The Development Agreement modification is a request to allow for the parcel previously dedicated for the fire station to develop as a for-sale subdivision. Also, the applicant is proposing to change the density for the mixed-use district in the Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community. This requires a change to the 2017 First Amendment to Development Agreement Number 8205. The applicant is proposing the following changes. For the condition number 45 in the development agreement, it will be worded to say, prior to approval of the final plat, which contains 101st single-family residential lot, the owner shall provide a conceptual plan for the mixed-use district showing that a minimum of 25% of the district is used for multifamily units with a density range of 5 to 20 dwelling units per acre, and that multifamily residential uses shall include townhomes, villas, lofts, live-work units, and condominiums, and also from the development agreement, condition number 60 would be struck through. The requirement for an on-site fire station in Dry Creek Ranch is no longer necessary as the Eagle Fire District has elected to pursue a different parcel to construct a fire station. The fire district will be constructing a new fire station nearby near the intersection of Highway 55 and Beacon Light Road. The developer had conveyed a 1.73 acre lot to the Eagle Fire District on December 1st, 2021, and the ownership of that lot has since reverted back to the developer since the fire district is going to build the fire station in a different location. The applicant has also requested a zoning ordinance text amendment to update the mixed-use definition in the Dry Creek Ranch zoning ordinance to reduce the density range slightly and further define permitted multifamily uses within the mixed-use district to allow greater flexibility with market demands. The proposed changes will be as follows. The mixed-use district provides for a wide range of commercial, office, retail, industrial, and residential uses that allow property owners the flexibility to respond to the long-term evolution of development trends. All uses and structures will be sited and designed to be compatible with one another with a variety of complementary and integrated uses such as various single-family and multifamily residential uses with gross densities of 1 to 20 dwelling units per acre. A minimum of 25% of the mixed-use district shall be devoted to multifamily residential uses at a density range of 5 to 20 dwelling units per acre. And other permitted uses include civic, office, neighborhood retail, public and quasi-public use, and recreation in a compact urban form. The district is intended to provide creativity and flexibility in planning and design of buildings and encourages both vertical and horizontal mixing of uses. And multifamily residential uses shall include townhomes, villas, lofts, live-work units, and condominiums. The project includes a comprehensive plan amendment to update the land use map in the Dry Creek Ranch Development Plan to include the already approved land uses shown on the Dry Creek Ranch Village preliminary plat. When the current land use map was developed with the 2017 amendment to the Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community. There was also the first preliminary plat, which was called the Dry Creek Ranch Preliminary Plat. And when they did the future land use map, for the current land use map, they had the first preliminary plat done, and so they matched the future land uses with the lot types. However, the other portion of the Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community wasn't preliminary platted, and so they had kind of more generalized, kind of more uses of where those districts would be, so they didn't have them kind of tied to an individual lot. The new future land use map ties it to the land uses at the lot level. So the southern part of the development now has the Dry Creek Ranch Village preliminary plat. And so now we can, with the new land use map, it matches to the lot lines. The project also includes a request for subdivision that includes 10 residential lots and a common lot. So the residential lots are kind of tan on the screen and the common lot is green. The residential lots range in size from 0.11 acres to 0.12 acres. These lots are in compliance with the dimensional standards for the mixed-use district of the Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community, as the proposed lots exceed the minimum lot size of 1,200 square feet. The lots will take access from a shared driveway, and the shared driveway is up here, is where the shared driveway is. The product type for the lots will be for sale townhome villas. And on the screen here is the kind of the design rendering of what those townhome villas will look like. The product type will add to the diversity of housing types within Dry Creek Ranch. The applicant has also applied for a hillside development application, and the hillside development application is needed as the applicant will be grading within areas that have slopes that are over 15%. The county engineer has reviewed the hillside development application and finds that the site is physically suitable for the design and siting of the proposed development. At this time, no written public comments have been received on the application. Several agencies have provided comments on the application. Key agency comments include the following: the A County Building Official, Iowa Transportation Department, and Iowa Department of Fish and Game have no comments or objections to the project. The A County Highway District responded with site-specific conditions of approval. These conditions include restricting the common driveway intersection with Dry Creek Road with a gate or bollards located outside the driveway as determined by the fire district. And the Eagle Fire District replied that emergency access bollards shall be max force bollards or equivalent and approved by the fire district prior to installation, and no parking signs need to be posted on one side of that common driveway. Staff finds this application complies with A County Code, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Danielson. Does the commission have any questions for staff? Seeing
Mike.
none- Go ahead, Commissioner Blitman.
My only question is, are we making a recommendation to the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, yes, you are making a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wickstrom?
Can you go back to the map and just show where that's going to be located on the bigger map?
So it's going to be located right here. So this is kind of Highway 55, Dry Creek Road, and then the villas will be right here. And then they'll front Bonfil Way right here, and then the common driveway will be right here.
That lighter rectangle right there, more or
Yep.
less? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Mr. Danielson, quick question. The 10 additional small lots are in the Dry Creek Ranch Cliff Rose Villa location, which used to be the land that was going to be for the fire station, correct?
Yes.
On what's Dry Creek Ranch Villas number 1? I see that outlined in the report as well. Is there any change to that parcel, or are we not talking about that?
We're not really talking about that. So basically, the fire station lot is actually an already platted lot within the Dry Creek Ranch Village, preliminary, I think it's number 1 subdivision. And so that was a 1.73 acre lot. And basically, with this application, we're going to be re-subdividing that already platted lot into 11 lots. We'll have 10 residential lots and then a common lot.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, on page 23, it kind of outlines another area called Dry Creek Ranch Villas number 1, so I was just wondering what that was. Thank you, sir.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank Thank you, Mr. Danielson. We'll go ahead and invite the applicant forward. You'll have 15 minutes for your presentation. Please state your name and address.
Chair, Commissioners, Nicolette Womack with Kimley Horn. Address is 1100 West Idaho Street, Suite 210, Boise, Idaho 83702. Commissioners, thank you for your time tonight. My name again is Nicolette Womack. I'm a planner with Kimley Horn, the consulting firm that's working with Boise Hunter Homes on this project. We're excited to walk you through the Dry Creek Ranch Cliff Rose project tonight. Next slide. Many of you know that the Dry Creek Ranch Planned Community was originally approved in 2010 with a total of 3,502 residential units. In 2017, Boise Hunter Homes purchased the project and received modification approvals to significantly reduce the total number of residential units and incorporate a wider variety of uses. That became a total of 1,815 units in 2017. It's important we know approval of the proposal tonight would increase the total allowed number of residential uses by 10 units for a total of 1,825 units. Next slide. The project site is located at the corner of Dry Creek Road and Bountiful Way. This is near where Dry Creek Road meets up with Highway 55. The surrounding Dry Creek area includes the elementary school, community recreation areas, neighborhood parks, and natural open space. To date, 630 homes within the overall subdivision have been completed or are under construction, meaning Dry Creek Village is currently at around 35% build out. Next slide. Shown here is a timeline of the relevant actions for this subject parcel. In December of 2021, Hunter Homes donated the parcel to Eagle Fire District as originally outlined in the previous approvals. However, in March of 2024, Eagle Fire District returned the parcel to Hunter Homes, stating in the agreement, the fire district has elected to pursue a different parcel to construct a future fire station to serve the planned community known as Dry Creek Ranch and has provided notice of the same to Boise Hunter Homes. The Eagle Fire District has decided to construct fire stations close to the community on Eagle Road and within Hidden Springs rather than on this parcel. As such, Hunter Homes submitted the proposal here tonight to better incorporate this land within the overall Dry Creek Ranch Plan community. They met with county staff in July of 2024, held their neighborhood meeting in May, and submitted the permits you have tonight in July of 2025. Great care has been taken to design a for-sale high-end villa product consistent with the caliber of homes they have built in the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. The following permits are shown here are before you tonight. We'll walk you through the meaning of each of these permits. Next slide. Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community, as Brent just said, is governed by an overall development agreement. The red lines included in our project narrative, which Brent had on his screen, are proposed to allow the parcel previously dedicated for a fire station to develop as a for-sale villa subdivision. Next slide. Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community is also governed by an overall development plan, which is considered their comprehensive plan. An updated land use map has been submitted to include Dry Creek Ranch Village plat, which was previously approved but not updated on the map rendering. This request also contains the inclusion of the Dry Creek Cliff Rose villas and the increase in the total number of residential dwelling units allowed to 1,825 for an increase of 10 units. Still significantly less than the original 2010 Plan Community approval of 3,500 units. Next slide. Dry Creek Ranch Plan Community is also governed by its own zoning ordinance. The red lines included in the narrative are proposed to update the mixed-use district definition to reduce the density range slightly and further define permitted multifamily uses within the district to allow greater flexibility with market demands. Next slide. Lastly, the request includes a preliminary plat and hillside permit for the proposed Dry Creek Ranch Villas subdivision plat. This subdivision is approximately 1.72 acres and will include 10 single-family villas off a common drive along the west property line, with access coming from Cliff Rose Drive to the south. The common drive will be 29 feet wide and include parking on one side. It's important to note a substantial 56 to 75-foot wide buffer with landscaping will be provided along Bountiful Way. The hillside permit will allow grading within areas with slopes over 15%, which is focused within 0.19 acres to be added from the parcel to the west, with the remainder of that parcel for open space as previously approved. Next slide. Shown here is a rendering of the project from Bountiful Way. This will be a for-sale high-end villa product, each of which will include a 2-car garage and room for 2 more cars along the driveway aprons off the common drive in the rear, for a total of 4 parking spaces per home. 14 additional spaces will also be available for guest parking along one side of the common drive in the rear. Homes will be a mixture of 2 and 3 stories. Next slide. Shown here is another rendering, and you'll notice the berm with landscaping being provided along Dry Creek Road. The emergency access to Dry Creek Road will be closed with bollards. Next slide. Lastly, shown here is an additional view from Bountiful Way. From this angle, you can see the parkway feel Bountiful Way will have with the lush landscaping and large setback under HOA maintenance, creating a statement entryway into the community. You'll also see the mix of high-end materials, varied roof lines, and copious outdoor spaces integrated into the building design. Next slide. In summary, we received the county staff report and are in agreement with all the conditions as written. We request your recommendation of approval on the following permits listed here for your use. Thank you, and we'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Blitman?
Thank you. I noticed that you had a neighborhood meeting, and I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about that meeting and what some of the concerns of the residents were.
Chair, Commissioners, that neighborhood meeting was held just kitty corner to the site on one of our earlier slides where it pointed out the new Dry Creek Community Center. It was an okay, well-attended meeting in terms of, I think there was around maybe 15 people. We had all the renderings that you see tonight at a similar design stage. There was a lot of confusion about where the site was and kind of how much was changing and why we have to do all these permit types. But once that was addressed, it seemed like people kind of understood that a little bit more. But I can't really speak for those people.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you. These would be the only townhouses in the development.
Chair, Commissioner, let me check with the development team. I don't know if I know of any other off the top of my head.
Just state your
Commissioner,
just state your
yeah,
address.
Jamie Parker, Boise Hunter Homes. The address is 923 South Bridgeway Place in Eagle, Idaho,
Close enough.
83614. Yeah, these are, we do have another area slated for townhomes adjacent to our Dry Creek Community Center, which would be about 36 townhome units, which were shown in the original preliminary plat for that area.
So there's some acceptance already in the neighborhood for that kind of a product out there right now.
Correct. The mixed-use zone did require a higher density townhome product, and we do have that shown on the original preliminary plat. This would be in addition to those.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time. We'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff, or excuse me, we'll go ahead and open it up for the public hearing. Is anyone here in the audience here to speak on this item? All right, seeing no one, go ahead and turn it over to staff for additional questions from the commission.
Commissioner, do we have anybody online for this project?
Is one person online for this one, or is it
No, they're for the shooting range.
for the shooting range? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, my presentation will be exhibit number 49, and then Nicolette's presentation will be exhibit number 50.
If there's no questions for Commissioner, we can invite the applicant back up for rebuttal, or if you have none, or you would have 5 minutes for any kind of rebuttal if you have one. Again, state your name and address for the record.
Nicolette Womack, address is 1100 West Idaho Street, number 210, Boise, Idaho 83702. And we have no other comments unless there's any other questions.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. That being said, I'll go ahead and close the public testimony portion of this meeting with respect to this project, and I'll open up the floor to one of my fellow commissioners for a motion in favor or against the project, and we'll have a discussion afterwards. Commissioner Wickstrom?
Yes, so. Based upon the findings of fact, conclusions of law contained herein, and testimony from the public hearing, the commission recommends approval of project number 2025-01370, CPA ZOA-S-HD, and 2006-00219 DA-DM to the board. Subject conditions of approval attached and Exhibit A at the preliminary plat at
Thank you,
so
Commissioner.
forth.
Good, thank you, Commissioner Wickstrom. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Blitman, a second. And Commissioner Wickstrom, do you want to speak on your motion?
Yeah, these are just 10 units. It's a good use of that land that's there. And looking at the preliminary design on there, it seems they look like they're well done, good quality and design, and they'll fit in with what's existing there already.
Commissioner Blitman, do you have a follow-up?
I don't.
Okay.
Same comments.
Any additional comments from the commission? All right, with that being said, we'll go ahead and bring this to a vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Wickstrom's motion say aye.
Aye.
And I also say aye. All those opposed say no. Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you to everyone involved in that project. Next up, we have item number, where'd it go? Item number 2025-01605-CU-MSP, and this is Menlove Construction, and we look to Mr. Danielson again for the staff report.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01605 CU-MSP is a conditional use and master site plan for a self-service storage facility. The property is located in southwest Boise near the intersection of West Lake Hazel Road and South 5 Mile Road. The property is located at 6291 South Elmira Way and contains 4.73 acres in the limited office district. The subject property is Lot 1, Block 1 of Elmira Way subdivision. The Elmira Way subdivision is a part of the Hazelwood Village preliminary plat. This preliminary plat includes the subdivisions directly to the east and south of the subject property. The property is zoned limited office, and a self-service storage facility is a conditional use in the limited office district. The Planning and Zoning Commission had previously approved of a conditional use and master site plan for a self-service storage facility on this property back on May 12th, 2022. The conditional use and master site plan application had expired. Therefore, the applicant has applied for a new conditional use and master site plan application on this property. The self-storage storage facility will consist of approximately 81,930 square feet. The expected number of clients coming to the site during the day is anticipated to be 5 or fewer. Hours of operation for the facility will be between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. The future land use map and the comprehensive plan designates the site as mixed use, which is intended to include a variety of residential, office, and commercial uses. As the proposed self-service storage facility would support a commercial use that would support the surrounding residential neighborhoods, it is compatible with the comprehensive plan. Since some of the structures within the facility have a footprint that are greater than 10,000 square feet, as conditioned, the applicant will need to submit building elevation drawings for each structure that is over 10,000 square feet, depicting that the building mass and bulk are distributed per section 8-4A-26 of the A County Code. At this time, there were no written public comments received on this application. Several agencies have provided comments on this application. Key agency comments include the following. The A County Building Official replied that new structures and commercial occupancy buildings shall comply with the 2018 International Building Code. The Boise Fire Department, on behalf of the Whitney Fire District, provided drive aisle and water flow requirements. The A County Highway District responded that the development is estimated to generate 106 vehicular trips per day in the PM with 11 vehicle trips per hour in the PM peak hour based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Chip Generation Manual 12th edition. Also, there are plans to construct a multi-lane roundabout at the intersection of Lake Hazel Road and Valley Heights Drive. The owner will need to dedicate additional right-of-way to accommodate the construction of the roundabout, and they will also need to make some improvements to Lake Hazel Road, Valley Heights Drive, and Elmira Way. Staff finds that the application complies with A County Code and the comprehensive plan. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Danielson. Does the commission have any questions? Commissioner Rowley?
Yes, Mr. Danielson, can you clarify, in your executive summary, you had mentioned 5 trips per day or 5 visits per day, but then ACHD references 100 and something per day. Can you clarify that?
Sure, let me. So the 5 trips per day is based on kind of the number of client trips. So that's what the applicant had indicated in their detailed letter. And then ACHD, they utilize what's called the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. And so that's kind of where they obtained the 106 vehicular trips per day. So there could be a discrepancy between, what a normal storage facility in terms of traffic would generate versus what this particular storage facility would generate. So that might be kind of where the discrepancy is, where, and there maybe are certain days of the week that maybe more people would be coming to the site on a Saturday versus on a Tuesday, for example. And the applicant maybe could better, I think they've developed kind of storage facilities throughout the country, and they maybe be able to better answer that question of how many people they expect to come to the site during the day.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions for staff? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and invite the applicant forward for their presentation. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 15 minutes.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mitchell Menlove. Address is 221 Kelsey Avenue, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84088. So yeah, we don't have much to say. Thank you, Brent. We agree with his findings, and we accept the agency's comments. Going to your question about the trips per day, that was actually just a typo. We meant to put 50. That's about what we would expect. We understand ACHD came to about 106. Depending on, like Brent alluded to, sort of the season and the day, we could see it getting up to 106. But 50 is what we meant to put, and that's typically what we'd expect for something like this. But yeah, we think it's a great project. We obviously had the neighborhood meeting. We thought that was great. Everyone in the HOA, well, not everyone, but a lot of people from the surrounding community came out and talked to us. They all seemed to broadly support it. I think a lot of people were waiting and kind of, pushing us to move along quickly so that they could rent a unit. And we heard, some concerns just about things like noise and making sure that, the site was clean, but we didn't really hear anything serious. And I hope we address those concerns and that people feel like we're going to really work hard to make sure it doesn't impact the community as we're constructing it. Yeah, beyond that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions?
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman.
Murphy?
Mr. Menlove?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like the main entrance is going to be on Valley Heights, off of Valley Heights, is that correct?
Correct.
And is that the only entrance or exit, or will they be?
That will be the only entrance and exit. Yeah.
That's the only entrance? And then, do you have like some sort of fence line parallel Lake Hazel at all, or is it just kind of open fence, or just curious?
Yeah, let's see here. All right, let me just pull that up. It is so it's going to be fortress style, so most of that will just be blocked off by the buildings themselves. But then the spaces where there are no buildings, there will be fence.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
It might be for Mr. Danielson, but on the drawings, it looks like you did have a landscape plan in there. It looks like there were trees along the front, actually all the way around. Is there a need for a landscape plan for something like that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Wickstrom, there is. So part of the landscape plan, part of that's used for screening and to kind of beautify it up a little bit. So they are required to have some landscaping along Lake Hazel and along the perimeter of the property.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions? All right. Seeing none, we thank the applicant for coming forward. with their presentation. I'll go ahead and turn the time over to the public for any comment. Is there anyone in the room here that is here for this application? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to, oh, did I have one? Oh, go ahead. Come forward, state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Carlos Vidales. I live at 10963 West Oleana Drive. I am one of the neighbors of Hazelwood Village. I was present at the neighborhood meeting. And I just wanted to mention that we have a joint use agreement between all the neighbors in the area. We have a common facilities, and mainly the irrigation system. There's a common pond, all the water, irrigation water for this location will be coming to our pond. We will have to pump it with our pumping facilities, electricity, and hopefully, we will have a way to extend an opportunity for this developer to share into our joint use agreement when the time comes. And we just plainly share the expenses for the irrigation and other things that are common with our properties. Everything else Mr. Menlo said was pretty much accurate. I was there at the neighborhood meeting, and a lot of people are looking forward to seeing the land develop. Other people don't like it, but that is par for the course. Everything is going well, and we're looking forward for this facility being completed.
Any questions?
Just clarification.
Commissioner-
So you're saying that thank you, Mr. Chairman, the irrigation water that they'll use for their landscaping is going to come from your irrigation water? Is that?
It's going to come from our irrigation system. They bring their own water, but it all goes to our pond, so we need to pump it. Basically, we share on the maintenance of the cost of the pumps and the maintenance and the cost of the electricity. That's it. And as I said, there may be other artifacts of the landscape that may be subject to share use, but that's about it.
Is there an agreement of some type that's going to be between you and the developer, your HOA?
There is currently an agreement between us, Hazelwood Village, and the other neighborhood on the other HOA on the area, the park side, which is directly east of this land. The only way that they're going to be able to get their water is through our pipes. So we're going to have a joint use agreement with them.
You got more, go ahead.
Thank you. Just one more follow-up. So then, is it necessary for us at this time, is this something you think you can work out with the developer on your own, between your HOAs and the developer? Or is it something
I
we
think
need
so.
to address here?
I think so. I speak for myself at this moment. I guess that the official word will have to come from the HOA board. I speak for myself, but in the past, I was a member of the board. I am a member of the board now, but I say I'm speaking for myself. And I was able to work with the previous group to work the current joint use agreement that we have. And it was very amicable, and we intend to keep it that way.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Commissioner Blitman?
So the pond facilities are not located on this applicant's property. Those pond facilities are all on the HOA's property.
They're about a quarter mile from there.
Okay.
The pipe access is right on their property.
Any additional questions? No. Thank you so much for your time. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this matter? All right. Seeing nobody, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff for any additional questions that come from the commission.
So, Mr. Chairman, before I forget, my presentation will be exhibit number 36.
All right. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Blitman?
Mr. Danielson, on other properties, we've had a condition be that they have to work with Boise Meridian Irrigation District or whoever to get their water. Do we have a condition in here that addresses the water for this particular property?
Let me check real quick. Yes, so we have it'd be condition number 1C. So prior to any site improvements being approved for the project, the New York Irrigation District or the Boise Project Board of Control would need to approve any proposed modifications to the existing irrigation system. So if they're doing any modifications to the existing irrigation system, they would need to get that approval from the irrigation district.
All right, any additional questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and invite the applicant back forward for any kind of rebuttal and further questions from the commissioners. And again, please state your name and address for the record.
Mitchell Menlove, 221 Kelsey Avenue, Salt Lake City, 84111. We don't have any rebuttal. We're happy to work with the HOA, on the water issue and anything else. So I'm happy to take any other questions, but other than that, we have, nothing to say.
Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Based on that, we are now ready to close the public testimony portion of this meeting with respect to this project, and I'll open up the floor to one of my fellow commissioners for a motion in favor or against this project, and then we'll have a discussion. Commissioner Rowley.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve file number 2025-01605-CU-MSP based on the findings of fact and the conclusions of law in the staff report and the lack of opposition testimony in tonight's hearing, subject to the conditions of approval.
Rowley, do we have a second? Second. Commissioner Murphy has seconded. Commissioner Rowley, do you want to speak on your motion?
No, just from reading the staff report and the findings of fact, it's a good-looking project in the right area, adds some diversity to an area that's, we've seen a number of projects recently come through in the same area. It's a very handsome design. I think it's an improvement.
Thank you, Commissioner Rowley. Commissioner Murphy, do you have any follow-up?
No comment.
Any additional comments from the commission? All right, with that being said, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Rowley's motion say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. All those opposed say no. Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone involved in that project. Next up, we have item number 2025-01610-CU-MSP-FP, and this is Rudine Architects, I believe that's what it is. And we look to Ms. Haynes for the staff report.
Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01610-CU-MSP-FP is a conditional use master site plan and floodplain application to construct a metalwork fabrication and assembly shop with an office. The property consists of 4 parcels and is located at 5907, 4647, and 4551 South Henry Street, and contains 6.67 acres in the Airport Industrial District. The property is located close to Boise city limits and west of the Boise Airport. The property is located within Airport Influence Area C. Most of the surrounding property are industrial uses, with some low-density residential a bit further to the southwest. The Airport Industrial District does allow product fabrication as a principal permitted use. However, because this property is located in the Airport Influence Area C, it requires a conditional use permit. The proposed building will be a large industrial shop with an office for employees inside. The outside improvements include a paved parking area, loading area, and landscaping that meets our landscaping code. Adjacent to the site is the 5 Mile Creek, which includes a portion of the floodway and floodplain inside this property. While the structure will not be located in the floodplain, some of the improvements may affect the floodplain, hence the required floodplain permit attached to the project. Part of the county engineer's review was on the floodplain and is requiring a drainage application to address concerns. The proposed building is also over 10,000 square feet, which requires some additional design review from our code. This requires some variation to the outer appearance of the building so that the facade or roof line is broken up or varied. Elevation drawings and mock-ups were provided of the building, which meet the design standards for structures over 10,000 square feet. The application was transmitted to agencies concerned with the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as neighbors within 300 feet. These comments were incorporated into the conditions of approval. Ada County Highway District is requiring improvements to Henry Street with pavement widening, curb, gutter, and sidewalk, and constructing new curb driveways according to ACHD's requirements. Boise Airport commented that a navigation easement is required to be executed on the entirety of the property. Boise Public Works commented that Boise Sewer is not available to the project. Boise Project Board of Control commented that the property does possess a valid water right, and they are requesting a copy of the irrigation and drainage plans. The Ada County building official commented that commercial occupancy buildings must comply with the 2018 International Building Code and require stamped plans by an Idaho licensed design professional and engineer with a full code analysis. Central District Health commented that more data concerning the depth of high seasonal groundwater and waste flow characteristics is needed, and as such, test holes and weekly groundwater monitoring from April to October of 2026 is required. The county engineer is requiring a grading and drainage permit prior to construction. Boise Fire commented with several conditions of approval, outlining requirements from the International Fire Code, including requiring additional fire hydrants not included in the current site plan. One adjacent neighbor has submitted a comment with concerns about the possibility of increased flooding as a result of the work being done on the site. As the applicant is required to submit a grading permit and drainage application, namely due to the floodplain, staff believes these concerns will be addressed with those conditions of approval. Staff finds that the application complies with Ada County Code and recommends approval of the project. It should be noted that the applicant did send a memo this morning requesting that the condition of approval regarding Central District Health's requirements be changed to allow a building permit to be issued before the groundwater monitoring is completed, and have that be a condition before a certificate of occupancy is issued. And I have that memo here for the commission. The way the current condition is worded at the moment references Central District Health's requirements, and if Central District Health provides a memo in writing that allows the building permit to be issued prior to the groundwater monitoring from April to October be completed, staff will accept that. Therefore, we are recommending that the condition remain unchanged due to that allowance. This presentation will be known as Exhibit Number 39, and the memo and attached report from the applicant will be known as Exhibit Number 40, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Does the commission have any questions for staff? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Can you cite which condition those that they want to change?
Condition number 1 for Central District Health, it's in quotes on the
Okay, got
slide.
it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner Birch?
The letter that was submitted raising a concern was from Craig McGee. And looking at what he had written and the pictures that he submitted, I could understand why he would be concerned. So tell me how it will work with respect to getting the approval for the potential flood issues here. And is the concern that there's going to be so much of this area paved that there will be a lot of surface runoff that will go into the 5 Mile Creek, and that in and of itself would increase the likelihood of flooding?
Chairman and Commissioner Birch, so part of the floodplain code and FEMA requirements are that developments that affect the floodplain, especially if they're within a floodplain or floodway, do not increase the floodplain due to having a structure where water is known to rise. If the drainage application shows that there would be increased runoff, our engineer would likely require some kind of alternative plans or possible remediation. It depends on what that drainage study shows.
Okay. So Mr. McGee would have an opportunity perhaps to weigh in again if, based on what is recommended, does not seem like it would be adequate or not?
Most likely not. If the master site plan was changed significantly to need a new master site plan application, then they would have the opportunity to weigh in. but the drainage application does not involve any noticing to neighbors. So at this point, it would be our engineer's responsibility to make sure those concerns are addressed.
Okay, so staff is going to continue to be involved.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Chairman. Hi, Ms. Haynes. So I saw that there was no access to sewer. So I guess, are they going to be drilling septic, or is there already septic on the grounds?
A septic system is planned. They are connected, they are going to be connected to municipal water. The septic system will be provided through Central District Health, hence the additional conditions for groundwater monitoring.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Haynes. We'll go ahead and invite the applicant forward, and for their presentation, you'll have 15 minutes, and please state your name and address. Is the applicant here? All right.
Document, you need it?
Yeah, that's my name is David Blodgett with Erdene Architects, 199 North Capitol Boulevard, Boise, 83702. Thank you to the commissioner and commission for listening to our project. Ms. Haynes did a really great job describing the project and whatnot, and as described, I want to kind of go over just a summation of some things, and then really want to focus in on the memo that was distributed today, and so you can clearly understand kind of just our basic request. So this first slide is just an overview slide of the property from Henry Street looking southeast. Next. As discussed, this project is in a land zone M3 airport, which then requires, even though our project is an approved use, it requires conditional use approval. And because of it's over 10,000 square feet, it has an additional layer of design review. Next slide. The intended use is for the building is for fabrication of piping to support a local semiconductor manufacturing plant. The facility will utilize and fabricate and assemble piping HVAC components that will be inspected and prepared, cut, welded, grooved, formed, and rolled for installation on site. The project site is 6.67 acres, and the total project building area is 72,419 square feet, which includes a section that has 2 stories. Next slide. This just shows the vicinity map that Ms. Haynes already had shown for the project. It's in a industrial zone west of the airport. Next slide. This is the site plan. The blue would represent the building footprint. The green just represents the limits of improvements that shows everything north of the 5-mile floodway. There are 3 proposed access points off of Henry Street, 1 at the north side and 2 at the east side. Those have been reviewed and their locations have been approved by Ada County Highway District. Next slide. The proposed building is a tilt-up concrete structure with the exterior building walls ranging from 30 to 32 feet. And there is varying articulation of the different planes of the building and various window configurations with 3 different colors of paint on the structure to provide some variety. And even though there's not a landscape plan shown here, we did submit one. The perimeter road along Henry Street will be fully improved per both Ada County standards and actually Boise City standards. That's what we base them on. Next slide. This slide just indicates, the different colors and just various things, the storefront window systems, the 3 different colors, and then there's a large awning at the northwest corner of the building at the main primary entry into the facility. Next slide. This slide is really, this is what we submitted this morning as part of this of the memo that we submitted, and it's all related to condition of approval number 1, which is the Central District Health's condition for groundwater monitoring from April to October. We, just kind of getting to it, this monitoring will negatively impact our project as far as getting going with construction. And knowing that prior to this, even before we knew this was a condition, we had Atlas do the geotechnical report in April, which is really the start of the irrigation season, which Central District Health is making comments on. And in that report, which a section of that is attached, is they had three test holes dug. They took monitoring on 2. I believe they were to a depth of 12 feet, and no groundwater wasn't encountered. Then we hired Atlas to do additional groundwater monitoring. They have since been on site several times. I do have one other thing to add. In one of the documents, there were 4 other test holes in other properties adjacent to this project to depths ranging from 13 to 14 feet, and no groundwater was detected in any of those things. And again, this is a highly industrial area. There's no irrigation type farming going on in this kind of peninsula per se that's surrounded by 10 Mile Creek. New York Canal. We have the 5 Mile Creek going through our site. In addition, the Central District Health representative was on site on October 29th to do their initial site evaluation for soil type and to view if there was any groundwater encountered. That test pit was dug to 9 feet, and the test log is the last document in this submitted memo. And in there, it does note that at that point in time, no groundwater was detected. And that was right at the end of the watering and irrigation season. So kind of to summarize, what we're looking for is that the issuance of the building permit, once it's approved and ready to go, if it is ready to be issued before either Central District Health gives us a memo allowing us to, stop monitoring because they've collected all their data, or we get to the end of that cycle, we're just asking that the permit be issued because we have a high confidence that no groundwater will be found and that we'll be delaying the project 4 to 5 months, waiting for the monitoring to be done. And neither our geotechnical engineer or the septic design engineer who was on site with Central District Health, not one of the parties has concluded that we should be worried about groundwater in this area, especially at the site where we've taken the monitoring. And this is just for the septic system drain field. Any questions?
Do you have any questions for the applicant, Commissioner Rowley?
Yeah, a couple different questions. How deep is the deepest excavation on site? Whether it's a loading dock footing or what is the deep?
4 feet. I mean,
4 feet?
we do have a dock, just one recessed dock, and its finished floor will be 4 feet below finished floor.
So how far below existing grade would you be excavating to bottom of footings?
The footings would be excavated approximately 3 feet.
Feet at that location?
7 feet at that location, but the building pad is, I don't know the exact grading, but the building is actually being raised up to match, it's all based on the road elevations as you come into the site. So the building is always sets a little bit higher. And so the back of the site will have some fill. So the exact depth of per grade, I mean, the lowest it would be 7 feet. But it would probably be based on natural grade at that site, it would probably be a little less than that.
Did Atlas do any borings or just test pits?
They did just test pits because there was never any reason at that point to do borings farther down than they did during the testing.
Will the monitoring require a boring?
No, the monitoring when they were on site on the 29th of October, they set the monitoring pipe.
Oh, they did.
Central District Health was there. There was a backhoe operator, and then we were there along with the client and the engineer from ABCO. So that has been set, and it was set to 9 feet. Because in reality, the section of the septic system is only going to be probably from grade to the bottom of that section is probably only about 3 feet. And then we are going to have to excavate out, I think, 6 feet of existing grade because there was some debris in the soil. It looked like it was filled with just whatever somebody got their hands off. So we are having to over excavate the site with new free draining rock and whatnot. So.
Okay, last question. Regarding the sidewalks on Henry to the north and Henry to the east, are those sidewalks going to join into existing sidewalks, or are they just going to end at your property line?
They will just end at the property line. There's no, at least on this side of the street, everything is mostly undeveloped or underdeveloped. And yeah, they'll just terminate, but they're at the location specified by Ada County Highway District.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Questions? Commissioner Birch?
Go ahead.
I wondered what the existing land looks like now. Is there anything there? Like what's there?
It's just the majority of the portion that we're developing is just basically a gravel lot that our mechanical uses for like a lay-down area, parking of vehicles and whatnot. So it's utilized, but it's just a blank lot.
And I think Mr. Birch is going to ask a question about the letter regarding the flood zone, and possible flooding.
No,
Okay. So there's this letter from Craig McGee, a neighbor, that says they're worried about the possible flooding once that gets all paved and turns into, not just gravel.
Right.
So how is that addressed?
Well, ultimately, it will be reviewed during the review period for grading and drainage, but the gravel lot, the paved lot and the roof, well, all the drainage for that, all the stormwater will go to on-site drain fields. I believe there's at least 3 of them on site. So they're underground drain fields complying with EPA standards and whatnot. So we're not going to be contributing to runoff that would end up going into, 5 Mile Creek and whatnot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Birch?
So I'm just trying to make sure that I understand what you're requesting with respect to the waiver that the Central District Health approval, the Central District Health is requiring. So you can proceed simultaneously, couldn't you, with doing the testing that Central District Health is requiring, as well as proceeding with your building permits if we were willing to waive that condition?
Yes, I mean, currently what would happen is we're going to be submitting permits after this approval's given, and the review period would be happening while these things occur. But at some point, we're going to get to the point where the county's ready to issue the building permit so we can start construction. And the staff has clarified that we cannot be given they will not issue the building permit until the monitoring is completed. Now, obviously, we have to have a high level of confidence that it's not going to be an issue, but we are confident of that.
So if you had the building permit and the monitoring had not been completed, would you start construction?
We are indicating that we would unless something were to come up. But I mean, again, we have many, logs for the groundwater and whatnot. We're working with ACHD currently on a preliminary design. So we're working through all that currently. And again, there is nothing we found on the logs that we have an issue. And the reality is the water could be as high as 3 feet and we still really don't have an issue. So it seems, what we've been told is Central District Health doesn't have any data in that general area. And they didn't feel comfortable because we asked them, well, where are you getting this information? Why are you asking for this monitoring? Because it doesn't make sense to us because this is an industrial area. There's no irrigated facilities. That's kind of the premise of what we're dealing with.
So I understand that you believe that it's not going to be an issue, but I gather that you're saying, I'm willing to roll the dice, that if it is an issue, even though I may have spent tens of thousands of dollars, maybe more than that, probably more than that you're willing to say, okay, well, now I'm going to put everything on hold until it's either resolved, or if it cannot be resolved, then I'm just out that money.
That's a client's decision. I'm the architect, but they have stated that. It's all about timing. If they're within a month of that being resolved, they would probably waive, right? But we're talking about 4 to 5 months of delay on construction when they're trying to get a fairly significant, this is 75,000 square foot facility, so it's a big building.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Colson?
So you when I was hearing in here, you had data on test holes across the street, correct?
I think they were to the site to the south.
Okay. So, I mean, to me, it's close enough. I mean, the bottom.
Within that.
Yeah, I understand exactly on it. And like Commissioner Birch said, as long as you guys are willing to roll the dice, it's up to you guys. So, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Any additional questions? All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Oh, thanks.
Go ahead and turn it over to the public for any testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that has any comments with regard to this project? All right. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff for any questions from the commission. Commissioner Birch.
So with respect to what the applicant has requested with regard to waiving item number 1, and I understand that staff is opposed to that, is there anything that could be done to make staff more comfortable with doing that waiver? I mean, the testimony's been given on behalf of the applicant that they are willing to risk proceeding and then having to stop if Central District Health is not happy with what they see out there. If the work for getting the approval for Central District Health was begun at the same time as the application for the building permit and whatnot, would that make staff feel warmer and fuzzier about this?
What staff would need, under the current conditions wording, would be that some kind of written memo from Central District Health stating that they are okay with this being a condition of a certificate of occupancy, because nobody at Ada County Development Services is an environmental health expert, so we rely on Central District Health to make decisions on these and review those well monitoring reports. And I'm positive that there is great information in those, but we do not have the expertise to review them. Additionally, with regards to granting a building permit in particular, there are certain requirements from the building code and our building official that will require sign-off of a septic system before a structure is built. And this commissions don't really have jurisdiction over the building code. So I don't believe this is something we can waiver with this approval.
Without having Central District Health's approval?
Yes, with the current condition, we can allow certificate of occupancy approval, but we do need something in writing from Central District Health.
So, and I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So regarding certificate of occupancy, I mean, is that what I'm assuming it is? That is that you could build the building, but nobody can occupy the building unless you get the approval for Central District Health.
That's correct.
So if the applicant said, no, I agree, that building will not be occupied, I will not apply for a certificate of occupancy until Central District Health signs off, why wouldn't that be good enough?
Because the way building permits are issued and how septic systems work, especially if it's near a water body, it's not just the property owner that may be affected. And this may have more information once the grading and drainage permit is issued, because that does need to be issued before a building permit is issued. As far as whether or not there would be no effects on the neighboring properties and the soil and anything existing, if it was just a risk to the property owner, then I would agree with you. But I am not an environmental health expert, so I don't know if it would in fact not be a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. That is why we rely on Central District Health's authority on this.
So basically then the recommendation to the applicant will be go to Central District Health and see if Central District Health will work with staff to go ahead and allow the issuance of a building permit, notwithstanding that the work necessary to satisfy Central District Health that this is okay has been completed. And that they could do that, and then if Central District Health said, sure, we can figure out a way around this and we will do it. If that was the case, then you'd be okay with it because Central District Health had said, we're signing off on it. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to see, is there anything we can do to help the applicant? Because the applicant doesn't want to lose the entire summer where they could be getting things done with respect to this project and basically delay it for the better part of a year.
That is correct. The next step I would recommend for the applicant is have the condition remain and then have a joint meeting with Central District Health and our building official to address how the building code and Central District Health's recommendation can be worked with, because the way planning and zoning can approve things is we don't really interact with the building code because it's a separate title. So that is what my direction to the applicant would be.
That sounds very wise. Thank you.
Mr. Blitman?
Thank you very much, and I know this is a little bit different. I'm wondering if we could just make that condition one be the applicant and our owner shall comply with the requirements of Central District Health and put a period there? And then, because the rest of it says, which includes submitting a speculative site evaluation, application letter of intended use, test holes, and all of those things, and let the applicant work out whatever Central District Health wants on their own without us planning and zoning saying, okay, you need to do exactly what you said you wanted to do 3 months ago, kind of thing.
Chairman and Commissioner Blitman, we can adjust the condition that way. However, I will say that there isn't wording that requires this to be prior to the building permit being issued. it's more implied because Central District Health is currently requiring it before it's issued. So I would say if we did get confirmation from Central District Health that they are okay with issuing it before certificate of occupancy, then this condition can remain, but we can revise the condition if you so choose.
Any additional questions?
I do.
Commissioner
Have-
Colson?
Can the applicant go in and hire its own third-party environmental engineer? And would their data, does Ada County look at that in any different way?
Unfortunately, no. If we had an environmental scientist on staff, that may be a different case, but we would still, I would recommend that they work with a third party and then work with Central District Health
Okay,
to prove
I'm
that.
just bringing that up. All right, thank you.
So I do have just one question. So the concern is really just the septic system, correct?
That's correct. I believe in various reports, it was mainly due to what type of septic system, depending on what the groundwater testing resulted in, that what septic system they could have.
So I'm not an environmental health person either, but just my common sense meter here is a septic system is not going to be used if it's not occupied. So, I mean, if there's no certificate of occupancy, who is going to be using the septic system? So that's, I guess the question is I'm leaning towards, and this is just me gaming it with the staff here because it is a unique situation. I'm leaning towards a certificate of occupancy is a great gateway because a septic system could be installed and people would, and if Central District Health is like, this doesn't work, it's not going to be used because no one's in there. I mean, unless someone sneaks in and uses it briefly. I mean, I guess, is that kind of line of thinking, correct me if I'm wrong, if that's,
I think that's a great argument, or Chairman, I do think that's a good argument, but I don't think I am the appropriate body to say that argument to.
yeah.
I have stated that I do think the applicant's arguments do have merit, but I am not the appropriate authority to judge those merits.
Yeah, no worries. I was just,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I would just add, it is our policy to secure Central District Health approval before issuing the building permit. We want to avoid the scenario where somebody starts construction on a very large building and only finds out that there is some kind of complication that will preclude the installation of a septic system. So I guess I support Amelia's, we could amend the language, or you could amend the language, or keep it as is, but we still have that ability to accept some kind of written approval from Central District Health saying we're okay or comfortable if you proceed issuing a building permit.
Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Chair. Ms. Haynes, at this time, is Central District Health aware of the waiver request, or is this so new they haven't had a chance to look at it yet or comment?
Chairman and Commissioner Murphy, they are aware. I don't know if there's been steps to maybe provide a memo. I do think there was a little bit of back and forth on who would grant that memo. But I am not aware if there has been a full rejection or full acceptance of the idea from Central District Health.
And then is there a time frame where they would have to respond by, or is it up to them as far as that?
So the expiration of the conditional use and master site plan is in 2 years, and the groundwater monitoring is from April to October. So as far as expiration goes, there isn't really one to be concerned of. It would just be in the applicants in Central District.
I guess the question is a time frame for any possible waiver if they so choose, or are they able just to kind of think about it for indefinitely, or do they have some kind of time frame they have to respond by?
I am not aware of any timeframes from Central District Health on this kind of, it's not really an application per se, so I'm not aware of any timeframes on Central District Health's end.
Thank you.
Any, Commissioner Wickstrom?
Going back to this again, so if we went ahead and just left everything the way it is and approved it, which is your recommendation, can the applicant then go to Central District Health, present the information that they have and try to convince them and say they do convince Central District Health that everything looks good. Is that something that has to come back to us, or because since we have the approval, everything, that it's just they're given the permit to go ahead and start construction?
Chairman and Commissioner Wickstrom, that is correct. There is no need to come back to a hearing. We would really just require an email from Central District Health saying they are okay with the building permit being issued and the groundwater monitoring being a condition before certificate of occupancy is issued.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Go ahead and bring the applicant back up for rebuttal and answer any questions that came up during the staff questioning. So.
David Blodgett, Rudine Architects, 199 North Capitol Boulevard, Boise, 83702. Thanks for taking the extra time to listen to this request. I'm not sure what I could add at this point. I think it's, what you're saying is probably what you're going to decide on, that the conditions stay relatively the same, that the burden will be on us to go to Central District Health and work with them to ultimately get to the point that either they get to the point where they don't decide no more groundwater monitoring is needed, they would issue a letter, or we get to the end of the October period and they would issue the letter. So, and we're willing to work with them and the building official if needed to try to condense that period if it just can't be outright changed by the commission. I know it's not a straightforward situation because it involves the county entity and a state entity, which complicates things for everybody.
Any questions, Commissioner Wickstrom?
So that would be, again, you made it clearly stated that it would be back on you to go ahead and try to work this out with Central District Health and try to show them what you have, the information, and convince them to issue it, a building permit, or the approval of a building permit.
Correct, yeah.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Rowley?
What is the current schedule? What are you anticipating timeline for submitting for permit duration, and groundbreaking? What does that look like right now?
Well, currently, we are at about 90% complete with construction documents. So we were anticipating in several weeks to first and foremost get the grading and drainage permit submitted along with the Ada County Highway District application submitted, because those two things can take a lot of time, especially Ada County Highway District. And then the building permit application would lag slightly behind that. But in a normal sense, we would think that even if it was a little more complicated building, we could have a building permit within 4 months. Say we didn't get it submitted until 1st of December, that would take us into end of March, beginning of April. Now we're already into, the groundwater monitoring was going to start actually in February by Central District Health, even though they said it was going to be April. They are going to start doing some monitoring in February. So by the time we got to March, they would at least have been on site several times. I mean, the irrigation water wouldn't be on at that time, but at least they would see the baseline again, like, well, in normal situations, there's no groundwater. And then I think it's the second week in April's when the irrigation district, or the New York Canal's charged with water in irrigation
So
districts.
if they start that groundwater monitoring a couple of months early, does the end date of that monitoring
No,
move
it's
up
still the
as well?
same. That date's still the same unless they get to a point where they feel there's no reason to continue the monitoring because it's not done, say, in the month of June or whatnot.
Okay, so for argument's sake, the risk of your client is starting construction in April and not having the final data till October.
Right.
6 months of
6 months, right,
construction.
yeah, that would be
Okay,
fair. That'd be fair.
thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Colson?
How long will the building normally take you to build?
That particular structure, it's probably I would say it's a 9-month project because it doesn't have a lot of improvements. It does have an office section, but if we got but we can pull a grading and drainage permit, so at least we could be doing some earthwork prior to that. So, I mean, it's.
So what you're saying is the building's not going to be done by the time it's done being monitored, and that's kind of your whole.
Oh, it would no, it would
Exactly.
just, right, exactly.
Thanks.
Any additional questions?
That was my point, Ryan, was that this is probably a year from groundbreaking to occupancy, and half of that is waiting for this, so.
Exactly.
So I do have a question, and it's just kind of it's probably more of a question for your client, but given the fact that staff and Central District Health has a requirement that seems somewhat restrictive here, and you have a wish to change that requirement to be somewhat on the opposite end of that spectrum, I'm trying to find a middle ground. This was thrown on Central District Health, this request to waive and have staff potentially do just receive a memo stating that they would be good with you guys building it so that they're covered and whatnot. What if we just tabled this for like a month to give you that chance to go to Central District Health, get that memo, and then this is a non-issue at the next meeting? I mean, is that I'm trying to save you from having to kick the can 7 months by possibly solving it in a month.
Honestly, I don't think we would receive a memo from them within the next month. I mean, it could be, they do the first monitoring in February. For whatever reason, they've had a change in mind. But between now and then, they're not gonna reply to any request to waive that. I mean, that's just my gut feeling, having talked to them, because we've had a lot of discussions with them.
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking is because my gut feeling is they're not going to, like, as it was suggested earlier, maybe you could get it waived after the fact. They're not going to waive it after the fact. They're going to want that data. The minute we say go on, or we approve this in the state it's in, they're not going to change that for you. So I just was trying to see if I could find an easier route. So.
Yeah, we wish we could do that, but what we don't want to do is delay our submission for the grading and drainage, because at least then we're in the ground doing something. And we're really just trying to get to a point where we can come to some compromise with Central District Health, and they would release a memo saying that the groundwater monitoring doesn't need to continue because they've found no water.
Okay. Any additional questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so the data that you have that you've submitted to us, is that's something you can present to Central District Health, and they'll...
We already have.
You already have, okay. And their response was?
Response was no response.
Okay.
So far.
Very good. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right. Thank you so much for your time. With that being said, we'll go ahead and I'll close this public testimony portion of this meeting with respect to this project, and I'll open the floor to the commissioners.
Any comments?
No, that was the rebuttal, so.
Oh, the rebuttal, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was the rebuttal. We're in a rebuttal, right?
I don't
Okay, I just
think
want
we
to make
have
sure that was a
anybody.
rebuttal. All right,
Yeah.
no worries. All right, and I'll open it up to a motion in favor or against the project, and we'll discuss.
So, Commissioner Scott?
Yep, Commissioner Blivin.
I move that based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained therein and the testimony from the public hearing, that the commission approves project number 2025-01610 CU MSP FP, subject to conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A, with a change to condition number 1 to be that the applicant and/or owner shall comply with the requirements of Central District Health, and put a period there. And the master site plan stamped on September 3rd, 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Blitman. Do we have a second? Commissioner Birch is seconded.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Just a quick question if possible. So would that delay the process going forward? Because then we'd have to come back in a month and then reapprove that as written, or can they do that right now?
Yeah, would that be required or revised?
My understanding is that when we've done these in the past like this, they've been able to not have them to be revised.
Okay.
So they've been able to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah, 'cause
And not
it's not a
delay it.
change- It's not like a going against.
The findings of facts doesn't change, they're just changing one line. But that's a really good question.
Yeah, all right. All right, Commissioner Blitman, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, there's obviously some back and forth that needs to happen between Central District Health and the applicant and Ada County, and this gives everybody a lot of flexibility to do that back and forth. It's clearly stated that the county expects the applicant to comply with Central District Health, but exactly what those steps are looks like they need some working out. And part of my decision on this was based on Central District Health response to us. It was a form that just had a handwritten note in it that said, this is what we're asking for. So I'm not sure what level of review it went through. And so I think there's some more flexibility between Central District Health and the applicant. They need to figure it out, but then they could give something to the county, because we're not experts.
Thank you, Commissioner Moatman. Commissioner Birch, you have a second?
I appreciate Commissioner Blitman amending the condition the way that she has. I am frustrated on behalf of the applicant, as I know most of the commissioners here are also. Nothing is more irritating than being stopped by a bureaucracy. And so you go to the Central District Health, you request that they look at what you've presented to them, and as the applicant has said, you get no response. And so what I'm hoping is that our staff will work with the applicant. If the applicant continues to get no response, perhaps communicate that to staff to see if staff can do anything to jog them into looking at this and helping the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. Any additional comments? Go ahead, Commissioner Birch. Oh, go ahead.
I think it was just a quick comment. This is a really nice building, definitely an upgrade for that neighborhood, and it's good to see something like that going in there. Approved, too.
I'm actually going to vote against the motion because I am leaning into the applicant a little bit more. I am very frustrated with Central District Health that they kind of are hand jamming the requirement. It's almost like they didn't entirely know what they wanted and they just kind of threw it out there. I would be more inclined to agree with what they would prefer, which is allow the building to move and then use a certificate of occupancy, because if the hangup is septic, it's not going to be used. The septic system is not going to be used until it's occupied. So that would be the actual holdup, and we would take the onus off of the government and the bureaucracy holding things up to putting it on the applicant when it comes to building this. They would take the risk of having the having it being built and then not being occupied on their own property. And I understand that there is a bit of the county potentially eating that down the road if it never is occupied, but that is extraordinarily rare. So I think I would have liked to see the motion. I'm in favor of the project, make no mistake, but I would like to see the motion be that we can move forward with the construction, and then it's based on the certificate of occupancy that will be the gateway, so to speak. So,
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't think they can get a building permit, so they can't start construction without Central District Health signing off.
I was under the impression that that's what the whole thing was the building permit was going to be allowed so they can start construction on this without Central District Health's approval.
They'll have to get that waiver.
It's a requirement of Ada County Code.
Yeah.
What's the waiver then?
Chairman.
The memo you guys are asking for then?
Chairman Scott, the main issue is that the building code typically does require, or the building permit requires full Central District Health approval, and planning and zoning doesn't have any authority over the building code. So that is the main hangup. If you were to want to request this without that memo or approval from Central District Health regarding the building code, I would have to make sure that we have the authority to do
So
that.
the memo you guys were asking for, though, wouldn't even supersede the building code then?
So
that memo, does that memo even matter?
So the building code and its interpretation is by the building official, and in previous conversations with the building official, he has stated that if they did get a memo from Central District Health, he would be okay with having it just be the certificate
So
of occupancy.
then the building could be built, if that's the case, correct?
Yes, it would have to be decided between Central District Health and our building official, because it deals with the building code.
Okay. So but the current on the table is, we're not having the memo we're just going as it is, and if there's a memo that could come, or I'm trying to get them, if it's allowed, because you just said the building guy, the building official would allow a memo to continue forward. If we go with as it is, that memo would not, it would be Central District Health deciding if they want to provide the memo at this point, whereas I would like to allow them to start building, and then Central District, because Central District Health has a tendency to hang things like this up with their, and I'm just trying to figure out a way, and it doesn't change the motion. Like, I clearly am a very minority in this situation, so I just am kind of gaming it.
The main thing is, Chairman Scott, the main thing is that I am not sure if, I don't know the exact specifics of the building code with regards to Central District Health. I don't know if there is a specific code stating you need to get Central District Health full approval before we issue any building permit. If it's just policy, then that may be something we can address at this, but I don't know that. If
Oh, I
we were
understand.
going that motion, we'd probably need to table. But you can direct staff to work with the applicant and Central District Health to try and come to that meeting.
Yeah.
So that is something you can do.
Okay. I appreciate it. It's just, this is very weird, so I just was just saying, so, yeah, Commissioner Birch?
With respect to what Chairman Scott has just said, what I wonder is, Ms. Haynes, if you could make the request, I'm presuming you'd make the request of legal counsel for the Board of County Commissioners and for this commission, right? And so you'd ask them, what do you think of us doing this? And then the attorney would give you guidance, is that correct?
Chairman and Commissioner Birch, I would first ask the building official, because if it is just for policy, then likely we could have this condition, but if it's with the building code, then likely legal counsel would probably get involved to confirm that.
So the benefit to the applicant would be if we knew the answer to that, and it doesn't have to be done, obviously, tomorrow, but if we knew the answer to that, and if Central District Health continues to drag their feet, and we would look at it and we would say, there's no reason for them to do that. We are frustrated. We know that we can do this and approve it and allow them to start building based on what the building inspector or whoever and our attorney says. Then the obvious, I don't want to call it a threat, but encouragement to Central District Health is, if you don't get on the stick and approve this, we are going to approve it and we will allow construction to begin. I mean, that is the, I think that the applicant has done a very good job here on behalf of their client tonight. And I'm just not wanting to see them lose basically an entire construction period. And so if it would not be a big deal to do it, I would like to see if staff could find out the answer by checking with them and saying, look, you got the Planning and Zoning Commission, it's all set to go ahead and, if they could, allow this person to start building, but we don't want to do it given the requirements of Central District Health. But if Central District Health does not respond, then if we know we can do it after appropriate inquiry, then the applicant could come back and we can go, fine, we're going to let you go ahead and start, regardless, even though we don't have the Central District Health approval.
Chairman and Commissioner Birch, I am perfectly happy verifying with the building official on whether or not this is enforced due to policy. However, if it is due to building code, I think it would be not recommended to use county lawyers to try and pressure Central District Health to issue permits for an applicant. I think there are other ways we can go about inter-department cooperation through other ways. And having this condition be the way it is does give freedom, and I do think that our staff is prepared to work with Central District Health, maybe be a little bit pestering if necessary, but I think we can make this work the way it is. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not the building official, so I can't really give any positive confirmations on that, but I can guarantee that I, as the planner in the project and the building official, will at least talk with Central District Health to try and come with a solution that works for the applicant.
No, I appreciate that, Ms. Haynes, and don't get me wrong, I was not implying that we would have the attorney for the county go in and try to pressure them. The way the pressure would work is, and we probably are never going to get there, but the way the pressure would work is the county attorney would advise us that, yes, you could do that. And then it would be us as a planning and zoning commission that would be applying that pressure to CDH. And we've done that before. We have, not with CDH, but we've done that with the City of Meridian. City of Meridian's come in, they've drug their feet, and they said, we absolutely don't want this. And they drug their feet long enough that we said, yeah, we're going to do it anyway.
Do you want to answer that?
Chairman and Commissioner Birch, I do think there's merit in your suggestion. I do not think that this project is probably the appropriate leverage to do so. One of the reasons our zoning code is written the way it is it provides a lot of authority to Central District Health because nearly every use in our code requires that it not be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, and Central District Health is our public health agency. So while I do think that your concerns have merit, I don't think this is necessarily the way to go about it, and it may be something to bring up with the board at a different avenue, but with this project, I do not think it is the appropriate way to go about it.
Well, I appreciate what you have said and the willingness of staff to work with the applicant, and you can always say please to Central District Health and try to encourage them rather than pressure them. So thank you, Ms. Haynes.
Commissioner Blitman?
I just wanted to make a comment. And somebody that I know was having issues with groundwater, and they had to completely redesign their building in order to accommodate a different sewer system. So it can impact the design of the building, which is one of the reasons that they usually want that done, or at least figured out mostly ahead of time. And the other thing that I want to remind us is that we're in charge of zoning, and we're not in charge of building. So we're in charge of whether or not this is appropriate zoned, conditional use permit. And so generally, we want to have our Central District Health sign off on what the plans are. And we don't get involved in the nitty-gritty about what that exactly is. And we let the building department and the planners work out that nitty-gritty part. So that's my recommendation.
Any additional questions? All right, seeing none. We still have the motion on the table after the discussion. So all those in favor of Commissioner Blitman's motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. No. Motion carries all but one. All right. Thank you, everyone involved in that. We'll move on to the next item, which is item number 202501442-ZC-DA-S-PR, and this is QRS Consulting LLC, and we'll look to Ms. Haynes for the staff report.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to step out and recuse myself from this next project.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you, sir. Nope.
Chairman and Commissioners, project number 2025-01442-ZC-DA-S-PR is a zoning ordinance map amendment and development agreement to rezone a property from the rural residential district to the rural urban transition district, as well as a preliminary plat and private road to create a 4-lot subdivision. The property consists of 2 lots located at 1272 Locust Grove Road and 988 Locust Grove Road and contain 23.3 acres in the rural residential district. The property is within CUNA's area of impact, and CUNA city limits is within approximately 1 to 2 miles away. Most of the surrounding property is rural residential or agricultural uses. Staff supports the proposed rezone as the City of CUNA's future land use map plans this area to be low-density residential in the future. The proposed rezone to rural urban transition complies with the future land use map, as the 5-acre lot size will allow for redevelopment if the city annexes the property in the future. The proposed subdivision, the Scotland subdivision, would be a replat of 2 existing lots in the Pure Country Estates subdivision and the England subdivision. The subdivision would also have a new private road originating off of South Locust Grove Road and curving upward to serve 3 of the 4 lots in the subdivision. The proposed lot and road design meet county code for subdivision standards and the dimensional standards of the rural urban transition district. The application was transmitted to agencies concerned with the protection of the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as neighbors within 1,000 feet. Ada County Highway District commented with requested right-of-way dedication, restricting any other direct lot access from South Locust Grove Road, and approved the connection of the private road to Locust Grove with standard improvement conditions. Boise CUNA Irrigation District commented that more information is needed regarding the irrigation system, as well as engineer certificates regarding the irrigation, drainage, and water rights. Central District Health is requiring additional information regarding the high season groundwater, which will be determined by groundwater monitoring from February to October in 2026. A land development application through Central District Health will also be required. The City of CUNA Planning and Zoning Department commented that they have no objections to the proposal. The county engineer is requiring a water adequacy supply study to be submitted that shows there is an adequate water source to provide for individual wells, as well as requested revisions to the preliminary plat to better identify the water source, sewage disposal, and irrigation system. He is also requiring standard conditions regarding the construction and completion of the private road. These comments were all incorporated into the conditions of approval, and at this time, no neighbors have submitted comments on this project. Staff finds that the application complies with the Ada County Code and recommends approval to the Commission. The Commission is encouraged to take any testimony presented tonight before making their recommendation to the Board. This presentation will be known as Exhibit Number 42, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Haynes. Does the Commission have any questions for staff? I do have one question. This new, it's not, maybe not new, but this April to October thing that Central District Health is doing, this is like the first time I've heard of it. Maybe it's just a fluke that there have been like 2 projects in a row now. Is this a new thing they're doing where it's like where they,
Hasn't been, no,
what's that?
it's not new.
I just have it never came up in previous Central District Health stuff where they're hanging up projects until October every time now. I'm just curious, because that's never been a thing before that we've heard. And maybe they're just got a new guy that's just sending them off that way or something. I don't know.
Chairman Scott, I believe it depends on the area and possibly how much information is
I gotcha.
already gathered in that specific area.
Okay, I'm just wondering. All right, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? All right, we'll go ahead and bring the applicant forward. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation. Is the applicant here? Oh, good. Yes, sir, please just state your name and address, and you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation.
I'm not actually the applicant, but I'm the developer and owner of the property. My name's James Williams, 3386 Country Lane in CUNA. And I'm a little amazed that Central District Health is asking us to monitor the groundwater there as well, because we've put in 4 different septic systems that had monitored holes, but I'll discuss it with them, and I have nothing else to add. It's a pretty straightforward plan that we have.
Any questions for the applicant or developer? All right. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Is there anyone in the audience that has any comments pertaining to this application? No, seeing none, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to staff for any questions. Any questions for the commission, for staff? I do have one question. So is it a condition then that they, once again, wouldn't be able to do anything, build on this until this Central District Health thing is completed?
So for subdivisions, Central District Health needs to sign on the final plat. And if there were conditions like groundwater monitoring that the applicant wanted to defer, I believe a sanitary restriction can be implied, but that sanitary restriction would have to be limited before any single-family home building permits were issued.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wondered. All right. Any additional questions? All right. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and turn it back over to the applicant. If you have any other comments at all, you good? All right. That being said, we'll go ahead and open it up for a motion from one of my fellow commissioners in favor or against, and we'll discuss. Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein, I move the commission recommend approval of project number 2025-01442-ZC-DA-S-PR, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A and the preliminary plat dated September 3rd, 2025.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Olson got it in first. So, all right, Commissioner Murphy, you want to speak on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it looks like a nice development. It's a shame it's got to go. I'm with you as far as the March to October or whatever requirements because of floodplain is drawn on this, but definitely in favor of controlling what we can, and that would be moving this forward. And the applicant will have to work with CDH, which the C in that I think is for compromise. So it should be a good project once it's down that path.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Colson, you have anything?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I think it's a great plan, and again, I have filled your pain with CDH, so sorry you guys have to go through with that.
Any additional comments? Commissioner Wickstrom?
I'm sorry, let's make it back to staff. Looking at the way it's laid out, so they can't start anywhere on this until the CDH is signed off on it, and that would be for the full project. So, I mean, obviously there are areas that aren't going to be affected or less likely to be affected, but it's all taken as one big batch, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of a frustrating situation, but like Commissioner Colson said, it's not really anything we can do about it other than gripe on the record.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, so, all right, any additional comments or questions? No, seeing none. All right, with that being said, we'll go ahead and bring this to a vote. All those in favor of Commissioner Murphy's motion, say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. All those opposed, say no. Seeing none. All right, thank you so much for everyone. We'll move to our last item, but before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and allow for about a 10-minute recess to give everyone a break to get a drink and stuff, and then we'll move into the final item which is the big one.
6 exhibits that were added to the record. And just kind of at your pleasure, you have those before you. I don't know if you have questions for me before you hear from the applicant and testimony, but I did submit the information that was provided.
So I do have a question. Since the record was closed, but we added additional stuff to the record, including these, do we reopen the entire record and discuss everything, or is it limited to the discussion on the items that were added?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, technically that's up to your discretion, but at the September 11th hearing with the motion, it was specified that the public record or hearing would be limited to these 5 items, and you would consider testimony on those topics only.
Okay. I'm just curious because, yeah, I watched it and I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't present at that, but I did look through watch the video and everything. So and I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners for this, but from the chair's standpoint, I agree with what the commission agreed with on the September 11th, that we should limit this to the 5 new items rather than just going down a rabbit hole. And it would be part of it just to save time. I don't want everyone having to come back up here and discuss the whole universe of what's going on here. So we'll just limit it to those 5 items if that's all right with the commission. I guess, Commissioner Bilben?
Commissioner Scott, the 5 items that you're referring to are the items on the letter dated September 12th, which was an acoustical study, comprehensive, prepared by a qualified third party, include all proposed shooting range locations, address multiple off-site locations identified in testimony, and account for a diverse range of firearm types. And the second item was wildlife mitigation, coordinate with the Idaho Fish and Game, Development Service staff, and other relevant agencies to come up with mitigation measures. And then wildfire safety, a wildfire mitigation plan. Transportation and access, provide documentation demonstrating coordination with ACHD, submitted any applicable input requirements by ACHD, and then operational details, submit the proposed hours and days of operation for the shooting range for commission review. So that's the 5 items that we
Correct.
talked about.
And I don't want to unilaterally from the chair, I guess I could unilaterally from the chair do it, but I just want to get the opinion of the rest of the commission, just if they're fine with that. Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I just want to make it clear that we did not say that if these 5 items are addressed, that we're necessarily going to approve this project. It was, these are 5 items that were raised as important items that the members of the public had wanted to discuss. And so we're giving the applicant an opportunity to come back and say, here's how we have addressed those 5 items. And our decision will be based on that and on the public response to those specific items.
Yeah, I agree. I was just going to limit what all of the, whether it's the applicant and the audience's comments were to those 5 items. So we're not, like, let's say someone wants to talk about round calibers or something like that. That's off. We're talking just about these 5 items. That way we can move this through efficiently and not, like I said, once around the world with this all over again. So is there any opposition to that? Commissioner Murphy? No? All right. That's how it will be. Just for everyone, I'm just going to remind everyone, please be respectful. Again, we are just volunteers up here. We are not elected. We choose to do this for some reason. And I just ask you guys to please be respectful of each other. I see on here there is a lot in favor. There is a lot of opposed. That is incredibly rare usually. Usually we have one that's very one-sided, so please don't talk over each other and yell from the crowd. Even clapping, things of that kind of disruptions and stuff like that. So just really appreciate everyone sticking around, and we'll go ahead and get started with the applicant coming forward with their presentation. Again, limiting it to just those 5 items, please, and you'll have 15 minutes. And please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Michael Forsyth. My address is 15401 North Cartwright Road. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, you have heard the prior testimony on September 11th, and now newly provided details from the various third parties have been submitted. Those details were positive for our use, and I'm happy to see the questions from the last hearing have been answered. so favorable to us. I will limit my comments to the pertinent items as requested and cover those items of question that remain from the last meeting. We've already seen those up there. But first, Commissioners, I am remiss if I do not remind you that the private resource for which we use to legally discharge firearms does not meet the code requirement language for a shooting range. We are here because of the coercion of Ada County. Moreover, while you were exposed to this information in my last presentation, because there was a lot of information to provide to you and a lot of holes and failed reasoning in the staff report to expose and point out, I was rushed and I don't believe you were able to digest this very important matter. We have been denied due process by Ada County. Let me explain. I have taken the position that the county has denied its due process from the beginning of the matter. I hold to it, and I've explained it repeatedly to Mr. Beck, attempting to avoid obtaining court injunction. Such efforts have been ignored. I will remind you, we have never received a citation for a code violation. Therefore, there is no conclusive order by a court that we have violated the code. No, merely an allegation of a code violation, and yet Mr. Beck has refused to acknowledge the matter as a mere allegation, and has informed me he would not process and approve my family's building permit necessary to build our home on this property. Let that sink in. Due process is denied when an individual is denied his rights by the government, the opportunity to be heard and to defend himself from allegations. Here, we've been denied the right to a legal hearing regarding the code violation, which has led to being denied the right to build our home upon the property. Now I'm going to move on to address the individual questions regarding the matter at hand. But first, each government agency I spoke with indicated that as a general rule of thumb, when the agency has no concerns, they either send no response or a minimal response. A lack of lengthy response or any response does not indicate an adverse position to the application. Now, regarding the requested fire abatement study. Our fire study was provided to staff and is in the public record. As you may remember from my prior testimony, we have already provided or compiled or complied with the fire safety suggestions, and let me remind you, Eagle Fire did not have concerns or objections to our use of the private resource. The fire concern has been resolved. However, those opposing the project will never be satisfied, according to their own words. In testimony last hearing, and I'll remind you, when a woman was asked directly if she was satisfied with the existing fire mitigation plan, and she was reminded that Eagle Fire Department is satisfied, she responded no. Because we have implemented the fire mitigation plan and the local responding fire department has no issue with the application, again, this issue has been resolved. Now, regarding Cartwright Road use and ACHD response. ACHD's development department has absolutely failed to communicate with me. I requested a response from ACHD after the county regarded this matter as requested by the commissioners. I was indicated a response would come, and no response came. Frankly, this action is unacceptable from a government organization with duties to its citizens. However, I was able to speak to 2 different traffic engineers before ACHD's development department became involved and ceased their communications. Both engineers agreed the use of the road was quite appropriate, and the addition of 15 vehicles daily fell well below making an impact on the road's designed maximum use. Both engineers expressed disbelief at the request for comment, considering such minor use. Cartwright Road is designated a rural collector and local road, and as such is designed to support 2,000 vehicles per day. A recent traffic study identified 632 vehicles currently utilizing this portion of Cartwright Road. Because no additional development has occurred that would increase the use of this portion of Cartwright Road, it's reasonable to use the same figures as the study. In reviewing 15 additional vehicles per day, you'll see there's no harmful impact on Cartwright Road. This is a mere increase from 632 vehicles to 647 vehicles, a minor increase of 2.3% and well below the 2,000 vehicle threshold. Again, while I requested follow-up comments from ACHD, I received no response. Because the additional use of the road related to the application does not encroach upon the limitation of the road's capacity, this issue is resolved. Now, regarding the sound from the use of the private resource and the sound study. We submitted the first sound study to the commission shortly after the prior hearing. The submitted sound study clearly indicated that we were compliant with all state code requirements regarding sounds from the discharge of firearms. However, acting in good faith, we commissioned a second sound study, providing more information, including weather conditions, raw data, and several more data collection points, and have submitted that to the public record and the commissioners. The results of the sound study show without question that the use of the private resource for the discharge of firearms never reaches or crosses the Idaho Code threshold of 64 decibels. Moreover, Idaho Code Section 552605 expressly prohibits the county from enacting any limitations or restrictions more stringent than already provided by state code. This means that provided the weapons discharged do not cross the 64 decibel threshold, any limitation to the type of weapons discharged or requirement to further reduce noise is void as a matter of law and unenforceable. We have, by professional sound study twice on 2 different microphones with 2 different sets of environmental conditions, shown without question that the discharge of firearms on the private resource is well below the state's threshold. Requiring any further reduction or limitation is prohibited by code and unenforceable. The burden of proof has been met and has shifted. The burden of proof is now on those opposed to the project to show our data inaccurate. In the prior hearing, there was also a statement made that the cadence of the discharge now is probably different than the cadence of the past. That is not an accurate assumption. The Armalite rifles discharged today are the same type of Armalite rifles discharged since the 1970s. Additionally, during the 1990s and the collapse of the Soviet Union, many Kalashnikov rifles were imported from the Soviet Union and heavily discharged on the property. My grandfather loved those guns. Because we have shown twice that the use of the private resource does not violate Idaho Code on noise limitations for the discharge of firearms, that the noise has been fully addressed, once again to create restrictions more stringent than Idaho Code already provides, is prohibited again by Idaho Code and unenforceable. Therefore, this issue is resolved. Now, regarding the wildlife concern and the sensitive wildlife overlay, I find it important to educate the Commission on this overlay map and the intent regarding its creation, as it was explained to me directly by Idaho Fish and Game. Again, Idaho Fish and Game, being the subject matter on Wildlife Matters, provided a lengthy response to the county in which they had no objection to our use and found no problem with this application. That letter is in the public record for your review. In short, prior to Fish and Game working with the county on the overlay, Fish and Game would receive multiple requests for reviews on every project in the county. This became burdensome. Fish and Game worked directly with the county to develop a map overlay showing only those areas for which Fish and Game found it necessary or desirable to review projects to determine if there was any adverse impact to which they were concerned. This is the overlay map we are discussing now. This map was developed primarily to educate staff about what areas Fish and Game would like to review and to confirm Fish and Game would not be overloaded with requests. This was never intended by any party creating the overlay to prohibit any use of those properties falling within the overlay, but again to obtain Fish and Game input as to whether they objected to the use and if use conditions were appropriate. The overlay covers 41,478 acres in Ada County. Development, in which most opposed to this application, covers 1,571 acres and approximately 3.79%. Our property covers 1,363 acres and the private resource covers 3.37 acres, which is merely 0.0089% of the overlay. As you can see, the objection to the use based on disturbance is simply a false argument. Development covering 3.79% of the overlay is much more destructive and disturbing to the wintering deer, and yet this development was approved by Ada County. If this was truly a concern of Ada County and the objectors, the development would not have been approved and the objectors would not be residents. However, because that's not the case, the basis for objection is a red herring and should be dismissed. Now, Mr. Beck bluntly informed me that only Ada County Development Services and the commissioners shall make determinations regarding the proposed use impact on animals, and still believes that this overlay prohibits the use, despite Fish and Game clearly having no objections to the application and its related use. Now, Mr. Beck has a degree in geography which is very helpful in his work related to development, but is not an expert in the field of wildlife management. I urge you, the commissioners, to disregard his opinion. Commissioners, I strongly urge you and recommend you take the opinion of the subject matter expert, Idaho Fish and Game, and find this fully addressed. Now, I have also provided an alternative suggestion as allowed by Ada County Code 853-105D for wintertime use, and I've submitted that to the commission as a memo from Valence providing those details. In short, we're offering to limit the hours of use to those hours suggested by Commissioner Colson in the last hearing, continue to feed the wintering deer from our own ranch commodities, hay, and pasture, and provide them with safe refuge. Because we have shown that Fish and Game, the subject matter expert, has no objections and concerns for wildlife health and safety related to the private use, we have offered an alternative under 105D, and we will show you firsthand video footage of the deer, along with the testimony of others, typical of their reaction during the use of the private resource. We have shown that the overlay map is not dispositive to approval of this application. We have satisfied the burden of proof to show the use will not adversely affect sensitive wildlife. Commissioners, we have bent over backward to provide as much information as possible to you, and we have acted in good faith along each step. County staff has repeatedly shown personal bias in the process and multiple times moved the goalpost. Now, Commissioner Colson, you were perceptive when you stated that you would prefer to approve this application and the lawful use of private property, where you may insert stipulations rather than have the activity take place a few yards away with no stipulations. At this time, we've provided in good faith responses and solutions to each concern brought forth by the community and commissioners, and we have acted safely and responsibly in use of the property. Therefore, we are no longer interested in negotiating and compromise with the neighbors beyond what has been provided here. Frankly, a less desirable but very real option is for people to use the adjacent BLM land. Again, the use of this BLM property does not require any approvals from the county. It could be used at any time of the day or night, at any distance from other outdoor recreation, during any season, without proper backstops, without limitation to sound, including explosives and automatic weapons, and certainly without any fire mitigation efforts, all legally. Again, this is less desirable, but a real alternative option, as this use is common and regular in other areas of Ada County. I ask you to approve this application clean, without the addition of unreasonable and unrelated staff conditions, but with the use conditions which the applicant and Valence have offered, which are in direct response from you during the last hearing and are reasonable and limited. That's all I have to say.
Does the commission have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wickstrom?
So you mentioned there were new, you adjusted the hours that you're going to be open and available?
Yes, that memorandum is in the public hearing, it was submitted for your review.
Can you explain what those hours?
I'll let Mr. Castillo speak to that very specifically. He intended to testify to that.
But you don't know what they are?
It is between 8 and 4 p.m. or 7 p.m., depending on whether it's wintertime or summertime.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Rowley?
Yeah, along the lines of Commissioner Strickland's question regarding operating hours, the memo talks about number of hours per week on a summer schedule and a winter schedule, but does not talk about open and close hours. That's kind of what we were asking for.
Sure. Historically, we would not be operating before 8 a.m., and we've never operated past 7:30 p.m. So it wouldn't change. And then in the wintertime, because it gets dark long before that, it's cut off long before that as well.
Any additional? Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled up one of the public gun ranges in Idaho, Blacks Creek. Their hours, June to October, June 1st to October 31st to be specific, is 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Thursday through Sunday. And then November 1st through May 31st, so the winter time, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now, that's not to say if there's an animal on your property or whatever, like you have the right at any time. But as far as the time frame when you have more friends over, would that be a good kind of estimate to go with based upon Commissioner Rowley's concern about it? It does kind of just say 10 hours or 20 hours a week, you know what I mean?
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Murphy. At this moment, I still feel that 8 a.m. is a very reasonable time that I could begin, and during the summertime, 7 is a very reasonable time to end, and then during the wintertime, 6, 5:30, it gets dark, so it may be even sooner than that. Also, very reasonable time. We really are trying to be reasonable.
Absolutely, yeah. So you're saying specifically then, because we're talking about hours and because it's not in the thing, so you're saying winter, you're saying 8 a.m. to
I would
6?
say we probably couldn't shoot after 5:30 if I wanted to.
Okay. And then summer would be 7 to?
Oh, no, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay.
7:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner Blitman?
Yeah, when I look at the Fish and Games response, it says that the applicant has agreed to take other steps, not allowing tracer or steel core rounds, covering the range area with artificial turf, and surrounding it with earthen berms to contain projectiles and reduce the potential of wildfires. So those are things that you're going to do as part of the project.
Or have already done, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the other question I had, can I go ahead
Yeah,
with
go
one more
ahead.
question? And I am not a gun expert. I just shoot a 22, so I'm not a gun expert. But we wanted a various ranges of different guns because the automatic rounds had a different sound.
And that should be in the study.
But the
we-
study listed 2 different kinds of guns.
And generally, that's all that's, aside from hunting, that's all that's shot at those locations.
And are those automatic, those 2 kinds of guns, are they automatic guns? I'll list them off for you.
I think that they're defined as by caliber, both 9mm and .223 caliber. The 5.56.
So maybe somebody else can tell me if they're like multiple shots or if
Yeah.
they're just one shot.
Commissioner Blitman, so the round is the same and the sound is the same regardless of whether it is a single pull fire or if it has a single pull and multiple outcomes. It's the same sound. That round is the same sound no matter how fast you shoot it. Hopefully that helps.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't get louder the more you shoot, essentially.
Any other questions, commissioners?
I think I'm done. I've got a couple questions for staff.
I do have a question. So, interestingly enough, I actually am kind of an expert in sound traveling. I'm looking at the study. Sound, and I agree with the premise on the sound travel, even reaching, but it says you're still ranging 35 decibels into Hidden Springs. It should be 0. Like, it should be 0 decibels. 2 miles sound from a gunshot over open air is not going to travel. I mean, it might be 0 to 5 decibels. I'm just kind of weirded out by all the sound testing we've done in the various universities I've done it in, that you're getting that far of a travel of a shot. So I'm just kind of, it's actually, my opinion, a head scratcher in the opposite direction from you. I think it's going to be much quieter, but I just am curious because, yeah, we've usually sound drop off from a round is like maybe 1.25 miles. So I just was curious. It's just not it's actually getting louder. So I was just curious about that, so.
Mr. Chairman, the sound engineer who performed the test is here to testify to it today.
Okay, that's cool. I just was very curious because it's increasing. I've never seen, unless there's some weird acoustics that's bouncing off. Anyways, but yeah, so that's the only question I have. Any other questions?
Should we call up the sound?
Yeah, we can, if we want to bring up the experts as part of the applicant's testimony, that's fine, I think, because they're going to go for more than 3 minutes because we're going to have questions for them. I mean, that's kind of my
Up to you,
prerogative,
Mr.
right?
Chairman.
Yeah. All right. Actually, I mean, yeah, if possible, can we just, I know you have like the property owner, Ted?
That is me.
That's you, okay. And then any of those experts that you have, just to kind of clear that out real quick, can we just get those people to come forward so we can just hash out all the technicalities of all of this, if possible? So we can, and then we can, that way we can answer some, maybe some of the questions that are going to be had can be answered before. So, oh, yeah, just state your name and address and.
My name is Matt Archer. Address is 12936 North Sixth Ridge Road, Boise, Idaho.
So,
I am a resident of Hidden Springs.
okay, and your expertise or what you're bringing forward is?
I can give you the entire thing. So I hold, I'll just go jump into everything, and then you can go ahead and ask any questions. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Matt Archer. I hold a BS degree in Audio and Acoustical Engineering from the Conservatory of Recording Arts and Sciences in Tempe, Arizona. I have 25 years of experience in audio and acoustics field. I am CTS certified, Smart Software certified, and a member of the Audio Engineering Society since 2004. I'm the founder and principal advisor of Tech Hub Incorporated, which provides audio engineering and acoustic consulting services. My role here is to simply present the calibrated factual sound measurements taken while the firing range was operating 9mm pistols and .223 5.56 caliber rifles on October 28, 2025, between 6 p.m. and 7:30. The sound readings that were captured were using factory-calibrated mini DSP UM1K1 RTA measurement microphone, which is an ANSI reference grade microphone widely used in professional audio measurement environments. All readings were recorded using REW, a smart-based measurement tool and industry standard software platform for accurate real-world sound analysis. So understanding measurements and scales. dBA measurements are the industry standard used in OSHA and the state of Idaho for environmental and occupational noise limits. dBA emphasizes mid-frequencies and filters out low and high frequencies content. Because of this, dBA readings are typically 10 to 20 decibels lower than dBc for the same sound. For this assessment, we use dBc because dBc measures the full human range of hearing from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz, including low frequency energy that travels farther than high frequencies. Firearm noises contain significant low frequency energy which dBA reduces or remove. Using dBc provides a more complete and conservative measurement of the actual sound energy reaching nearby properties. To put this in perspective, a reading of 50 dBc typically equals about 30 to 40 dBA. To reach the county and state limits of 64 dBA, a sound would generally need to measure 74 to 84 dBc. The sound readings that were taken at multiple locations around Seven Gates property included Arata Ranch, Rolling Hills neighborhood, and nearby neighboring properties. These represent the closest and most relevant residential receptors. During active firearm operation, the highest reading at the nearest residence, Arata Ranch, was 47 to 50 dBc. All other locations, including Rolling Hills and nearby, range from 25 to 40 dBc. None of the readings came anywhere equivalent to 64 dBA limit, which would require roughly 74 dBc or higher. All measurements remained well below city, county, and state noise limits, even using more sensitive and full spectrum dBc scale. This was not intended to be a full environmental impact study, but a factual measurement summary of sound levels recorded during the testing period. My involvement is limited to collecting calibrated measurements and reporting the results. Thank you for your time. I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? I do have a question. So I'm just kind of curious because generally sound falls off at, it's like the inverse square law, basically, where sound falls off. So by the inverse square law, they should be having 0. Wouldn't it be? I mean, because by 2 miles, at even at 100 decibel fire or 150 decibel, inverse square means that they're getting 0 in the neighborhoods, according to the math. Now, your equipment, I'm just wondering if it was just highly sensitive or something, or there's environmental factors, because I was just surprised to see that there was sound even reaching neighborhoods.
Yes, that's a great question. So as far as the way sound travels, it is dependent on environmental. So if you have barriers or if you have wind, different environmental temperatures, that will affect the sound and how it travels.
So is there any chance that it could be louder than based on environmental factors? Or were you testing for the absolute maximum possibility?
Testing for the actual maximum possibility. That's why DBC scale was used, to show that it was incorporating the entire frequency spectrum from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz.
Thank you. That's the only question. Sorry if that was a bit nerdy. Go ahead, Commissioner Bowman.
I know nothing about this. So say that you were to test and then there's some cars going by at the same time you're doing the test. You're just measuring how much sound is there. You don't know if it came from the shooting range or if it came from the car going by the street.
So the type of microphone that is used is a directional microphone. So whatever direction that you're actually hearing the sound frequency is what is going to pick up. So all of the recordings that were done were used without any interruption of any passing vehicles or anything. It was completely silent, and the environmental conditions were perfect. There was some wind, and there was some that there wasn't wind. So it was a nice, rounded overall view of how it actually happens on a regular basis.
Can I ask another
Yeah,
question?
go for it.
So during this hour and a half or 2.5 hour period, it looks like a half hour, like so 6 to 7:30,
Yes,
an hour and a half.
90 minutes.
How many readings would it do, or was it continuous reading?
So it was different locations for a short amount of time, but it was capturing what was happening while the firing was taking place. So they were actually, the firearms were shooting during that period of time, so we were able to capture the exact time frame that they were shooting.
Let me ask the question a different way. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different locations.
Correct.
So was each location monitored for an hour and a half, or was each location monitored for like 10 minutes and then you go to the next
It was about
location?
10 minutes, yeah.
Okay. And I'm not a sound expert, but what's the typical sampling that you would need to do for something like this?
So a typical background reading, I will say that without any noise, it depends on where the location is because you'll actually have sound traveling. So if you're top of a hill, you're going to hear more of the noise from wind and other things. But if you're tucked into more of the neighborhoods or more of the locations that were studied, the measurements that were taken, there is very minimal background noise. And there was even times where there was birds that were louder than, the firing range a mile away.
Let me ask the question one more way, because
Yeah.
I'm obviously not asking it right. So what's the industry standard for how long you'd need to monitor, or how many times you'd need to monitor to get a sample set? So like, in my work, sometimes we have to look at 3 or 4 different or 5 different options to feel like we've got enough that we've looked at.
Yeah.
That we have a big enough sample to make a professional recommendation.
Yeah. So it can vary. It depends on what it is. So industrial areas, they have to have a more conclusive study that is taken. There is no actual standard for anything that's environmental unless it's being done by industrial or something like that.
Any additional?
Does that answer your question a little bit more?
I guess I'm looking for, in your professional opinion.
Yes.
Is the 5 minutes enough time to?
Absolutely.
To make a professional judgment?
Yes, absolutely. As a live sound engineer who was tasked with being able to stay within certain audio limits for county, city, that took place, we had to be able to present for at least 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, that we weren't hitting above the threshold.
Any additional questions?
One more question.
Yeah.
We asked for a third party, and so do you have any other relationships with the applicant, or is this a true third party
This is a true third party. This is a
assessment.
business that I operate myself. And I have been a professional audio engineer for over 26 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions, Commissioner Birch?
So I have a couple questions regarding beg your pardon, Chairman Scott, regarding calibers. So 9 millimeters were used as the pistol caliber.
Yes.
That is the most common caliber in
Yes.
circulation. The second most common caliber is a 45 ACP. How would that have differed with respect?
As far as I know, the operating firearms that they operate are 9 millimeter and 223 5.56. So those were what was captured. There was no anything past that. So if there was anything different, it's still, even if they used a 50 caliber, it still would not, still would not peak the level because of where the location is and how it's absorbed by all the sound. So does that answer your question?
Well, kind of. With respect to shooting a 50 caliber rifle there,
Yes.
I've heard them. They are loud, and they're going to be much louder than a 5.56. A 30-06 is much louder than a 5.56. And so you're telling me that it would be louder at the source.
Correct.
But by the time you get out to these distances, it would be so attenuated that there would be no noticeable difference?
Correct.
Or at least it wouldn't go before 64 dB?
Correct, yes. And to just put everybody's mind at ease, the very last measurement was taken on the BLM land, and I live adjacent in Hidden Springs, and I was actually able to register all the way out in the BLM land, the firing that was happening out there. So you're still going to hear stuff out there, and that was something that was happening on the side. I just went out there because I was hearing it, and I was like, I just took a measurement to just kind of show. And so it does not matter where on the hillside that they're shooting. There's shooting happening on other adjacent properties, and I can still hear it faintly from my location in Hidden Springs.
Interesting. So I'm sorry, if I can, one more.
Yeah.
So the measurements that are a technical measurement as opposed to what I might hear myself if I'm
Correct.
standing there, differentiate that for me. I mean, let me just give you an example. And the applicant, by the way, has never said, I'm going to limit the maximum handgun caliber to 9 millimeter. I'm going to limit the maximum rifle caliber to 5.56. And so, but they have said nobody'd be silly enough to be shooting 50 calibers out there, but certainly.
I've heard.
Have you?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Not on their property. I've heard on adjacent properties.
And so.
Yes.
People shooting stuff that will break your shoulder or wrist.
Exactly.
Seems a little silly. But if somebody is shooting, say, the 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum, which I think is the most common, largest caliber in a handgun, just for my hearing, if I'm standing somewhere where you go, no, it's not reaching 64 dB, but am I gonna notice a difference just personally listening to that compared to a very soft 9 millimeter?
I think we're kind of getting into a gray area because you could use all sorts of, I mean, technically, legally, somebody could operate a cannon. So as long as it's not operating, they're not operating within those, parameters, then I personally, from the information that I gathered on what they use and what they have been using, that is what I'm providing this evening.
Okay, so the bottom line is the result could be different if we're talking about handguns that are 44 Magnums or 500 Smith & Wesson Magnums, if we're talking about rifles that are 30-06 or 338 Win Mag, 375 H&H, if you're talking about any of those,
Yeah.
it could be a different result than what you're showing here. And so unless the applicant says, no, I'm limiting the handgun calibers to 9mm, and I'm limiting the rifle to 5.56, these don't mean much, do they? Without the applicant agreeing to those limitations.
And that's where you're stepping on Second Amendment rights, and I don't want to even touch that, so.
I can interject here.
I will,
I can interject here a bit. The maximum decibel level of any rifle, before you get into cannons, is 180 decibels. The fall off from that range is not going to be a massive increase. So you're talking a 35 decibel, which is about 5 decibels less than this air conditioner we're listening to right now. This is about 40 decibels is what you guys are listening
which rating scale are you talking
to.
about?
I'm just talking general DBA.
No, there.
Or DBC, sorry.
Okay.
So the fall off though, I mean, between 180 decibel 50 cal at max versus a 9mm is still going to be the same because sound travels in the same manner. It's just going to start at a higher decibel level, but that still means over time you're going to end up within a 35 to maybe at most 55, I think, based on the science of how sound travels. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you add 135 decibels is the standard like rifle 22 or 223, 5.56 or 9mm. You jump it to 165 decibels for 308, and then 50 is like 180 decibels. I don't think you're still going to break 64 at the neighborhood, correct? It's going to still fall off so significantly.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
That you're talking maybe at most 55 because, like I said, I guess my question is when you say decibels, is there a confusion in which decibels you're using versus what we're standard? Like so. 40, I'm thinking like a vacuum cleaner is how many decibels in your world? Because I'm thinking in the specific standard of everyone's.
Okay, so the way that typical decibels, like everybody understands, it's the entire frequency spectrum. So that is 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. That is DBC.
Okay.
So when you are referring to different decibel readings, DBA is what is required based on state regulations and OSHA requirements because those remove the low frequency and the high frequency and focus on the mid-range of frequencies that are acceptable.
So what would be like a vacuum cleaner in that standard then? If
It depends.
I'm just a generalized. I'm just trying to gain an understanding of.
So to give you an understanding of the environmental sound readings that were without anything, depending on the location, it was anywhere from 30 decibels dBA reading to 40, 45 decibels up at a higher elevation because you're getting wind and different things like that.
You said you picked up a bird. What were they reading at?
Bird was reading it up about anywhere from 25 to 30, and they were probably, 30 feet away, something like that.
I'm just trying to get an idea of
Scott,
what
if you look on page 6, the
Yeah, I was looking
typical
at it.
neighborhood sounds.
Yeah, I was looking at that. Because we're talking hearing it standing in your yard slightly and then going inside, and you probably aren't going to hear it because your internal house noise is going to.
Correct.
That's what my question is because, and I'm trying to get away from the DBA versus DBC to the real world ground truth of what you're actually hearing.
I would say that what you're hearing is somebody hammering on a roof, putting up roofing on their house. That's what it sounds like that I personally have heard. That's what it sounded like.
Okay.
So anything louder than that is not accurate information.
Okay. So that's based on both your I live here listening and your testing
Absolutely.
with your equipment? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Appreciate it. There's just differences in data and stuff, so I just
Yes.
have a layperson in here, so. Any other questions? Yeah, Commissioner Colson?
Real quick one.
Yeah.
So is it your opinion that no matter what they're shooting, if it's a 50 cal or, which we most likely won't hear, but say it's the next one down below that, at the neighborhood, is it gonna go over the 64?
No.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
Additional questions?
I mean, we've spent a lot of I've got a question. We spent a lot of time talking about the differences in guns. I'm kind of wondering how come we didn't just shoot some of those louder guns and see what the
I
sound
believe
test was?
because they don't operate those.
Okay.
They operate just typical firearm calibers that are used normally everywhere.
Okay.
All right. Any additional questions? All right, appreciate it very much for your time. Do
Thank
we
you
have
for
any
your time.
questions for the applicant? Because he kind of sat down as we talked to the sound guy here. We can bring him back up before we go to the public. None? All right. I guess if there's any that'll come up in the rebuttal as well, so.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your time. All right, I have an extensive list of people here. We're gonna actually start, is the person online still online?
They are still online.
We're gonna start with the person online just to get them offline. So can we just go ahead and,
Commissioner Scott, could I make one comment
Sure.
to the applicant so that he can work on it? There's going to be somebody that's going to come up and talk about the operational details, including the proposed hours and dates of operation. And so I would like more detail on that. And so there might be another piece of paper or something we don't have that better does that. And it can be addressed when the person comes up, which is fine, or at the rebuttal.
The person online is Steve Arota, or I probably mispronounced that, but.
okay. All right, sir, can you hear us? I don't know if I heard something quietly.
Yes, I'm here. I'm unmuted now.
All right, cool, thank you so much. So please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes for your testimony.
Great. I'm Steve Orada, the owner of Orada Ranch at 1122 West Orada Ranch Road. I've written previously and asked that a letter also be submitted for the public record. I find it concerning that the applicant is given the opportunity to submit written information, but the public is not allowed the same opportunity. Let me state that my background for the last 30 years as a civil engineer has been processing projects for entitlements for various residential and commercial projects. So I'm well aware of the process and requirements. This project was tabled from September 5th and 5 items are up for discussion. My comments are as follows. Number one, an appropriate acoustical study was to be presented. As a professional myself, I question the level of detail of this study, the equipment used, and the requirements of a disinterested third party. Mr. Archer's own Facebook page shows him as a proponent of Valiance. No sound measurements whatsoever were taken along the property line shared with our ranch, right across from the range, where the loudest noises are heard and where any mitigation would take place. No discussion on impulse noises on health were discussed. Number two, wildlife mitigation was to be discussed as the ranges fell right in the middle of a protected area. The memo from Idaho Fish and Game did no on-site investigation. They simply talked to the applicant and reported what the applicant said. I know for a fact range number 1 was built 2 years ago. Range number 2, the closest to our property line, started construction last year. They have not been on operation for years. Long distance range that is not even part of this application, yet advertised and used by Valiance for training, has been used by Valiance for less than 1 year. Mike's grandfather, Daryl, was a good neighbor and friend and never conducted tactical arms training and rapid fire that takes place now many times a week. 3 ranges are being used and none are permitted. Wildfire safety was not discussed for the most dangerous range, the long distance shooting range used and advertised. Access, number 4. For access, Mr. Forsyth stated publicly at the last meeting that we are unwilling to enter into a maintenance agreement for our road. This is entirely untrue. Mr. Forsyth asked me on June 12th if we were willing to contribute to some new road improvements and widening. On June 14th, we met and talked, and he said he needs to widen the road to 22 feet. I said we were perfectly happy with our existing 10-foot road, as it has been serving our ranch and family fine for over 100 years. I asked if he needed the widened road to do the new gun ranges, and he said, quote, maybe, and that he wanted to create a maintenance agreement for the road. I stated that we have no intention of entering into an agreement to build or maintain a road for commercial purposes. Cartwright Road has its own problems and needs to be discussed. However, to my knowledge, no public access to any BLM property is accessed from Cartwright Road, as has been stated. Operation details number 5 have been provided for the Valiance use. It was stated in the previous public hearing that Valiance only accounted for approximately 40% of the use. There's no discussion of the other uses. Please do the right thing and uphold the staff's recommendation to deny the project and then enforce the rules to ensure the uses stop. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do the commission have any questions? Thank you so much, sir, for your testimony. All right, we'll go ahead and start off with the list. Just understand that if you're not on the list, I'll still get to you. You just need to raise your hand once I get through the list entirely. We'll go ahead and start with, I believe is it a Cheryl Bukta? Huh?
I didn't put down to speak this time, but my husband did.
Okay, that's fine. Are you on this list too, or did you sign up, or?
Yes.
Okay. Did you put your name under hers?
Above,
Oh,
on the other.
okay, if you, yeah, that's fine. Just come on up. We'll go ahead and and also while he's coming up, just be aware that you guys have the opportunity, if you want to just say, stand up, say my name and address, and I'm for this, and then sit down. You can totally do that, or opposed, either one. That's something you guys can do as well. But if you do want to speak about it, you do have to come forward to the podium.
Mr. Chairman, I also do want to remind people that we need to limit it to these 5.
Yeah, the 5 topics and then 3 minutes, and state your name and address.
Okay. So Thomas Bukta, I live at 3798 West Deer Path. It's in the Rolling Hill subdivision. That lies approximately a mile from the proposed shooting range. I oppose the proposed shooting range. As currently proposed, it would allow for paramilitary type assault weapon trainings for individuals and groups. Despite the noise study submitted, we know what it will sound like because we live there and we hear it. We heard it yesterday. They were shooting yesterday. It's multiple rounds. It's groups of people practicing move and cover and multiple round shooting. You can verify that by just looking at Valiance's internet site. They'll tell you what kind of training occurs on the site. As anyone in Rolling Hills can tell you, it's nothing like the typical sounds of occasional target practice or hunting that we are used to in rural areas or that occurred over the years in that area. I mean, we all sight in our rifles before hunting season. We all target practice. We know what that sounds like. It's nothing like a paramilitary type training with assault weapons. Whatever the decibel level, it's disturbing. We hear it. It's disturbing and it's upsetting. It's upsetting to the people in their backyards or on the nearby trails and roads, whether they're walking or riding their bikes or walking their dogs. So I know that doesn't throw out the evidence presented by the noise study, but we hear it. It's very audible and it's very upsetting. With respect to the additional information submitted to the commission, I question what is Valiance's role with respect to the proposed permit? Are they responsible or is Seven Gates responsible for the hours and days of operation? Is theirs the only firearms activity that will occur on the site? If not, what other firearms training or use by individuals or groups can occur? And is it covered by the permit or will it be covered by the permit? Or will we even know about it? The input from Idaho Fish and Game falls short of a professional assessment of impacts, in my opinion, on critical winter range from this kind of firearms training. The Idaho Code stipulates that the proposed use shooting range should be outside the Snake River Birds of Prey Natural Conservation Area or Wildlife Habitat Area as depicted in the Ada County Comprehensive Plan. The Idaho Fish and Game letter completely ignores the language in the code. Staff reliance on Mike's assurances that the shooting activity that will occur has been happening for many years further calls into question the conclusion. It's not been happening for many years. It's totally different. The currently occurring and proposed paramilitary type training is nothing like what has happened in the past. We know it, we live there, we hear it. If the public is to respect closure of area trails to hiking and biking throughout Ada County to protect winter range values, what can possibly justify waiving similar requirements for a shooting range? as a Forest Service employee for 35 years, how many countless occasions have there been people wanting to do a one-time thing that's expressly forbidden, whether it's suction dredging in a closed stream or camping in an area that's closed? It's just one time. Well, the problem is, once that exemption is granted, what do you have to deny further requests for that same kind of exemption? You don't.
So I'm going to
Thank you.
hold you right there. Is it not beeping anymore? Is that not a thing? I'm just curious, or is it flashing red?
It should have.
Because it just flashes red. Sorry, this is like an administrator. Normally, there's a big beep that happens, and usually I'm reading, so I looked up.
Did I make it?
I'm not sure. That's the thing I'm asking. It's not a big deal. I'm going to hold everyone to the 3 minutes very strictly. But
I guess the beep wasn't turned on.
oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. Anyways,
I'm
go ahead.
finished. Those are my comments.
Okay. All right.
So
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Next up, shoot, is it a David Harris? Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes. And just be aware, there's going to be a beep if you go for 3 minutes. I'm going to hold to that because there's so many of you guys, and I want to make sure everyone has the time. So,
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dave Harris. I live at 11306 North 17th Way, Boise, Idaho, and Cartwright Ranch. Up until a year ago, I lived in Rolling Hills. I lived at 4124 West Deer Path Drive, and I moved to the new location. I've been a resident of that area since 2016, so nine and a half years. I lived and worked primarily in heavily urban and suburban areas in Los Angeles and the San Francisco Bay Area as a police officer for over 35 years before retiring in a command officer position and moving to the great state of Idaho. Best decision I ever made. When I chose Boise as my home, I was looking for peace and quiet. In other words, a more tranquil lifestyle that I had experienced for most of my adult life. When I discovered rural Idaho, I knew that I had found my home and where I wanted to live and enjoy life in this chapter of my life. A year ago, my wife and I decided we wanted to move into a new home, and we moved into North 17th Way, up at the top of the hill, so we have a clear view of the foothills, and we can hear everything in that area. I've become aware of some complaints about so-called noise issues that are related to the Valiant Firearms Training Group at Stack Rock Ranch off of Cartwright Road. I'm surprised that this is an issue of any real concern, as I can speak directly to this issue having lived in that area since 2016. On rare occasion, and I do mean rare, as in a handful of times in the period of time that I've lived there, I have heard a very light popping in the distance that I had to pause to discern what it might be. I can very affirmatively tell you that there is more noise coming from vehicle traffic on Cartwright Road in the form of loud motorcycles, rapidly accelerating cars, and the sound of construction going on in the form of hammering, pounding, and nail guns. There's a lot of construction going on in that area still. I realized that those noises, the popping, was people training in the proper use of firearms. That's a good thing. As a police officer, I saw a lot of destruction and damage to human lives that people use firearms improperly and unsafely. The gentlemen that run this organization for training, it is not paramilitary. They're helping people to learn proper, safe firearms use, appropriate firearms use. This training is extremely important because it helps to safeguard our communities. People are seeking that training, and Nate Castillo and his staff are doing an excellent job of providing that training. I can speak to that because I've been a firearms instructor for over 40 years. We need more people helping with this type of thing, and so my position toward you tonight as a resident of that area is this is positive, and I encourage you to support this situation. Thank you for your time.
thank you. Do we
I
have any
appreciate it
questions?
very much.
No question? All right, thank you, sir. Next up, I believe it's a LaDonna Graves.
She's not going to speak, that's my wife. Thank you.
Oh, okay, all right. Next is it John Ellie or Eel or?
Yeah, Ely,
Okay.
John Ely, 11071 West Langley Street, Star, in favor.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, this is a rough one. I'm sorry. It's a Nathaniel that lives on Broadwater Drive, 4876.
Yep.
Yeah, do you have you want to testify or you just stand up and say?
Just in favor.
Okay, thank you so much. I got a Leon, is it Borquez?
Yes, I'm here in favor.
Yeah, just name and address and then,
Beyond Bohorquez, 12560 Shadow Peak.
thank you so much. I have a Randy Knight. Randy Knight off Lolo Passway.
Yes, 4984 North Lolo Passway Meridian. I'm just here in favor.
Okay. Ed Wardwell. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to testify.
My name is Ed Wardwell. I'm at 13268 North DeChambeau Way in Boise, well, Hidden Springs. I want to thank the two marshals that are here, making sure that no one else is bringing guns to this meeting. I appreciate the fact that they are armed. They're trained, and they're part of the militia that we approve of. And that's something that we forget about in the Second Amendment. Second Amendment calls for a well-regulated militia. Those two officers are part of the militia. So is the state police. My grandson is a trooper here in the state of Idaho.
Sir, I'm sorry, is this pertaining to those 5 items?
Yes, because that's the elephant in the room. We need more regulation. We don't need more sharpshooters. We need more regulation. And the Second Amendment calls for well-regulated militia. And all these citizens who are going out without permits are now running around, got guns. And that's the danger. Not the violence. You know, when the sound of a bullet goes off and you hear it, it's already past you. It goes faster than the speed of sound, and it travels miles. There's a lot of danger. I bike and I hike in the area, and I'm not only afraid for myself, but my grandkids, and I have 2 great-grandkids, and I don't want them to have to deal with this when they come into my house. So I'm urging you to oppose this because we have enough violence in this country. We need to start drawing a line that we don't need more sharpshooters. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Is there any questions? Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, I have a Chrissy Garcia. Chrissy Garcia off Two Rivers Drive.
Chrissy Garcia, 435 West Two Rivers, Eagle. I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up, we have Brandon Garcia.
In favor, same address.
All right. I have a Rick Corley. Rick Corley off of Deer Path Drive. Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
So thank you. 3 minutes seems like a long time compared to the last meeting where I got about a minute and a half. But I strongly oppose this application for a private shooting range so close to my neighborhood. There's a whole host of reasons for that. Even the owners know that this in fact does add to the risk of potential wildfire, even though there are mitigation efforts proposed. I don't yet know how far they've been approved by the local fire marshal. That's not yet in the application. It does affect our quality of life. So we do have a private activity going on that does impact its neighbors. So that's really most of my bottom line. I only had a short period of time to look at the most recent 5 documents and try to disentangle what's going on in there. But I'm a research scientist, and I tend to look first and foremost at potential bias. And there's clearly areas where you have to acknowledge the biases in the things that you are doing, especially in terms of measurement technologies and interpretation. So most of this application really does slant towards convincing you that everything's all good and taken care of and it's solved. Well, it really isn't. Just listening to the sound engineer talking and about the decibels and all that, you know, Ada County is a little different. It doesn't have the decibel level. What Ada County does have is a plainly audible standard. And that standard, you know, deals with clearly audible inside a residence or at 100 feet away. And that's where noise becomes a problem. So we've got some discrepancy here of what we're trying to achieve. I can assure you that as a resident on Deer Path Drive, I'm a mile away from Cartwright Road. I can still hear it in my yard. I don't hear it in my house, as people have said, unless in my office I have my windows open, and I still can hear it. So sound does travel. And just sound just like the breeze, you're in a canyon situation where some of it's soft turf, lots of grass, or rocks, and sound will echo down these canyons towards our neighborhood. So I really want to know, and I haven't had an answer to this question, what role is Valiance on this application? I mean, it sounds like they're a great training group. They seem to have all the expertise for the mitigation efforts for the fire. They even try to deal with the noise reduction and so forth. That seems to be where all the expertise is. What happens if Valiance decides, nah, I'm not going to do it here. I'm going to go down, work, take our training to another place? Do we still have a permit in place? So where is lastly, where is, I guess, 3 minutes, so cut short. So if at all possible, written documents for these would actually be helpful to get on the record.
Thank you. Sir, what do you mean by written documents?
Well, we were not permitted to submit any more written comments.
Like because likely.
We have new documents set, and we can't submit written document commentary. We're just given the 3 minutes. And that's really not enough time to digest through the different issues that we still see.
I'm assuming it's because the public record was closed, correct? That's unfortunately, I think that's an unfortunate technicality that we can't really, by the rules, we're not allowed to reopen the record until the very hearing that we're in. And like, you can submit a written record now, but before then, that's unfortunately, by the rules, we're not allowed to do that. So, yeah, there's not.
Unfortunately, you're making a decision tonight without them. So you're left shorthanded on some of the information, so.
Any additional questions? No. Thank you so much for your time. I have a Mary Corley.
4659 West Deer Path Drive. I'm opposed.
All right, thank you so much. I have a Des Browning, or Broming?
Yes, right here. Right
Yeah, go ahead. State your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Desmond Browning.
Okay.
1115 West Yosemite Drive, Meridian. My family's Browning. We built the 1911 50 cal. We've lived in this area over 100 years. Potato farms, dealerships,
Can you
airplanes, all
come
kinds of
forward a bit
stuff.
for the mic? I'm sorry.
I
For the
apologize.
record that we've recorded.
We've been in these lands a long time. I've lived in Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles, Miami, and I understand the people that are opposing this. I am for Valiance training. They've moved here to Idaho because it is the safest state in the United States. There's a reason for that. Not only do we have the finest police force, sheriffs, LEOs, whatever you want to call it, we have a trained civilian population that does help and keep that all in check. So to take this away and wherever anybody's from or coming here, the moral decay in the states that you've been to, we don't want to see that here. We have a fabric that we do, and we just want to integrate it. We're not against you guys or anything like that, but this is part of what makes Idaho. Okay? And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Next up, I have, this is a difficult name, Kelly Pajzakiewicz.
That's my wife. She's in the car with the dog,
Oh.
so she's in favor.
Thank God she didn't hear me butcher her name. That was thinking. I got a Scott Hutchinson. Please state your name and address. And again, I know we're kind of going into the fringes away from the 5 things. Just please keep, I don't want to like interrupt everyone. I'm not going to try to be the topic police, but again, just as grown-ups here, please stay within the 5 parameter questions, if you would, please.
Hi,
Go
Commissioners.
ahead, name and address, please. Thank you.
Scott Hutchinson, 16856 Live Oak Place, Caldwell, Idaho. It's good to see you guys again. I just wanted to come up and clarify because you guys had a couple questions that it didn't seem like got answered. So Commissioner Commissioner Blitman, you had asked about the difference between automatic fire and other types. So to clarify, semi-automatic and fully automatic, semi-automatic is 1 round per pull of the trigger, fully automatic is multiple rounds per pull of the trigger. The sound does not change. I've worked in the past with the firearms companies, and in the firearms industry, I've worked on suppressor testing, so sound levels for different cartridges and things like that. Automatic fire does not change. The only instance that decibel level would change would be at a very extended rate of fire of 200 to 300 rounds, and you're starting to get heat and warpage of some of the materials within the firearm itself. You're not going to see that in any sort of use. And then the other question, Commissioner Birch, you had asked about different calibers. Again, to my experience with suppressor testing and sound testing for that type of thing, 9mm, what you're going to get from factory ammo out of like a Glock 17, which is about the most common firearm pistol you can find. And it's a pretty standard frame. So barrel length will change how it sounds, different primers, different loads. Some are subsonic and supersonic, but a generic 9mm out of a Glock 17, you're going to get about 157 decibels at the shooter. For 45 ACP, which you had asked about, which was one of the larger pistol calibers, you're going to get about 164 decibels. So that's a change of about 7 decibels. And so even if that 7 decibels stayed the same over the distance, right, if you're reading 35 at Orada or whichever location it was, that's only going to be 42 with that change in decibel. As far as 50 caliber, your standard 5.56 out of a Mark 18, you're looking at about 169 decibels. And your 50 caliber, some of the bigger stuff out of like a Barrett M1 or something like that, you're looking at about 180 decibels. So that's about a 10 decibel difference. So if you're getting 35 at Orada, that would put you at 45. So you're still well under that 64. But just to clarify, that's about the difference you see. It's about 7 from 9mm to the larger pistol calibers. It's about 10 decibels from standard rifle rounds to the Barrett. One of the things that people get confused with those larger calibers is the overpressure wave, which you feel more than what you hear. The actual sound difference is not that great. That's it for my comments.
Any questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
No, Commissioner Wickstrom.
So you've been out there to the range quite a bit.
No,
I thought you were an employee of there, or not employee, but you were a regular out there. I don't know if you're an employee or not.
I've only been to Valiance twice.
How many ranges are out there?
In my experience, 2.
2. And approximately the distance the ranges are?
Oh, I think the one of them is only like a 10 to 15 yard range. The first one they had with turf, and I believe the second one, the shooting distance on it, I think is probably only 30 yards, but the bay itself is probably 100 and 120 yards long. But what I mean by that is that's how long it is, but the berm that we shot at when I was there from the firing line was only about 30 yards.
Or for rifles then, the longer range?
Yeah, I would assume the 100-yard range, they might do rifles, but for the type of training they do, I don't think they typically would push past 50 to 70 yards.
Could be pistol and rifle.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Birch?
So I appreciate your testimony here and clarification about the relative small differences between like a 5.56 and a 50 caliber. There is the measured noise, and then there is the perceived noise. And so, well, let me ask 2 questions. First of all, I don't know how many people could be shooting at the same time at their range. Do they have different stations at that range?
I mean, there's a firing line. I couldn't really speak to the standard
So
training.
let's say 5 people are shooting at the same time.
Yeah, that's a distinct possibility, I would think.
Okay, and what's that going to do in terms of the perceived sound?
Yeah, it's not much. So at the location, it might sound a little more chaotic, but at distance, the sound is not additive. It is, the decibel level that it leaves the rifle or the pistol at is what's going to factor into what you hear at the other side. So, the difference between listening to country music at 110 decibels and rock music at 110 decibels, one of them will sound more chaotic, but the actual effect on the ear is going to be the same.
So if I can follow that up, where I live, and it's out in the country, there's people that are shooting on a fairly regular basis. We have lots of coyotes out there. We have other pests out there that people are shooting. I can definitely tell when somebody's shooting a rifle or when somebody's shooting a shotgun.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether or not if you're measuring decibels, if one would say, well, yeah, the decibel is the same, but I can tell.
Gotcha. So I think what you're getting at is it's probably in the sound study. I wasn't party to that. This is just my experience in the world, and I was trying to clarify some questions. What you're speaking to, as the sound engineer mentioned, was the 20 to 20,000 kilohertz, which decibel is how loud it is, where the kilohertz is whether it's a low tone, a high tone, that type of thing. And so the reason you can tell the difference between a rifle versus a shotgun is because with the rifle, it's a supersonic crack that you're hearing a lot of times, or supersonic round firing, and so it's a very sharp sound, whereas a shotgun, because it's a much wider bore, more of the propellant is burned before it leaves the bore, you're going to hear more of a thump. And because a lot of times shotgun rounds aren't moving at supersonic speeds, and so that's what you're going to hear a difference in, and that, rather than decibels, goes into the where in that range of kilohertz does that sound land. I would assume that would be in the sound study, but again, I wasn't party to it. But if you look at that study, it may have a chart of where those were, and that'll tell you more whether it's going to be a thump or a crack.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Any additional questions? I just have a question. Is there a distinct difference between standard round and plus P round when you're in the audibles, in the sound?
Not from the sound testing. I mean, you're talking about an extra maybe 50 FPS, especially with 9 mil. It's not much. FPS, feet per second, so the speed the round will be moving. Sound difference, you're getting maybe 2 to 3 decibels difference, but again, that can be pretty common for the same type of ammo. So if I buy Winchester 9 mil white box from one lot to the other, I might get a 2 to 3 decibel variance.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. No,
Thank you,
so
Commissioners.
much for
Have a
your
good
time.
night.
Next up, I have a Sean Gulling.
Sean Gulling, 10195 West Carlton Bay Drive, Garden City. I'm here in favor.
Thank you so much. Next up, I got Brenda Adams. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Brenda Adams. I live at 3844 West Deer Path Drive in Rolling Hills in Boise. I'd like to respond to the 5 items that we're required to do. The first one was about the sound study. Yesterday morning, I heard a lot of shooting fairly early in the morning. It was very loud outside on Deer Path Drive, and when I went inside, I could still hear it. It was tolerable, but I was gone today, so I don't know. So it doesn't always matter with the decibels. It matters with we who live there, and it matters for the people who use the Ridge to River trails. And a lot of the people that are saying they're in favor, they don't live there. They live in Garden City, they live in Boise, they live in Meridian, they live in Eagle. They do not live there. We are the ones who live there, and we are the ones that love when the people from other areas come and use the trails. Number 2, it said the applicant will discuss Idaho Fish and Game. I did read the letter that came from Fish and Game. It was a letter that was not on site, and it was a rather vague letter. It left out, I think it had some inadequate evidence, As elk migration was not noted, this is an area where elk migrate. They close the trails for the elk, so we're not able to use those, but the shooting can still go on. I don't know, if, maybe elk don't mind the noise. I'm not going to say either way for that. Birds were not noted at all. We have lots of raptors there, including owls, eagles, hawks, harriers, kites, kestrels, falcons, as well as many other birds. And birds are interrupted by those uneven sounds. Oh, and going back to sounds, when they were comparing it to an air conditioner or a wind is an even sound, but a shooting is boom, 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 boom. It's different. Going back to that part. But anyway, the study was rather limited on them. I would like to see more on that one. The next one is the Wildlife Safety Plan. I respect that they've done a lot of work there, but is it enough? After the last session, my husband and I were coming back from going on the Payette River in the end of September, and I said, stop, there's a fire right here. And so along 55, just north of Avamore, there was a little fires all along, probably started by sparks from someone's car. He called 911. I looked for any water that we had, and it was just a few little glows here, 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 and here. And within 2 minutes, boom, it was up the hill. It was just exploded. So I don't know if they have that kind of capacity to deal with it, but it was gone. Fire moves uphill much faster. And so the fire safety, are the ones who are favored for it, they do not live there. We live there. And the people who use the Ridged Rivers trails, if they're on a bike or they're hiking, they could be in danger also. It says that the applicant did try okay, thank you. Appreciate your time. I urge you to follow the staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Next up, I have a Richard Adams. State your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Richard Adams. I live at 3844 West Deer Path Drive. And my wife said most of the things I had intended to say. My dog doesn't even like the sound of the gunfire. We moved there about a year and a half ago for peace and quiet and a nice place to live. And now we go outside, the gunfire starts, even though it may be below the 35 decibels or whatever the requirement is. My dog hears it, and she won't go outside or go for a walk anymore with that sound going on. I don't live in Garden City like many of the people that are in favor of it. I don't live in Meridian, and I don't go to Santa Monica, California to complain about an airport that's going in somebody else's neighborhood. So I'm opposed to it. So is my dog. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, I've got Pat Arata. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I have some pictures that Mr. Beck's going to distribute. Good evening, I'm Pat Arata, and I live at 1122 Arata Ranch Road. I live the closest to the East Shooting Range. I have a picture of me at the range there. Our dogs don't like the shooting either. Matt Archer, sound technician and member of Balance, and Nate Castillo, operator of Balance Training, came to Arata Ranch on Tuesday, 10/27/25, around 6:10 to take a sound test. They were asked 3 times to measure at our property line, and they refused. Mr. Archer used a handheld laptop and microphone. There's a picture of that. I took a weather report from my phone just before they did the test, and the readings were not the same as he had on his report. I have pictures of both of them. They used 2 guns at both ranges for the test. There wasn't any third party watching the actual shooting. There are many things that can make a difference in sound, size of barrel, bullets, and suppressors. Also, there were only a few shots from each gun. We hear shooting for much longer intervals, repetitive, and multiple guns at the same time. I stated to Nate that he didn't use the loud, constant one that wakes me up and it's brrrr and really loud. And he said no. He smiled and said no. Yes, there has always been shooting up there. There has never been shooting at this level. The activity has not been occurring for years. The deer that were pictured on a report were resident deer that live here all year round. They are familiar to people, cars, sounds, and farm equipment. The large herd has not come down yet. There is a lot more elk that winter here than deer. I have a picture. The herd can be 300 to 500. We do have property owner hunting permits to keep the herd down and manageable. Our grass hay field is only 50 feet from 7 Gates and a Rata Ranch property line. There is not a 100-foot disc fire line on the east end of the range because they would have to disc up our field. I have not noticed a fire line around the range. Cartwright Road is not capable of handling extra traffic. It is narrow, has no shoulders for most of it, and paved part of the road. The paved part of the road goes right to the edge of a drop-off on blind corners. There is no access to any BLM land on our road. And
Thank you
rest
so
of the
much.
pictures.
Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
How far is your actual residence from that shooting area that you're showing in the picture?
Our resident is a little less than a mile.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? No? Thank you so much. Next up, I have a Tiffany Wilkie.
560 Stranger, and I'm in favor.
All right, thank you so much. I have a Cody Sohn. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Cody Sohn. I live at 4648 Sage Creek Drive in Rolling Hills. I asked the applicant's request to be denied for the following reasons. The applicant has failed to follow the committee's clearly written instructions outlined in the September 12th letter calling for him to conduct a comprehensive sound study with a qualified third-party professional. An independent, scientifically valid sound study regarding Seven Gates ranges has not been conducted. Instead, Mr. Forsyth presented a second flawed study. Tech Hub, which is led by Mr. Matt Archer, performed both first and second studies. Mr. Archer is a personal acquaintance of the applicant, and he is a current member of Valiance Training. And he is a poster on public social media in support of Valiance. Valiance is listed as a company that is initiating the sound study, and so it is evident that Valiance holds a business interest as well as a special interest in this application that is being approved. When an applicant relies on evidence produced by entities that have business or personal interests in the application, it not only fails to meet commission standards, but raises concerns about objectivity, bias, and conflicts of interest connected to matters that may be detrimental to our public health, safety, and welfare. Although the report under Mr. Archer's direction claims that the shooting range operates below the legal noise limit of 64 dBA LEQH outlined in Idaho Code 679-102, this apparent compliance is misleading. The study Mr. Archer conducted passed the range not because the noise actually meets legal requirements, but because Tech Hub used inappropriate software and measurement equipment for impulsive noise. Specifically, as documented in his own report, he utilized Type 2 C-weighted slow response readings and non-professional analysis tools that are not the standard for measuring impulsive sound, such as small arms fire. The state law requires that these measurements actually be taken using a Type 1 sound meter, meeting the state requirements of ANSI S1 for 1983, and the sound pressure measurements be made on the A-weighted fast response mode with certified equipment at specified locations and times. When the wrong methodology is used, the measurements can understate community noise by a substantial margin, as much as 40 decibels, rendering this report invalid as evidence of proper compliance to the request. The study claims that the range meets the 64 dBA limit, but measurements were taken only from 6 to 7:30 p.m., not during the true peak hours, as required by the Idaho Code 679102. That's all I got
Does anyone
to.
have any questions? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up, I have a Trent Mitchell.
Brett Mitchell, 4648 State Street Drive, I'm opposed.
Thank you so much. Next, I have a Tate Larson. Tate Larson out of Arata Ranch. Oh. Please state your name and I might have said that wrong. It might not be Tate. But state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, 1122 Loretta Ranch Road. I'm Tate Larson. Thanks for being here, you guys. I just wanted to go over a few things. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but we may have some up there at the ranch if you keep this shooting range open. This shooting range is 50 feet from our property line where we have grazing cattle. It's also where we farm, where we could be driving a tractor, where we could be pulling a disc. And they've made one little effort to put a little berm in to separate our property line from. So I guess for their benefit, we're going to have to disc the outside of our property line so that he has a fire line and we get rid of our crops. I also wanted to go into the biggest thing is the location. I'm not opposed to a shooting range. This is just the wrong location for a shooting range of this caliber. It's a very loud, it's a tactical one. We're hearing multiple guns several times a day, all day long sometimes, starting early in the morning. And I haven't heard it too late at night, so to say myself. But, and I just want to go over the sound is bad. Shooting location is absolutely not a good location for a shooting range. He says he owns 1,300 acres, 1,600. He could probably put it in a way better spot than where it's at right now. And all I wanted to say is with the wildlife thing, the deer aren't going to run away if he's feeding them. They're going to stay where they get food. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Any questions? And thank you so much for
All
your
right.
time. Next up, I have a Jen Frisk. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, Jen Frisky, 426 North Clearpoint Way. I apologize, I didn't mean to come up here with gum. I just wanted to say a couple people mentioned Caliber, I think earlier. Just from my own personal testimony, I go there once a month for training with about 8 to 10 women, and we only shoot 9mm. So just wanted to add that.
Any questions? No? All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Can I get the address again? The town that you live in?
It's
Where?
Eagle.
Eagle?
All right, next up is John Martin. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, John Martin, 15405 North Cartwright. So my name is John Martin. I'm a firearms trainer with Valiance Firearms, and I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing for Stack Rock Ranch. So I live and work on this ranch daily. I teach, I work in ranch operations, and I steward the land where this range operates. Regarding traffic, the opposition has characterized the traffic impact as dangerous. The numbers do not say that. The numbers say we average an additional 60 cars per week. It's roughly 15 a day. This is a county road built and rated for far more than this, as Mr. Forsyth stated, 2,000 vehicles, and we barely put a dent in that additional 15 a day. On wildlife impact, Idaho Fish and Game designated this area as a deer winter range, but with critical context. It was not ever meant for grounds for denial. It was meant for awareness. We video deer on the weekly basis. With as recently as last night, these deer are walking by as we're shooting firearms. They are unaffected. They are habituated in the property. Our 10 hours a week of operation, limited to 8 a.m. to 7:30 during the summer and usually 6:30 in the winter, does not impact the wildlife. They are there. They're walking around. We see, again, deer on a daily basis. And more specifically, this brings me to a procedural concern. Idaho Code 55-2605 is explicit. The noise levels cannot be regulated beyond what the state code says is acceptable. That's the statutory boundary, and according to our testing, we're roughly half the maximum decibel level, and therefore well within the acceptable threshold. Beyond that, Mr. Beck has imposed 4 separate contingencies beyond noise. That's traffic, fire prevention, and fish and game among them. We satisfied fire prevention requirements totally. When Fish and Game approved our operation, Mr. Beck suddenly declared their approval is not good enough, despite requesting we consult them in the first place. Most troubling, Mr. Beck approved a specific sound testing expert with a degree in audio and acoustical engineering. We submitted those results, and then 2 days before close of record, he said those were not good enough, suddenly. We operate a safe, professionally managed range on private property. We've met every single legitimate requirement, and we respectfully ask this commission to approve our conditional use permit based on the law and facts, not moving goalposts and personal bias. Thank you.
Any questions? Commissioner Blevins?
So you live on the property, correct?
Yes.
So take me through a normal week. Like how many people are there on Monday? How many people are there on Tuesday? How many people are there on Wednesday? You know,
On the ranch, at the range, where are you referring to specifically?
at the range
At
that
the
are
range,
coming for.
anywhere from 6 to 12. We average about 15 vehicles a day. That's a little bit inflated. We average about 10 per session.
10 per session.
Yes.
And
And
there would
that's,
be-
again, 15 per day is inflated.
And there'd be just one session going on at a time? You wouldn't have a session at both ranges?
Not usually, no. Not through Valiance, no. If there's other private individual or other private parties, individuals, whatever, that is not, Valiance is never using multiple ranges.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? I do have one question. So the sound testing, so you guys, Valiance was the one that commissioned the sound testing for this, correct?
I was not involved in the organization of the testing, no.
Oh,
I was actually at the range shooting when they were recording sound.
Okay.
I personally pressed the shots off.
All right, I guess that's a question for rebuttal then. All right, never mind. Anyone else? No? All right, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
All right, next up, I have a Jacob Hartfeld. Please state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes, please.
My name is Jacob Hartfeld. I live at 2250 Arata Ranch Road. Unlike Pat Arata's claim that she lives closest to the range, I actually live closest. I live a half a mile from the range. I'm the ranch manager that manages the ranch that the range is situated on. So I live the closest. I can't hear it from inside my house. And when I'm outside, the sound is negligible, doesn't bother me. Doesn't seem to bother my little kids either. I have 5 children at home, 2 daughters under 2 years of age. They sleep through it. They play through it. Dogs, horses, cats, animals, none of them are bothered by it. So I can speak to that. As far as wildlife mitigation, my son was able to shoot his buck during one of the classes, only 300 yards from the class, over the hill on the other side. And he walked into like 30 deer. They were laying down on a hillside. They stood up, he shot his buck, and that was during a class. So the deer are constantly around. In our travels while we were hunting, we were able to routinely run into deer herds within half a mile of the range and routinely ran into them day after day. So the deer aren't bothered by it. And as I testified, my kids aren't either.
Any questions? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Yep.
Next up, I have Kevin Donovan.
Kevin Donovan, 7560 East Lincoln Drive, Nampo. I stand in favor of Valiance.
Thank you. Next up, I have John Roush.
John Roush, 2911 West Pleasanton Avenue, in favor.
Thank you. Next up, I think is it a Nold Fleischer? Am I saying that right? I might be saying that terribly. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Noah Fleischer. I live at 12728.
Sorry.
That's okay. I've been called much worse, so if that's the worst that I get called, I'm good. I live at 12728 North 10th Avenue in Hidden Springs. I don't want to belabor the point. I'm not anti-gun. I'm not anti-Valiance. I think the burden of proof has been on them to prove that the sound study was unbiased. I think that clearly it's not. It was done by a gentleman who is a member of Valiance. I don't think that meets the burden of unbiased. And I would think that Fish and Game really does need to come out and see what's going on and make an informed decision rather than just taking information from the applicant. So I would say that, and I'm strongly opposed, and I hope you would agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have a Lauren, is it Zittel?
Yes, I live at 12728 North 10th Avenue in Hidden Springs, and am strongly opposed.
Okay, thank you. Next up, I have is it an Ashlyn Osman?
Ashlyn Osmond, 1107 North Racing Waterway. I'm in favor.
Thank you. Next up, I have a Tristan, is it Markles?
Marcus.
Marcus? All right. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Tristan Marcus. I live at 121 East Victory Road, and I will be touching on the wildlife and sound mitigation. I believe we have a video queued up provided by Mr. Castillo, if you can pull that. If not, I can describe it for you. Let me know.
Is it this the video?
It is that video.
Okay.
As you can see right there, there are deer just a few yards away from where all of the shooting activities occur. I've personally been down there. I was down there that day and saw those very deer. They are not spooked. They're not even acting skittish. They're conducting normal behavioral activities during the course of fire that was going on at that time. Now, it is to be noted that these activities that are in question are done by private individuals on private property, and that should really be the bottom line there. There have been a lot of emotional appeals and heightened emotional states tonight, but I think this serves as irrefutable evidence that there is no reasonable concern that there has been any negative wildlife impact going on as a result of the activities conducted on private property. That is all I have.
Any questions for the video? Do we need a numbers exhibit, or you guys got that already?
It was included on the thing.
Oh, okay.
It's
Part of the file. All right.
It's
never
part
mind.
of the file.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mr.
cool.
Chairman, I believe we received links to these videos. They've been compiled into one kind of.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure if it wasn't a different video or something. All right. Sounds good. All right. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, sir.
Next up, I have a Vincent, is it Worley? Worley?
Worley?
Yeah. State your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
My name is Vincent Worley. I live at 5079 West Riva Capri Street in Meridian. On Wednesday, October 8th, I showed up a little bit late to a training, and I arrived at the access gate, which is off North Cartwright Road and West Arata Ranch Road. This is the closest part that will be publicly accessible to the training area. And please note that day's training was located at the closer of the two ranges to that area. The gate was closed, and it was a nice day, so I had my windows down, and I could hear the distant discharge of firearms, and I can attest the sound was not overwhelming or disruptive over the ambient noise. And while the noise is different in nature, it is absolutely no different from the gate than that of a nail gun in the distance. As someone who sells, manages, and project manages roofing for a living, I can attest that the sound emitted from the range at the gate was quieter than that of a neighbor down the street getting a new roof. And that is constant all day long and is disruptive with compressors and excessive sound. As someone who also frequently utilizes public land for the discharge of firearms and training activities, I can say that the operations at Stack Rock Ranch and the precautions taken in Valiance's training is that of far beyond anybody who utilizes public land for recreational use. I can personally attest as well that there have been no attendees who have used tracers, steel core ammunition, or brought or utilized any sort of explosive devices that would potentially start wildfires. And on top of the safety mitigations and the plan has been put in place, we are always looking out for additional fire risk. Not that the same of people who utilize public land and of people who are testifying in opposition should be more concerned about people who use BLM land as often. I return to shooting locations that I've used prior, only to realize that half of the hillside is burned up. So if you're concerned about fire mitigation risk, that is something that we should be looking to the utilization of BLM land over what's been put forth by Valiance. And I think their plan is well more than sufficient, as Mr. Forsyth has put forward. I'm open for questions.
Any questions? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up, I have a Matt Archer. This is at Shix Ridge Road.
Sound guy.
Oh, that's the sound guy? Okay. Thank you. Never mind, we got you. All right. All right, next up, I got Nate Castillo. Please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Nate Castillo, owner of Valiance Firearms Training, and I'm on 1440 East Lake Creek Street in Meridian. I'm going to address 2 topics, hours of operation and our sound study. First, hours of operation, and this is submitted in a memo. From April through October, we operate a maximum of 20 hours per week. From November through March, that's reduced to 15, deliberate reduction over the winter. No shooting ever occurs before 8 a.m. or after 7:30 p.m., and this is not every day of the week. And over the past year, we've actually averaged under 10 hours per week, well below maximum thresholds. In the summer, we have 2 evening sessions that end at 6:30 and 7:30. In the winter, we have 1 evening session that ends at 7:30. So now regarding the sound study, a lot of questions here, a lot has been said. I want to give a little context. On October 20th, I had a phone conversation with Mr. Beck, and that discussion was entirely about the sound study. I specifically asked if we could use Mr. Archer, who has more than 20 years of professional experience in environmental and acoustic measurement. Mr. Beck told me that we could. His only note was that a Rolling Hills resident had voiced a general concern about us using him. But there was no conflict, no restriction, and no suggestion that another firm was required. Mr. Beck directly contradicts that conversation in a recent email that I have stating the following. During our phone conversation, you asked if I had any concerns about Mr. Archer being involved in taking sound measurements, not if he conducted a sound study. That statement doesn't make any sense. Why would I call the county director to ask permission for someone to take some vague sound measurements if we weren't directly discussing the sound study that the county explicitly required? During that same call, I specifically asked if we needed to use a firm named Big Sky. Mr. Beck told me directly we did not. That exchange makes it absolutely clear. The entire conversation was about a sound study, not some vague sound measurements. He knew what we were discussing, and to imply otherwise seems to be misleading. And I have emails that I can present if we need them. We moved forward in good faith, exactly as directed. I was present with Mr. Archer for all testing, communicating between him and the person firing so that we were recording only during firing times. That's why it was very controlled. Everything was transparent. Neighbors were invited. Some came out with us. Calibration was verified. Both training sites were tested with multiple calibers, as we've talked about. Every level recorded was well below Ada County's threshold. And despite already being well under the threshold, I've communicated directly with our nearest neighbors, the Aradas and the Honolds on Cartwright, that I will continue working with them to further mitigate sound levels at their residences specifically. And that commitment stands regardless of what the county requires.
Any questions? Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was waiting for you to come up. I was going to say, where is
I'm like
Mr. Castillo?
biting at the chunk
Where is
over
Mr.
there.
Castillo? So again, it's during the summer, let's say, during the busier time, 2 classes a night. Is there going to be during the week? So give us your schedule.
Yeah, typical schedule, and it's hard to say exactly because we do some, within those maximum levels, we have our ongoing recurring days that are going to happen no matter what. Over the summer, that is a Tuesday evening, a Wednesday morning, a Thursday evening, a Saturday morning. An hour and a half on each of those. Now with private lessons sprinkled in there, not to exceed a total of 20 hours over those months. Into the winter, we cut off Tuesdays, so there's no shooting Sunday through Tuesday. And we still have the Wednesday morning, the Thursday evening that stops at 6:30, and the Saturday morning with 15 maximum hours. So it just reduces the amount of time that I would allow for private sessions to be booked. Or for example, if we had a class that, a bigger day class on a Saturday, if it's a 5-hour class, that's eating into those 15 hours. And I don't schedule private sessions in addition to those hours, if that's making sense.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, and so on the private sessions, those could be multiple people?
Yeah, it could be, it could be one-on-one. It could be a family session. We do a lot of church security, school security. Those kinds of
So like
things.
there's a women's day?
Say it again.
There's a women's day, a women's
Yes.
group that gets together. Is that part of the private?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so you answered how many, of classes runs an hour and a half to 5 hours long?
So the membership sessions that are recurring are an hour and a half of shooting. I have an instructor like telling me, hey, 5 minutes. If it's on the evening, they're telling me, hey, we got 5 minutes. And they're all the way to, if it's at 7:30 and somebody wants to shoot one more time, to be strict so that I can tell you guys this, I say, no, I'm sorry, you have to wait till the next one, and we clear out of there.
And it's typical class size, 5 to 6, you have how many spots?
So it depends on the course of fire that week. It's a lot to explain, but there's different courses of fire, different weeks. If it's a static drill that we're starting off with, we might be able to fit seven people on the line at a time or so. But we restrict that as much as we can for safety, just to keep more eyes on shooters.
Could there be, say, 7 on the line and then maybe possibly 5 or 7 waiting for their turn to come up? Okay.
Yeah.
And one last question. So on the pictures that I've seen, there's just a plain range, it looks like just an alley.
Yeah.
And then in others, there's more obstacles. Is that on the other range? I mean, it looks like you've got 2 ranges.
We try to recreate everyday conditions so that people can be prepared to defend life in real life conditions. So we'll use barrels to simulate corners, walls. I use vehicles that are non-operational for training purposes, things like that. It all depends on the course of fire.
Okay. And then, but that is, describe the 2 ranges then. I'm just trying to, the picture I've seen, it's
Okay.
just, you had 5 or 6 people lined up on just a plain alley. And then there's other ones where you can see the structures, and I understand what kind of training.
So the one that's more west is a lot smaller. I think maybe 15 to 20 yards deep. So yeah, we are a little bit limited by the size. So we probably do a little bit less of that there, but the same training can happen at either one. It doesn't change much when we go places.
But you don't have structures on both of the ranges?
Structures?
I mean, obstacles in
No.
places?
I mean,
Just-
we have barrels at both.
Oh, because on the one picture, it looked like there's kind of makeshift, just to recreate a building that you're,
Oh, I see what you're talking about. That's at the location that allows for that space.
so that was a 3rd range?
No. That's at the eastern range. And I do want to clarify, there's been, we do not offer Mr. Forsyth has a long distance range that we were entertaining the idea of using. And I think some of them caught on to that. They saw some social media posts about it. I don't use that because we didn't want to, we just wanted to do what we could with this permit. We didn't want to have to include that into this permit. So we don't do anything on
I'm
that.
sorry, Mr. Chairman, one more question.
Yes, yeah.
Because I've been waiting for you to show up.
Yeah, I'm here. Let me hear it.
So are you, what is your relationship to Mr. Forsyth? I mean, are you leasing, or what's your
Mr. Forsyth believes in this work that we're doing to the point where he won't let me pay him. He does not allow me to pay him. He believes in the work that we're doing to equip. I know a lot of people that are unfamiliar with this kind of thing are are intimidated by it, but we're equipping people, moms, church security members, everyday people that want to care about life, and he believes in that mission. So early on, when we talked about this, he said that he had a passion to try to equip this society as much as we can with the proper training, and he won't take any money from me.
Okay, but you do charge your
Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Castillo.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Any additional questions? Commissioner Blitman?
You know, I'm trying to nail down the hours of operations.
Yes, I know.
Because like 8 to 8 seems like a lot.
Yes.
And I know if I had to say, okay, I'm going to have 12 hours of listening to gunshot, is different than it being like, okay, I know it's going to be this time.
Correct.
So help me understand what
Okay.
that
So
is.
the hours of operation, when I say no earlier than 8 and no later than 7:30, those are, I know it's really confusing. So we have certain days that will start on the beginning of the day, and I will structure it so that training will start at 8 o'clock. I will, if I have any private sessions to do that day, they will be stacked after that so that I don't have to make multiple trips. I don't think I've yet to have a day where I had one full day of training. If it did, that would be more than the hours that I am allotted for, because the recurring days, those are things that I have to fulfill because people are paying to be a member of those days. So I will never schedule more hours that would allow the member sessions plus private sessions to be greater than whether 20 or 15 hours. So I've never had a day where we're there literally all day long.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So when we have wedding venues, we say, okay, here's the times that you can use the wedding venue,
Yeah.
and here's how many days a week you can use it.
Yeah.
And so we have some parameters
Yeah.
that are around that, and I don't see those in here, other than a flat 20 hours a week or a flat 15 hours a week.
Yeah.
So that could be, if you say it's 20 hours, I could
And
have
I-
2 whole days of 10 hours.
And I do have some sample weeks that I could share. But I think the most telling part of all of this is the average that I gathered from, I think I started from May through this month was 10 hours.
Yeah, which is great.
A week?
So just tell me, like, it'll never be more than 4 hours a day, or it'll never be
Yeah, I can't-
this. I mean, something that we can like say, okay, here's what the community can count on.
Yeah. Okay.
That they can look at. So, I mean, you could think about it a little bit.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what I was looking for.
So I'll tell you that on our recurring days on the summer schedule, let's see, so we have 3, 6, 7.5. Yeah, I can't give you a distinct, but it's never been more than probably like 6 hours at a time or so.
So I
Yeah.
think usually we get something a little more definite, I guess, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with
So
the,
now I'm down to 8 to 8, but never more than 6 hours
at a time.
at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going off of what we have scheduled using this past year as an example, and we haven't been on greater than that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's what I was looking for.
What's that?
I said that's what I was looking for, was the hours of operation.
Mr. Chair,
I'll let you.
Commissioner Murphy?
just making a note, I know that these style of private ranges are different than wedding venues, and I know that it's kind of an impossible question to say how many hours. If he's trying to be honest, he's going to not be on accident, because usually with a range, it's, this particular time to this particular time. He's already stated winter's 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and summer's 8 to 7 p.m., which is a, normal kind of time for this sort of activity. and he's committing to even doing less, but it's impossible to promise something like that when scheduling conflicts occur. I just wanted to mention that.
Okay.
I would argue that literally every other business does it, though.
I don't think we need to have it with
I mean,
this.
I don't
If
wanna
you have
hash it
questions-
out,
If you
but-
have questions for the.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm just saying that it can be done, but, I mean, like doctors and many businesses schedule on a schedule. But, all right. Any additional questions? No, thank you so much for your time. Next up, we have Crystal Golubit. Am I saying that right?
Called it 94 West Rios Drive, Meridian.
Sorry, what is it? Your
favor.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up, I have Jake Golubit.
Jake Olivet, 984 West Ruidosa Drive, Meridian, Idaho, and I am strongly in favor.
All right. Next, oh man, it's cursive, and I'm a millennial. Thanks. Is it Melissa Christian? Nice. Please state your name and address. What's that?
That wasn't really cursive, but that's.
I know, it's I guessed. But,
My name is Melissa Christian. I live at 4338 Sage Creek Drive, which is in Hidden Springs. I am a directly impacted person in this process. And I'd like to steer our attention back to a more core issue than some of the fringe discussions we've had. I'm here to defend the existing restrictions set forth by the Ada County Comprehensive Plan by reminding the commissioners gently and respectfully of the damage to avian life that any exception would create. The Ada County Comprehensive Plan was created 10 years ago and has been revisited twice. The purpose was to carefully create and codify a plan to preserve specific geographic areas to protect wildlife, avian and others, and preserve open space. That plan got it right. Noise produced from human activities disrupts bird life cycles such as foraging, mating, nesting, migration, and predator-prey dynamics, starting at surprisingly low levels of 20 to 40 dB, and this is an unweighted dB that is used to research wildlife in wilderness areas. Research indicates that wildlife begins showing anomalous responses such as increased vigilance, reduced feeding efficiency, and altered singing at noise levels around 40 dB. Again, that's unweighted. Gunshots produce impulsive staccato peaks of 140 to 175 dB. These exceed pain thresholds for birds and cause immediate physiological trauma, including temporary or permanent hearing loss, disorientation, and panic-induced flights that risk collision or exhaustion. Unlike steady noise, staccato bursts mimic predator threats, triggering startle responses like fleeing nests or perches, which disrupt feeding and parental care. According to a study that was done at and published from Boise State University, at 60 dB unweighted, owls fail to capture prey entirely as the noise drowns out rustling cues. This is actually a graph from part of that study that shows the declining ability of the owl to get its prey. This cascades to reduced hunting success, which impacts reproduction and migration. Why is this data important? Because it shows that the 50 people representing no fewer than 8 committees got it right when they created and codified the Ada County Comprehensive Plan. Notably, the following agencies were involved: the Board of Ada County Commissioners, Ada County Planning and Zoning, Team 2025, steering committee advisory bodies and task forces for open space and wildlife aspects, including Ada County Parks, Open Space and Trails, and the Peregrine Foundation and Birds of Prey. This also included input and support from developers, Cartwright Ranch, LLC, Hidden Springs, LLC, and JMM Dry Creek, to consider finding an exception to a tremendous research and dedication invested in this plan should be in a legitimate action. I oppose the applicant's CUP.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. The sheet that you had,
You showed us. the
yeah, that you
picture.
showed us, yeah, for the record. Thank you so much. Next up, I have a Pam that starts with an O last name. It's
Pam O'Neill.
Thanks. Sorry.
That's okay.
All right, that was cursive, so it's probably really hard.
Pam O'Neill, I live at 13826 North Current Creek Lane, which is up in Hidden Springs, the Rolling Hills area, so I am impacted. So I do very strongly oppose this shooting range. And I wasn't going to actually come up tonight because I talked the last time, and I think, covering the 5 things, but I just have a question that maybe one of you can ask, is that with the hours and with the ranges, and then having a long range that Valiant doesn't use, are there other people, like, I know that churches go up there and they do all kinds of training, but is there more hours than what is just allotted to Valiant? That's what my question is, because the shooting goes on way, way more than the hours that they're talking. So maybe other people are using the long range or something, because I think he said he doesn't use the long range. So I couldn't ask a question from back there.
No, I got you. That's a good question. and we-
Yeah.
We can ask.
But
we'll
thank
ask,
you.
I wrote it down to ask later. All right. Yeah, never mind. Next up, I got Kevin Dow. Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Kevin Dow. I live at 4489 Sage Creek Drive in the Rolling Hills neighborhood of Hidden Springs community, and I oppose this application. We do hear the noise in our neighborhood, regardless of what decibels or studies may say. I will read from my comments on the applicant's additional information submittal. These comments, as well as those from others, were provided to Ada County Development Services, but have not been included in the record, as was discussed earlier. Updated acoustical study. I won't repeat the extensive comments submitted by others regarding the inadequacy of the updated study as compared to a proper study like was done for the Eagle shooting range, which did include specific impacts of impulsive noise on people, on the recipients of the noise. But I will add the following observations. There are no notes in the study as to whether suppressors were in use or not. There were no notes as to what rounds were used for testing. It's my understanding that a wide range of ammunition is available, which impacts muzzle velocity and thus noise generation. I find it hard to believe that pistol noise at a Rada Ranch residence from Range 2 was much louder than that for the rifle, when the reported pistol noise at the Honnold residence from Range 1 was much quieter. Surely either a pistol or rifle is always louder than the other. The original study bears only Mr. Archer's name, while the updated study bears a Tech Hub logo. Was Mr. Archer or Tech Hub paid for either of these studies? Regarding the letter from Mr. Flack at IDF&G, does Mr. Flack have the authority to nullify the wildlife overlay in the Ada County Comprehensive Plan or to approve an alternative development proposal? The amount of shooting has nothing to do with the footprint of the ranges. It has everything to do with the number of people using the range. There has been a significant increase in shooting activity compared to the limited activity before the ranges were constructed. The main shooting range has not been moved to a more remote location on the property. Rather, a second shooting range has been constructed there. The first has not been removed. Does IDF&G really take no exception to the proposed range when they require seasonal closage of the nearby landslide loop trail, which was added some years ago and also includes private property, Hidden Springs property, and Ada County lands? Surely a shooting range is a larger concern for wildlife than a few hikers and bicyclists. There is no BLM land at the end of Cartwright Road, which is accessible without crossing private land. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this permitting process.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Laurel Dow. State your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm Laurel Dow, live at 4489 Sage Creek Drive, which is in Rolling Hills, part of Hidden Springs. I agree with the negative comments on the sound study. The wrong methods were used for the study and therefore did not give an accurate representation of the annoyance that the gunfire is. The gunshot noise is a public nuisance in a residential neighborhood. Secondly, I also believe that the Ada County Code 8-5-3-105.b.1 should be followed. As Ada County staff reported at the initial meeting on September 11th for this permit, this shooting range is inside a deer winter range, which is a designated wildlife habitat area. According to the comprehensive plan for Ada County, no outdoor shooting ranges should be located within a wildlife habitat area. Although a Fish and Game employee may have said they weren't concerned about wildlife impacts, they did not address location compliance to the code. And it is not within the Fish and Game purview to waive the Ada County Code. I am opposed to the permit being granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have is it a Sally Morse? Please state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sally Morse. I live in Rolling Hills at 4073 West Deer Path Road in Hidden Springs, and I definitely oppose this application. I apologize, you'll probably be hearing a little bit repetitive, but I worked hard on this, so I'm going to move forward. The 2025 Comprehensive Plan has been in place for over 10 years. Since approved, it has been successfully used to guide day-to-day decision-making, such as this process, and to ensure compliance with local land use planning acts. In spite of the new information submitted by Fish and Game, which only answered questions related to mitigating wildlife impacts from the shooting range, the Wildlife Habitat Siting Code violation has still not been corrected, which means these resources need to be protected. In its letter, Fish and Game acknowledged that the sensitive deer winter range falls inside the property, but provided no basis to ignore this critical code. Fish and Game does not have authority to unilaterally waive our zoning codes. Instead, they concluded that the shooting range will have an inconsequential impact on the wintering deer because the ranges are quite small, therefore the shooting activity will be limited during winter shooting range hours. It's not a big deal since shooting has been ongoing on this ranch for years. Nothing in the Fish and Game's letter provides evidence that their comments were based on anything other than what we were told by Mike, no site visit, no firsthand observations. Fish and Game must be unaware that sometime in the past year, Valiance began operating a commercial tactical shooting range on the property with paying customers, sometimes established hours, and some use of semi-automatic weapons. There is little comparability between the new Valiance training range and the landowner's former shooting activities. I do have one additional comment related to the overall comprehensive plan. In order for it to have meaningful value, its policy should be consistently applied. But this is not the case here. I fail to see, like others, the logic with Fish and Game's position that it's okay to expose migrating deer to loud, erratic tactical gunfire, including semi-automatic, but not okay to allow hikers to use the Ridge to Rivers landslide loop trail during a winter migration, even though these two locations are only a mile apart. I want to add here, I highlighted migrating deer and game because the migration season has not yet started. That technically is December 1st. The deer that seem to be non-worried about the shooting range, they have been fed, they have become habituated, and you cannot compare the two. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I think it's Heidi Wagner, or is that my? Heidi, okay. I'm gonna have people like text me these. Yeah.
Heidi Wagner, address 11390 North Elk Ridge Way, a straight line distance of 2.1 miles from the shooting range. For ease of comparison to the acoustical study completed, that distance is equivalent to over 11,000 feet and nearly 3,700 yards. We've lived in the area for over 18 years. The rapid succession gunfire is plainly audible. We have heard the pop, pop, pop of a semi-automatic rifle numerous times. This has been observed inside the house and outside the house. It disrupts the peace, quiet, and serenity of enjoying our outside spaces. I also have a concern for wildlife mitigation and wildfire safety. The comprehensive plan shows the shooting range is within the WUI and within an area known to be of sensitive wildlife and ecological value. We're fortunate to be visited by moose, numerous deer, coyotes, and other creatures, plus the elk herd that comes to find food, shelter, and safety during colder months. Gunfire dissuades all that activity. We have seen fires move quickly out here. Several years ago, we observed smoke from our house along with a dozen other neighbors. We engaged in a bucket brigade to put out the fire. It spread quickly, and at that time, fire crews were not available due to other critical fire events. We were lucky that Dry Creek had water into July that year, and that we had people willing to attend a fire in flip-flops and T-shirts. Even with the best laid plans, fires can go awry quickly in our combustible and remote location. I am here in opposition to the planned shooting range for noise, wildlife mitigation, and wildfire safety reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Next up, I have an Ann, is it Boysheen or Boslin, or this is Deer Path, off Deer Path? All right. I'm going to have raised hands later, so if I skip over you, you can just raise your hand. Next up, I have a Sharon, is it Ouchie or Couchie?
Kauke.
Did I get the Sharon right at least?
Sharon Kauke, 4906 West Miners Farm Drive in Hidden Springs. I just have a couple of comments. We've heard a lot. First of all, I want to go back to the meeting on 9/11. When you heard the sound expert, Mr. Archer, Mr. Scott, you weren't there. I know that you have diligently listened to the video. I just want to make sure you didn't miss the nuance that occurred. This man presented sound information, but the council members, each one of you, directed Mr. Forsyth to get a third-party expert to come back and talk to you about sound. And that didn't happen. They brought the same person back, a person affiliated with them. And so I just wanted to make sure you knew that is what they delivered to you. And on this side, we've had people talk about sound that bothers them. And the sound expert is talking about decibels and this and that. And I don't know anything about that. We've heard different points of view about how accurate that is. But I know these people, and I know how honest and ethical they are. And if they're telling you that this sound is there and that it's bothering them, you can take that to the bank. That's their lives. You know, property rights are bidirectional. And yes, Mr. Forsyth has this property that apparently he has inherited, and he has chosen to sublease it to Valiance. They have property rights too. They have a right to a quiet, peaceful life, and they're not experiencing that right now. And that is for you to help them. They need your help on this. Valiance has testified many times as if they're the applicant. They're not. They're a group that have come in and sublet this property. I don't know if they have a deal with them or not. They say they don't pay anything. But they may be gone tomorrow, and all of these wonderful ethical things that they talk about in terms of the training they deliver could be gone in the blink of an eye. But the permit will remain with the man that has put this application in front of you. And I thank you for hearing me out, and thank you for the work that you'll do.
Thank you. Next up, I have a Rita Sherman. Please state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Rita Sherman. I reside at 4181 West Deer Path in Hidden Springs. Most of what I was going to say has already been said, so I'm going to freewheel here. One of the things that I did want to say that everybody has talked about is the staff has already pointed out that this is a designated wildlife habitat. And I believe this directly violates the Ada County Code, which specifically mandates that shooting ranges be established outside of the protected zones. With regard to the Idaho Fish and Game Zone directives, there is a bulletin dated in December which states protecting wintering wildlife by leaving them alone. That is in contradiction to the letter that was received that says that, from Idaho Fish and Game, that points out that they don't feel that it's an impact. However, there is plenty of documentation in the Idaho Fish and Game that says that that is an impact, and it was pointed out, we are prohibited from using a landslide trail, which is within that same area for hikers and bikers and people that walk their dogs. I don't know what the difference is. I have one little thing here. Valiant has on their website, which this pertains to the hours, the sun sets earlier now. Low light season is here. That's not a reason to slow down. It's a chance to adapt. We train in the dark because real life doesn't pause when daylight fades. I would hope there's some clarification on just when the shooting hours might be and how late that would possibly be. And like I said, I do have, human encroachment has already stressed local wildlife populations. Adding a shooting range to a protected habitat area contravenes the very regulations designed to safeguard these animals. I urge the commission to uphold the county code, protect this critical wildlife winter range, and deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have a Robert Koberlin. You state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Robert Koberline. I live at 4181 West Deer Path Drive in the Rolling Hills section of Hidden Springs. I am opposed to granting the conditional use permit. My remarks will be in reference to the wildfire safety plan that was submitted. The plan is incomplete since it only discusses theoretical fire suppression, but fails to present a method of validating the firefighting capability of the applicant. There would be valuable information developed if a periodic simulated firefighting exercise was conducted, witnessed by Eagle Fire. Many questions need to be addressed. Is the pond water source reliable and adequate year-round? Is the water truck properly equipped with pumps and hoses? Is the water truck in good working order, and is it kept fueled? When loaded, can the water truck traverse the uneven terrain? And response time, how long does it take to fill the water truck from the pond? Will debris from the pond clog the pumps or hoses? There were several recommendations listed in the plan. Has the applicant committed to adopting these? Red flag days were mentioned, but will shooting be suspended during these times? So in summary, the plan failed to move beyond a theoretical discussion to the critical element of a periodic demonstration of fire suppression capability, and therefore the wildfire safety plan needs to be rejected. You have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you so much for your time. Next up, I have Kenneth, is it Winter?
Weiner.
Weiner?
Kenneth Weiner, 12876 North Shix Ridge Road, Hidden Springs, Boise. I am strongly opposed to this application, and you've heard plenty of reasons. I agree.
Thank you. Next up, I have a Kyle Blash.
Yes, sir. 3912 Sage Creek Drive, Rolling Hills.
All right. Next up, I have Tom Bukta. Oh, you already got, oh, you were
But
the,
I can say.
yeah, if you like, since you didn't testify, if you want to stand up or you can come
I don't
talk.
want to testify, but I say I am against the shooting range.
Can you name and address, please, for the record?
Carol Buckta, CHERYLBUCHTA,
All right.
3898 Deer Path.
All right, I've come to the end of the list. By a show of hands, does everyone else want to talk? You, sir, right there. Yes, please.
Do you want a sign-up sheet?
Yeah, do we need a sign-up sheet for people that come up? Okay, yeah. So those of you that are raising your hand and come. Oh, yeah. Just please, when you walk away, stop at the desk and sign in so that we can keep track, okay? All right. Go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
I'm Adam Kimball. I live at 3814 Sage Creek Drive, Boise, and I'm directly impacted about a mile out. So many great people coming up here and filling in all the gaps, which I think is essential because a little bit feels like a miasma trying to figure out what's going on here with so many documents, so many issues going on, hard to get to the bottom of it. But I think that we've done a great job. You know, and I also want to thank Mr. Murphy for turning me on to the Big Sky Acoustics report, which is phenomenal and a really great education in how you measure audio and how hard it actually is. As if we were going to take a picture of a bullet, we can't go to the store and go to Amazon and just buy a camera and take a picture of a bullet, right? It's moving too fast. You need too fast of a frame rate to do that, right? So what you really need to do is you need to think about the duration of time, right? If you have a firecracker go off and you measure 10 minutes and you average all of the time and you get a decibel rating and you put that in some sort of psychoacoustical model, whether it's dBA-C or dBA-A, doesn't really matter. At that point, you're going to average it out. All measurements of sound are averages. How narrow do you make the window in order to do that, right? You can go from what would be a slow response study, like we would have in a study like this, around a second, to a fast response study, which would be somewhere around, I think it was about 0.125 seconds, to a Z-rated study that you would get with a proper type 1 meter that would use to measure things like this, something that Eagle Shooting Park had. I'm going to give this to you guys too. This is the actual study. Had about a dozen of those meters. And they went down to 0.0003 seconds because that's the peak, right? This is what we hear and how our minds hear that sound and how we anticipate the next one and how we wonder about the next cluster of bullets that might be happening next. It affects the way that you think it, right? And so a bat is going to have a very different understanding of what this sounds like than a human is. And I think it's very important. It says a lot in here right off the beginning about impulsive noise penalties, the way in which sharp, high-pressure sounds need to be penalized in dBAs, right? L max, about 24-hour, getting a sense for ambient noise, so that you know roughly what the ambient sound floor actually is, and how you think about studies, how you think about doing weather, how canyons shape studies and magnify it, how reflections off of rocks change things. It's an awesome thing. It was really helpful. I'm glad that you turned me on to it because I learned a lot about measuring sound. And this sound is real, and I hear it. I hear it 5 days a week, 4 days a week, various times, and it is not something that you want to have. I want to change my topic and go to one other thing here, which is that the applicant has already talked about the alternative development proposal in D. And I assume he's doing that because he understands that the actual code of being inside a wildlife area when you're supposed to be outside of the area means there's a bit of a problem there, right? We're going to need to find a way around it. And if you look at that alternative development proposal, it's for things that meet or exceed the intent and requirements, right? So what does it mean to meet the requirements here? Can you meet the requirements when you're inside a wildlife area that you're supposed to be outside? Right? Is that sufficient for a requirement? Do you meet the intent when the consulting company doing the wildfire study has a lot of ideas and says, but when it comes to continuous water supply, when it comes to ingress and egress, that's Eagle Fire. Eagle Fire says, well, I really need a wildfire study from a consultant. You have Jen Pierce, you have James Sullivan, you have MC Fire itself, you have Eagle Fire, all talking about the very high risk. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, and I understand it's probably nasty to get through.
Just please sign your name on the table thing. Next hand raise. Yes, ma'am, right there. State your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Dr. Jill Hownold. I live at 14775 North Cartwright Road, right across the street from the original first range, and I was probably the first person to call the sheriff's office because when it started being, we talked to Michael, and he said it was just some friends practicing for hunting, and then it was a lot. There were cars coming up and waiting at the base or at the gate, and it was multiple times a day. There'd be like 2 sets of maybe 10 or 15 cars. And I was there home during the sound study, and it wasn't very loud during the study. But then last night, after 6, which Nate said they weren't there, but somebody was there, it was very loud all the way till from about, well, most of the day, but definitely in the evening past dark. So I'm opposed, but I wondered if you had any questions for me, because I've been living with this for actually be going on 3 years now, when the first range, unpermitted range, was started being used.
Any questions? No, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Next hand raise, ma'am in the pink. State your name and address, and please, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Mickey Fagerson. I live at 3940 Sage Creek Drive in Rolling Hills. And I spoke before, and I just want to bring to you a little quote. It's not how much you know, it's how much you care. And the people that live in Rolling Hills and Hidden Springs and through that foothill area, we have a plea to you to please not affirm this. This gentleman could do his firing range somewhere else. I hate to say it, but I really think we've been you have been gaslighted by the excellence of this company, and I'm not saying that this company, Valence, is not excellent. I'm sure they are, and they know far more about guns than I do. But when they talk about their expertise and their training, and that's great, and I'm happy for them that they have such a fine record. But it's us that live in the foothills. It's not the people that live in Meridian or Napa or in Kuna or even Eagle that will be affected by the concern of wildfires and how fast they can happen, and we've seen that. Also, the ecosystem, I'm quite concerned, and I appreciate it so much, but I also disagreed with the wildlife reports and the bird migration and the communication that they have with each other. Even with the birds of prey, you talk to them, and they talk about how noise and how traumatizing it can be. Of course, these are being rescued birds. But please know that it is very important to us to have our community safe and secure, the bike trails safe for children and their parents, grandparents to ride with. Just 2 weeks ago, I was at a dinner, and a father said he was out with his 12-year-old bike riding, and all of a sudden they heard the da-da-da-da-da-da, and his dad stopped. The son stopped and said to his dad, "Dad, what was that?" And he said, "That was an A-2054, whatever they call them, but it was a rapid shooting gun." So this is where we live. This is where we want to safeguard the way we live, to safeguard the lives there and the people that come to enjoy the trails and byways of what we say is a beautiful Idaho. And I've lived in this area 10 years. I'm 0.9 miles away from the shooting range. I would appreciate so much if you deny this, and perhaps Mr. Forrester could put his place in another spot. But thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions.
Any questions?
Oh, thank you.
All right, next person, yes, in the green, far back, or suit, I don't know if you're green. Tie, guy in the tie.
Hey, all right.
You're in orange, sorry. It looks green back there, the lights suck, sorry.
No bluff.
All right, name and address in 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Mac Arnold. I live at 5659 East Garby Street, Nampa, Idaho, 83687. And I have spent the last 10 years of my life helping people, both from the spectrum of civilian EMS, volunteer firefighting, as a deployed combat medic, as a medical advisor, and even now with my brief position with the Idaho Fish and Game. I'm not party to any of the Fish and Game stuff that's happened on this, but in addition, my studies in environmental sciences here at BSU. From my independent assessment, Mr. Forsyth is a model steward, and frankly, the BLM and development activities are a significantly greater and measurable impact to any environmental concerns that we have. This is measurable, this is demonstrated. Any amount of guests, church groups, the Valiance people shooting, regardless of the times, blocks of times, is frankly going to pale in comparison to the 10, 20, 30-year development plan to put condos up. Perhaps it's just my opinion, but I feel like the numbers bear that out. Now, something that was said at the very beginning by Commissioner Birch is that there is nothing more frustrating than being held up by bureaucracy. And the one thing that I have noticed, especially over the last time on September 11th, is that when there was a motion towards the end made to approve this, you were all told that you were not allowed to, that you simply could not enter a yay vote. For whatever reason, I believe the reason given at the time was that the approval packet had not been prepared. That the staff was utterly flabbergasted that you would even think of going against their recommendations. And as a taxpayer, as a person who lives here, and as a person who wants to believe that we have the ability to redress our grievances, that upset me greatly. I apologize if some of that is coming out. After a couple hours, y'all start dealing with Doc Arnold and Mac goes away. Pending any questions?
Any questions? Thank you so much for your time. Next up, yes, sir, right there in the black.
My name is Tom Fagerson. I live at 3940 Sage Creek Drive, and I'm strongly opposed for all the reasons that these fine people over here expressed already.
Can you just come up and sign this, please, if possible? Just so, since you just spoke. Next hand raise, yes, sir, in the blue. State your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jeff Kernigan. I'm at 4417 West Everest Street in Meridian. First, I want to start by just addressing character. There's been a little bit brought up that somehow the studies that have been done and all the professional analysis is somehow trying to gaslight all of you people, like we could do that. Like we could come up here and wing it and try and make you believe that we did all this stuff without actually doing, throwing a bunch of fancy jargon at you. I think we have to start with believing that everybody on both sides of this argument are coming here in good faith with good character. But again, as I stated the last time I was here, this really comes down to a property rights issue. I understand that everybody has thoughts and feelings, and that's fantastic, and you should go with that. But the thoughts and feelings are not what we got asked to do. We got asked to do measured studies. We did those. We got asked to talk to the wildlife organization. We did that. Whether people want to feel or believe it's going to inhibit the migration of animals, the wildlife department disagreed with that. They're the specialists. In terms of fire mitigation, we've had the fire department say that what we're done is fantastic out there. It works. And I don't even go to the range. I just know the Forsyth family and I've seen what they've done. everything that has been done in good faith to try and put everybody's mind at ease. But you can see there's just it's not about whether it should be done or shouldn't. It's I don't want it or I want it, right? So the question you have to ask yourself is who has the right to live their life the way they want? Forsyths own the property. They've owned it for many years, and they want to use their property as they see fit, just as everybody in this room is the king of their castle, and they want to use their property as they see fit. Should I go to the city council and complain about the dog across the park that barks every day that I just have to sit and listen to because I agreed to that line and I decided to move into a community? And I'm not saying that many of the people moved here from California or any other place, but there certainly has been people that moved here from out of state that are trying to, I don't want to say they're trying to change the culture because that might not be true, but they certainly don't want to fit into the type of Idaho culture that we have. We're a community of people. A community of people try and act in good faith with each other. Mike, and this isn't about valiance. It keeps falling back to valiance. This has nothing to do with valiance. This has to do with the property owner having the right to use their property as they see fit. This community, Idaho, is a beautiful place. It's welcomed all people here from wherever you may be. But we just ask that you maintain the integrity of what Idaho stands for. Freedom. Freedom. People have the right to move here and live their life the way they want. And that's all I got to say. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? No? All right. Yes, sir, in the green back there.
I'm Brian Mendoza. I live at 4252 West Franklin Road in Boise. I'm in favor.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the red. State your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sir, Nick Tomei, signed up online, but got confirmation, but apologize.
No worries.
Nick Tomei, 1878 East Town Line Way in Meridian. Standing in favor of this going forward, and specifically coming to talk about, number one, the noise. A lot of jargon passed back and forth. Commissioner Blitman, forgive me, am I saying your name correctly? Thank you. You had asked, you're trying to just get down to the heart of kind of how things play out when we're out there. The reason I'm standing right now is that Mr. Castillo had asked, based on my experience coming to the range, what the sound was like. And the reason me specifically is because my family work constraints often put me in a situation where I'm arriving late after a session has started. So I have the experience of being off-site, arriving at the range. Now I can tell you, when he asked, took that very seriously, soberly, and I had to stop outside of the training, outside the property where the training is, on the road, right across from where the neighbor is selling their property, which if I could afford it, I would love to live there. It's a phenomenal property, and I'd love to be Mike's neighbor. But that said, I had to roll down my windows to hear anything, and there was live fire taking place. I made sure that that was the case at the time that I was there. I took videos. It's akin, and this is why I was addressing you, it's akin to hearing a framing of a new home taking place, like another development over. And being from Meridian, forgive me, I hear that a lot, right? There's a lot of development there. So it's just a very common sound. I only say that to say that the first range, and this is the one that's closest to the Cartwright Road, it's down, way down in a gully. It's even carved out even further for safety reasons. And you hear some pops, and they're intermittent, similar to a framing hammer or a nail gun. But there's nothing unsettling about the sound. The birds flying over making noise, cars driving by. I had to stop videos because I couldn't hear any further shots at that time as they were taking place. When it moves to a more rapid fire, it's reminiscent of hearing my mom on a Sunday night start popping popcorn on the stove before a Sunday night movie. And so I enjoy the sound. It's as odd as that might sound. I've also had the privilege of helping to train some people who are very nervous or intimidated by firearms and train them at indoor ranges. And I've told each one of them before our training session that when you go in, and some of you may have experienced this, you flinch automatically every time you hear the concussion of something going on. But I say, don't worry about that. It's a natural body response. It will lessen over time. And so I'm sympathetic to the neighbors. I'm also disappointed to hear that this is a continuous grievance and bother, but I do understand that once we dislike something, we dislike it. and then it becomes more grating and irritating to us. But I do tell my kids regularly, the only thing we can control is our attitude and how we respond to something. My sincere hope and prayer is that we can find a way to have peace in our community, and there can be a recognition of the safety, the training that's taking place, but also that we're here for good intentions. So there is no mischievous intent whatsoever. We care about our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you so much.
Appreciate your time.
Anybody else raising their hand? Yes, sir, in the orange. State your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Alistair Powell, 9825 Caraway Court, Boise. So yeah, I guess I might be the last person up, but I don't want to beat a dead horse here. But my family and I are actually hikers and bikers, and we do hike the Ridge to River trails all the time that are adjacent to the property where Valiance does train. We also mountain bike them. We've never had any problems or issues, and we've actually been on the trails while the training has occurred. And it basically just sounds like my son is using his cap gun from about a block away. We pass other bikers and hikers, and while you can hear the faint sounds of the gunfire. As a layman and not a government official that approves things, it is clear to me that Valiance has done everything to the best of their ability to address the concerns of the commission. And then just to kind of give one last context on noise. So on a regular basis on both Dry Creek, which is getting busier every day, and Cartwright Road, which is the public road leading up to Valiance training on private property, the following noises happen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just to give you some context here, a normal passenger car, which is going 25 to 35 miles per hour, is 55 to 70 decibels, which is louder than the decibels that were recorded. A highway speed is 55 to 70 is 70 to 80 decibels, and loud modified cars are 85 to 100 plus decibels. This includes motorcycles, and everyone has the diesel trucks these days. Just for some context on the sound, this is per ChatGPT. This is an application for a safe and regulated program operated by a veteran that was a U.S. Army Ranger, and there's no safety or regulation right there at the BLM land, which is really close, where gunshots and explosions can be heard 24/7. I do strongly encourage the commission to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Cynthia Castillo. I live at 493 Academy Lane in Eagle, and I strongly am in favor.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Just state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes. And ma'am,
Freddie
can you
Castillo.
please sign the thing, please? I'm sorry.
493 Academy Lane in Eagle. I am the father of Nate Castillo. And I've been listening to all the testimony, and, a lot of it has to do with sound, wildlife, and so forth. But listening to the testimony, it sounds like there's a lot of other shooting besides what's going on with Valiance. So even if Mr., I don't know if I get the name right, Forsyth, if he drops this and Nate says, I'm going to take my business elsewhere, even if that happens, are these people still going to get their quiet that they want? I think not. I think they're still going to have complaints out there. So, I mean, that's the only thing I have to say. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Anybody else raise hand? All right. Seeing none, we've gotten through everyone. I appreciate that. We'll go ahead and turn it over to any questions for staff from the commission.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I will note that we've received some exhibits
Yeah.
tonight, and I may miss some, but they're, to be thorough, we'll add an exhibit for the deer video that was displayed a couple times. I know we received some photographs, I think from Mr. Rada. There was some type of graph that I didn't take a good look at, and then a sound study submitted as well.
All right, thank you.
Entered as exhibits in the record.
Any additional questions for staff?
I've got questions.
All right,
if you
Commissioner
want me
Blitman.
to. So I'm looking at the report, the findings of facts and the conclusions of law. And so the staff is recommending, and I'm going to put this in my words, recommending denial because it doesn't, this project does not comply with the Ada County Comprehensive Plan.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
That's
Commis-
number one, right? I mean, I'm looking at the, right here. And so I'm just confirming that I am understanding that correctly. And do we have other projects that we've approved that didn't comply with the Ada County Comprehensive Plan? Or is that like, you know, have you ever recommended approval of a project that didn't comply with the Ada County Comprehensive Plan?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blitman, generally there is a finding that projects comply. So if we're not able to make a finding, we would not recommend approval. I will respond though, you know, in addition to that finding, there's other findings. It's not just a single finding that the project doesn't comply with the comprehensive plan. The project doesn't comply with Ada County code.
And that's the second one, the Ada County Code, which talks about off-street parking.
Correct.
And then the third one says Ada County Code, because it's in a designated wildlife area. And that's different than the comprehensive plan, correct?
Correct.
And then the fourth one is, it says it does not comply with the Ada County Code because it creates an undue adverse impact on surrounding properties. And can you talk a little bit about what your staff perspective is on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, you heard, you know, evidence and testimony from individuals who live in the area, who reported their experiences and the, not necessarily impact with loud noises, but the impacts that they experience with their enjoyment of their property rights.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
I think I understand that.
Commissioner Rowley?
Yeah, Mr. Beck, just one question. I just want to clarify. So one of the people that spoke tonight was asking about the transfer of that property. If this conditional use were approved and then Valiance and/or the property owner were to cease operation sometime down the line, and in the meantime, they were only operating 20, 25 hours a week, but there's an approval for this type of operation on that property. Now a new owner or operator moves in and says, well, I want to go 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., 6 days a week, nonstop. There's nothing to stop that, correct?
Well, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Rowley, yeah, if this was approved, the conditional use would run with the property. So yeah, the property could exchange hands, a new operator could come in. They would always be bound by the conditions of approval. So if there were specific hours of operation, if it was approved that you levied against the property, they would have to comply with those hours of operation.
We've kind of loosely talked about like 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. in the summertime and maybe slightly less in the winter, but that round numbers, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Rowley, yeah, it'd be up to the commission. If you were to identify specific hours of operation, somebody would have to comply with those unless they came in and modified those hours of operation.
Okay, my only point being it could be a much longer series of operating hours in a week than is currently being proposed. That's one thing I'm a little uncomfortable then. Is this, well, you know, we're 15 hours a week, we're 20 hours a week. Oh yeah, but we want to operate 8 to 7. Well, do the math. That's a lot more than 15 or 20 hours a week.
Yeah, it'd come down to how that was worded and conditioned.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right. That being said, we go ahead and invite the applicant forward for rebuttal. You'll have 5 minutes for your rebuttal. And again, state your name and address, please, again.
Sure, Michael Forsyth, 1541 North Cartwright Road. Okay, we're going to try and get through as much of this as I can. The perceived noise question, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Birch. However, 64 decibels is a state limit and it's objective. Perceived noise is going to be subjective and it's going to be very difficult to determine. And I think that's probably why the state just set an objective standard. Regarding the study, Mr. Archer is a third party. He has no affiliation with me. I happen to know him. He is also not affiliated with Mr. Castillo. He is a professional in this area. This is what I was asked for and what I provided. Now, Pat Arata made a comment or maybe it was Tate about we wouldn't take, or Mr. Archer wouldn't take readings at the fence line. That is because the code requires a sound reading at a residence and not at a fence line. So the code stipulated where the code or where the sound readings needed to occur.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I think I should interject that that is not the case. There is a standard that requires noise measurements to be taken at a property line. So I think that's where they may have found that in our code, which is in our zoning code right now. That is a standard that we have.
Not sure that that standard applies for shooting ranges, however.
It applies to all noise measurements.
Well,
in Ada County Code, so.
You'd have to point that out to me. And Mr. Beck, this is my 5 minutes?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Next, Fish and Game had no concerns. I had a full conversation. It lasted 45 minutes with them. I asked them twice to please come on site, take a look. They could even come on site during the events. They said, we aren't concerned with it, and they sent the letter in response. Now, I'm sure some of you are
Hey,
very...
please don't address them, just address the board. Thank you.
All right. I'm sure that some of those in opposition are very well educated, but Fish and Game is a subject matter expert. And so I, again, simply ask us to take the subject matter expert at his word. When he sent the letter, I had no involvement in the drafting of that letter. I simply asked him to respond. There's been a question about Cartwright Road providing access to BLM. That is correct. There's no access to BLM from Cartwright Road other than through our property. And it is with that in mind that I would be willing to allow other people to come through our property to access BLM. Let's see. Now, there was a comment about the shooting activity has changed. Yes, the shooting activity has changed throughout the years. We have owned the property since 1984, and over the course of time, the shooting activity has changed. There's no requirement that it must always stay the same. We are attempting to deal with a new and interesting situation that we find ourselves in this world, and I believe strongly in training schools, in training churches, and allowing other people to train themselves. That may not have been the case in the early 90s. It is the case now. There was also a question about other people's use regarding the range beyond valence, and that is quite accurate. The reason they're not here is because their use doesn't put that private resource into a shooting range definition, if you will, because there is no money exchanged, there is no commercial operation in any sense of the word. It is simply me permitting other people to use the property. There's no commercial activity, and therefore no shooting range conditional use permit is required.
And Mr. Chairman, that's another case where we disagree, so.
Well, it's by definition. So, Mr. Beck, this is my time.
We disagree.
5 minutes.
The role of valence is again, the only reason for the application. Otherwise, there would be no conditional use permit necessary. The Ridge to Rivers trails, there's been a couple comments about that. The users of that trail are not in danger. As most all of you are aware, we went through a highly detailed discussion about the backstops and the berms of where those shooting ranges are located. There's no possible way for those individuals to be hit by a bullet. Now, Fire has already approved this project. Jerry McAdams has been on site more than once to review. He provided a very thorough and reputable response with the fire mitigation plan. Eagle Fire has been on site multiple times. There was a question about our periodic firefighting simulation exercise. In fact, we do. Every spring, we burn our hillsides, and we burn to do controlled burns and to do weed burns. We do that with Eagle Fire's notification, and they come and they observe.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the applicant? All right, I have a couple questions.
I mean,
go ahead.
I mean, when you have time, I mean, my question is, the hours of operation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a proposal for us to consider?
Yes, and I would like to explain that. So if you think about the 8 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., think about those as bookends. And each book within a bookshelf would be a period of time in which shooting occurs. Shooting doesn't generally occur for more than about an hour and a half at any given time. And generally over that course of that period of time, being 8 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. and then 8 a.m. to 5:30 or 6:30 p.m., whatever it was that Mr. Castillo said, maximum amount of shooting over any time period in that period would be 6 hours during that course of time. Now, that does not occur every day, like Mr. Castillo said. I think his classes are Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So that means that you may have a few hours on Tuesday, and you may have a few more hours on Wednesday, or but it never exceeds 6 hours in any given day, and never all in a row. There's always breaks in between that, if that makes sense. And I would be willing to stipulate to that, to move this forward, that there must be breaks in between, and that there couldn't be more than 6 hours in any given day, and no more than an hour and a half at any given time.
Any additional questions?
I've got another.
Ask all your questions.
Keep rolling.
Yeah, roll it.
CHD, you got the letter back from them that said they needed this information.
No, ma'am. Actually, ACHD, I called, I sent them multiple emails. They said that they would respond, and they never responded. I followed up with them 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, last week, never received a response.
Did you get a copy of the packet that was given to us?
No, I have received nothing.
Well, it was online.
I saw one
Did you
email.
Did you not review the packet that was online before?
I looked at the packet, but I didn't see anything more than one email from ACHD to myself that was included as an exhibit. I saw no additional information from ACHD.
There's a late exhibit that came in, so you haven't seen this email
It's the
that's
same email.
dated September 19th?
That's the only email, and she provided no real additional material context to this
So in
conversation.
my mind, September 19th was like a while ago.
Yeah,
And so in that email, you were asked to provide, which seems pretty simple, days of operations, number of employees, indoor, outdoor.
yes, and I provided all that to her.
So you provided all that too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that had been
Yes, ma'am.
dealt with. Okay, I think I'll let somebody else ask questions.
All right. Anybody else have questions? I do have some questions. All right. Did you have, all right. Can I get the sound guy come back up, please, by chance, so we can have a discussion between the three of us real quick? If you would, please, since you were kind of the expert on it and whatnot. Do you live near the range, like at the 2250, that's your house?
We operate, I'm there all the time. I don't currently live there. I'm trying to live there, but I don't yet currently live there. Our ranch operations are there, our commercial property operations are there.
Okay. Did you take any measurements from that building?
From his property?
Yeah.
No. From his house? No, I did not.
Because state law says any structure or domicile that is occupied, not specifying whose, doesn't specify the owners, any. So 20 feet from his house, decibel readings. Do you think they're going to be over 64?
No, absolutely not.
How far is that from the range?
0.6164 miles.
Just want to clarify, because you guys it looks like you took readings all around, but you guys leverage state law, and state law says any domicile, school, hospital, hotel, and any even means his house, which is probably the closest. It's probably the closest of them. So when you guys quoted the state law on that, just understand that when you didn't take the decibel levels at that house, that technically is the closest occupied domicile. So that's a concern of mine.
I probably didn't think about taking my own.
No, I completely understand why you wouldn't. I mean, it's yours, but if you're going to leverage state law, understand that state law doesn't discern whose at all. It can, because you could sell the portion of the range property and say this is now someone else's, and now someone else lives in that house. That's exactly why they don't say an exemption for your own house. So that is a concern of mine.
Okay.
So I'm just asking that. That's why I wanted to bring you up, because the sound testing on that, if it was, and I fully agree the sounding from all of those long distances, but I'm a little skeptical on your house specifically.
I think you
because-
could sorry.
But yeah, no, and maybe I'm wrong. It's just there was never a test done, so we don't know. And as it said earlier, when we approve something, it carries with the property. It doesn't carry with the owner. So in the future, 10 years from now, if you want to parse this out and that range stays there and then that house is someone else's, you may not file a complaint on yourself, but then they're going to be like, hey, this is crazy loud right here. They should understand that they're moving next to a range. But if we're going to leverage state law, understand state law means you test every domicile. It doesn't matter who owns it.
And we'd be happy for a conditional approval, provided that we show you that it falls below the state code requirement.
Okay. And then the other thing is, a question I have is, you talked about the weapons used. Did you guys use subsonic rounds? Or is it just standard, buy them at Walmart, Winchester, out of the box, white box type stuff?
I don't believe any subsonic rounds were used at all.
Okay. I just wonder because, yeah, subsonic rounds are going to not break the sound barrier, so they're going to be
Right, that would be very
inherently
different.
quieter. Were any suppressors used?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. You can.
No, they were not.
No suppressors used.
No suppressors, no subsonic round. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because there's always to loophole these
No,
things.
that's a
And
very
I got
fair
you,
question.
All right. Those are the only questions I had. I just wanted to clarify on the noise test and make sure we weren't trying to sneak in some subsonic rounds with suppressors here, so.
Sure.
That's it.
Can we have a clarification about the noise?
I'm sorry, unfortunately, it's closed. Only I can reach out to specific.
We only get to ask questions now.
Yeah, we only get to ask questions and such, unfortunately, so. Do you have a question?
A couple, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Colson.
So, a couple quick questions. How long has your family owned that properties? You said 1984?
The deed for purchase was November of 1983, and we took possession in that time.
Okay. And so my other question is, we always talk about adverse impact. Did you ever feel Hidden Springs was an adverse impact when it went in?
Yeah. I learned how to drive on the dirt road there.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Yes.
So, the other question I got, do the trails go through any of your property or do they just go beside your property?
No, they do not go through our property.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for your time. That being said, I'll go ahead and close the public testimony portion of this specific application, and I open up to my fellow commission for a motion in favor or against. We'll discuss. Go ahead.
I'll let Commissioner Birch go.
Go ahead.
Based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff reports and the testimony from the public hearings, the commission denies project number 202-501185-CU-MSP.
Thank you, Commissioner Burris. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Blitman has seconded. Commissioner Burris, do you want to speak on your motion?
There's a number of points here that I want to address. And first and foremost, I have absolutely no question about what Mr. Forsyth and the people that run the facility as it's leased are not doing a very valuable public service to the community. This is a state where if you were counting the number of firearms that people own, they probably vastly outnumber the number of people that live here. And so we're very pro Second Amendment state. So the question then is this the right location for it? And the standard has been, when issues like this come up, among others, which staff has pointed out, is does this use create an undue adverse impact on surrounding property? And in my view, it does create that adverse impact, and I'll go into a little bit of detail about that. Mr. Forsyth has made it pretty clear that he believes that this is his right to do it, and that we are not empowered to obstruct that right. In that regard, he can appeal to the Board of County Commissioners, which is an elected body, as opposed to this group, which is an appointed body. And if we were to decide in favor of the project, the public could appeal to the Board of County Commissioners. and I'm confident that it's going to go that direction. And so whatever was going to be decided tonight, you folks are going to be showing up before a Board of County Commissioners meeting. The point was made about there's going to be a lot of noise at BLM, and so what difference does it make if this is added to that, which is much less than probably what's going to be at BLM? Well, the analogy to that would be, well, the Amalgamated Sugar Company out there in Nampa stinks, and so if we want to add something that stinks a little less than what Tasco does, that should be okay. But what you're doing is you're amplifying the stink. And so I don't think that argument holds much weight. As far as property rights are concerned, it cuts both ways, as it has been discussed here by those people that are opposed to this project. The reason that the applicant is here is because the applicant cannot do by right what they want to do. They have to get approval to do it. Notwithstanding what Mr. Forsyth may say, he is going to be before the Board of County Commissioners, and he's going to be presenting the same arguments to them that he's presented here. And the board will make the ultimate decision about whether or not this can be done. The property rights of those people that are impacted, that are subject to that undue adverse impact on surrounding property, are as important as the property rights of Mr. Forsyth. And so the idea that you can just do whatever you want on your property is not accurate. I can't put a pig farm on my property. I'm not allowed to. I could if I could get approval for it, but I would have to come and get approval for it, and it'd probably be denied. For those reasons, and for others, and for my own personal experience of being around where there's a lot of gunfire, and I've been around it all my life. It's why I have tinnitus in my ears and I have constant ringing, because nobody told me when I was young, don't be shooting those firearms without hearing protection. And I did, a lot of it. And so I know how bothersome it can be to hear that pop, pop, pop. And it is disturbing because you know what those pops are. But it is not just that you're disturbed because you don't like guns or because you're anti-Second Amendment. You're disturbed because it is a disruption to the normal daily activities. It is irregular and it is jolting. And it is not just about the decibel rating. It is about the perception. And so if somebody's standing out in their yard and they feel that, they hear it and they feel it, then those people can make the argument, as they will, that that causes an undue adverse impact on their property. And so for those reasons and for others, I would love to see this operation go forward, but somewhere else. This is not the right place for it. So that is why I'm voting against the project.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. Commissioner Blitman?
Commissioner Birch is always good at saying all of those kinds of words, and so I'm going to say that one thing that I valued heavily was the fact that it does not comply with the Ada County Code. And so as commissioners, we're not empowered to approve projects that don't match up to the Ada County Code. This is what we're here for, is to provide input on the projects and help them comply with the code. And this one does not. And I felt like if we could get enough information that would maybe mitigate some of that, I would feel better about voting for the project. But I felt like the sound study was not as not as complete as I would have expected, and I've seen other sound studies in this position, and they've been much more comprehensive. And then I was disappointed in the responses on the limiting of the hours. I was expecting there to be some sort of a schedule that neighbors could count on. So for those reasons, I am going to vote to deny this project.
Anyone additionally have any comments? Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Yeah, a couple things. In regards to the wildlife habitat areas depicted in the Ada County Comprehensive Plan, I know for a fact that there have been projects across the street from me. I live up in the Eagle Foothill area. Across the street from me, when the Eagle Shooting Park went in, and plenty of other subdivisions like Hidden Springs. The little green, and I said this last time, but the little green painted thing on the map is a guidance. It's a guideline. I think it's up to the Idaho Wildlife, to tell us, to kind of decipher that for us. We're not going to be held to, a line on a map in all instances. In some instances we are, but I think it's their discretion to let us know if that is in fact legit or not. In this case, they came back and said they weren't concerned. So as far as I'm concerned, that kind of eliminates that line. The other thing is the fire concern, and I get it, we all have fire concerns. But, I mean, if Eagle Fire goes there and they've written something up that says they're okay with it, well, that's kind of standard as far as what we use to decide other things when the fire district is okay with it. And, the property owner goes above and beyond with a water truck. I actually want to buy a water truck too, because we live in that area and we are split with our neighbors. But anyway, let's see here. Acoustic study. So yes, we could pick that apart all day long, but ultimately it's the only acoustic study that we have, and it is definitely below state rules. And yes, perception is reality. I agree with Commissioner Birch on that. But I think the point of setting a decibel level was to alleviate that gray line between what is loud and what isn't. When the Eagle Shooting Range did their test, and I live about 1.5 miles away from it, and it's kind of on pause right now, but due to lack of funds, but when they did their test, I was out there because I was concerned too, because it was in my backyard. And I like shooting, and I'm like, well, dang it, do I really want that? Do I not want that? I was on the fence too. I'm about 1.5 miles away, and yes, there's different terrains, and we can get into Star Trek, mathematics, but I could barely hear it, and like I said last time, I hear the sounds of freedom on occasion, and they're so distant. Talk about ambient noise. We got motorcycles that come up our road to go back in the back there, and it bugs me on a nightly basis. We're not going to outlaw motorcycles. Sometimes in life there are some annoyances that other humans who are your neighbors bring into the fold, it's just part of life. And in addition to those kind of comments, it seems like they've done the acoustic study, they've done the wildlife, they've done the wildfire, ACHD, it's a private road. That on top of that, Title 18 Idaho statute, it says a county may adopt ordinances to regulate, restrict, or prohibit the discharge of firearms within its boundaries. And ordinances adopted under the subsection may not apply to or affect a person discharging a firearm in the lawful defense of a person, that's obvious. A person discharging a firearm in the course of lawful hunting, okay, that's obvious. a landowner and guests of landowner discharging a firearm when the discharge will not endanger persons or property. So that's the big one. They're shooting into a berm. The whole thing is about, are you going to endanger a hiker? They're shooting into a berm. From what I saw, it was at least 50 foot tall, probably more. When you shoot into a berm like that, a 90-degree berm, things don't ricochet back behind you like that. But D, a person lawfully discharging a firearm on a sports shooting range as defined in section 552604, and I can read that definition to you, but it basically just says, well, here, I'll do it for the record, what the heck. Sports shooting range means an area designed and operated for the use of rifles, shotgun, pistols, silhouette, skeet, trap, black powder, archery, or any other similar sport shooting. In the case of shotgun sport utilizing portable target throwers and shooting positions, the range area shall be deemed to encompass the entire parcel of real property whereupon shooting activities may be safely conducted, provided that the shotfall occurs entirely upon the property of the person owning. So I know we have limited abilities as a county, but Idaho state obviously would trump that, and it is very clear that it trumps that in their statutes. So anyway, I'll close my diatribe by saying that I will go ahead and vote in favor of this project.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Colson.
Yeah, I'll step in here. Just like Mr. Commissioner Birch had said, I do believe that we are an appointed group, and it will eventually get to elected officials one way or the other. With that being said, and I don't know if this is the right time, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it anyways. The one part with both sides that I'm really frustrated with and which disappoints me, is the fact of people hounding our staff of Mr. Beck over there on what he did or didn't do, or this or didn't or not. That man has a certain amount to follow the code. That's his job, and when I'm hearing people coming up and wanting to blame our staff, it really frustrates me, because I know how hard those guys work. I've been in the construction business for 35 years, and it disappoints me where you're pulling things here and there, and he has a book of laws that he's following. And there's rules, and there's things of what can be put in and what cannot be put in. So that part of it, and I don't know if this was the place, but I do want to get it on record that part of it I'm disappointed. And so when it does go to the commissioners, I would appreciate a little more respect on both sides of that. In regards to this, I'm huge on property rights. I live as well out in the county. I hear motorcycles go, 10 Mile Creek is one of the windiest roads, and people love that. And I hear motorcycles, I hear hot rod cars all day long. And does it bother me? Yeah, but you know what? I'm out there. And things are gonna bother me. And do I hear shooting all the time? Almost every morning. It's goose season. So, and we're right next to the golf course, and I'm in the county, and things are happening. And so, I do believe we do have to fall back on, the wildlife portion over here. We're appointed. We're listening to the people that have done it for 25 years on doing the decibels, and we're listening to Fish and Game on what their study is and what they think. And believe me, Fish and Game may not deem that they need to go out there because they know the property. I've dealt with the Army Corps of Engineers on my property. So, did they need to come out? No, but was it a lot to go through? Yeah. But they knew the property, they know the land, that's their job, they're the professionals of it. And so, do I know that things have been approved outside of Ada County Code? Yeah, on circumstances. These people have owned this property for 50 some odd years. Do I like the respect of, hey, we're willing to deal with hours and change the hours into being what I call a good neighbor? Yeah, I think it's great, and I think that's how it should be. You should respect the people that moved in over here and give them some, and in return, they should do this, they should do the same thing. And I've been hunting for many years. There's numerous times I've made shots. Obviously, I wasn't a good one, but those deers didn't move at all. So in me, I'm for this. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any additional comments? All right. So my comments are, so I just wanted to address some things. I'm generally very literal in how I interpret laws and such, and I want to address the noise first because that was a central concern. Based on state law, the acoustic test met the intent. Whether you believe it's biased, whether you don't, there's no rule specifically stating he meets the expertise clause, he meets the level for the acoustic test, so he does meet the intent. Idaho law states that the noise standard for outdoor shooting ranges is pretty much unmovable. The elected legislature has decided that the maximum allowable noise for this level is measured by a specific decibel limit, and the measurement method was met by this acoustic study. Where I have the hang-up is what I brought up when the rebuttal happened. They did not make that assessment from 20 feet from the nearest existing occupied residence, school, hotel, motel, hospital, church. Is that kind of a technicality because it's his own house? Sure. But there's a reason they didn't exempt people's houses. However, outside of that, counties are not allowed to adopt or enforce stricter noise rules than the state standard, even if we consider adverse impact. That's the bottom line. We may talk about adverse impact. We cannot override their rules, period, and that's it. That means Ada County can't use its 100-foot audibility rule or any local noise threshold to approve or deny a shooting range. Those portions of our code do not apply here because the state has preempted them completely. We simply don't have the authority, neither do the county commissioners, to enforce a different noise level regardless of how we or the neighbors may feel about it. Unfortunately, that's a situation where elected officials made that decision, and elections have consequences. When the applicant provides the noise study in compliance of that, there's nothing we can do about it. Now, I would argue he may not be in compliance with that because he didn't do it to the nearest domicile. That's something to think about before the next, for both parties, before the next hearing, because this is going to go before the board, I guarantee it, before the next hearing. As for the other things, fire, Eagle Fire, they're the experts. We have to defer to them, and they have no issue. ACHD, unfortunately, we are the Planning and Zoning Commission. We aren't the Highway Commission. They have their own board. We generally do not override the experts as they don't override us. Same goes for Fish and Game, even though you may think their findings are lame. That being said, we have the county code. And for us, technically, the county code is law. We are embodied to provide a variance for those exceptions, but that variance comes from the board, not us. Planning and zoning commissioners are a quasi-judicial decision maker. We apply the law and interpret the law, but we cannot rewrite it, we can't ignore it, we can't suspend it, we can't override it in any way, shape, or form. So when we're told flat out this is violating code, we technically should not even be having a discussion up here. It is, sorry, that's for the big commission to decide because they are empowered and have the authority to override county code with their rules and such. So I see fault in both sides here, quite a bit of it. It's quite frustrating because essentially from a legal basis, you can toss the acoustic study because it wasn't done properly. From everything else though, it all is fine. From a county code, it has been determined that county code doesn't fall in here, but perhaps just kind of thinking as human beings, the Board of County Commissioners are probably going to look at it and go, the county code can be wiggled here. So it's difficult for me. That being said, I, to be quite honest, have not entirely decided how I wanted to go with this because it can go either way. However, I would tend to lean on the fact that the only thing that goes in favor of the motion to deny is the fact that we technically at this level, and not interpreting what the board above us should do, we apply the law, we don't change it. Unfortunately, for those that may be wanting this range, we do not change the law, and that is what they're asking to do. They're asking to override a county code at our level, and the board will look down on us and go, you can't do that. You can't override. Now, they may do it, but that's their authority, not ours. So I just wanted to point that out to my fellow commissioners that after a lot of researching on this over the last few days, that's kind of a conclusion I've come to on that, so. Any additional comments before we?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Murphy?
Just to clarify, this is a conditional use permit, so technically, we are the deciding body, right? Is that correct? And then it only goes to the board if and when there is an appeal. So technically, we are the decision-making board for this particular matter.
True, but do we have the authority to go outside of code? Because we're not allowed to apply variances at our level. And I get that we would just kind of be going around, kind of an end around. And we've done that in lesser situations, I believe.
Which code? The wildlife?
Well, first of all, it's the two that Commissioner Blitman spoke about that are directly why the denial came up.
Detrimental to public?
If you look
That
on
one?
page 9 of your
It runs
conclusions,
against the
your findings of fact,
Which technically
page 9, it lists out the 4,
we're technically not, it's hard because, yeah, we're technically not allowed to operate outside of things like the requirements for on-site parking and things like that.
page 9.
Oh, is it on?
Page 9, conclusions of law.
That's not on this hearing, is it?
It's on a different hearing?
Yeah, but in our decision, yeah, I had to pull it up.
Well, I've got all the findings here in our code, so it's right here, the 8-5B-5, which is all of them. So proposed use is not detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. I think that was included in there, and I personally don't see public health, safety, or welfare being affected. See, that's kind of they give us some latitude.
Yeah, that's subjective.
With these. One of them was undue adverse impacts on surrounding properties. That's subjective as well, because perception is reality, and adverse is pretty vague. Excuse me. Consistent with the comprehensive plan. Okay, so that goes to the Ada County, the wildlife, which again, the Idaho Wildlife said we're fine. So technically, we're not against the comprehensive plan for a wildlife zone. The proposed use complies with all applicable county ordinances. That one, I think, is the comprehensive plan kind of expanded. The proposed use complies with all applicable state and federal regulations, which it does in this situation. It complies with state and, really state and federal. Shall not impede the normal development of surrounding properties. It's a pretty big chunk of land on the furthest reach of the county. And adequate public and private facilities, and that's landscape, parking spaces, traffic. No, this is a private property also, we have to keep in mind. But, it's just, these required findings are very subjective, and because state also kind of trumps county, like I mentioned earlier, in regards to shooting ranges, and it's specifically because of the underlying implication of Constitution type stuff. It's not a wedding, which usually get restricted to 10 p.m., and like that's the big thing with weddings and events is they don't want them going past 10 or noise going past. And clearly, they're not going past 10 p.m. So this is a very unique situation, and they've dotted all the i's and crossed all the t's. So anyway,
Would you say they've dotted all the i's and crossed all the t's on the noise, though? Where they've met the 20-foot from domicile?
here's what I will say.
I
That
know it's nitpicky, but
on the 20-foot from domicile, I think the intention of that was to have it be the first domicile that cared about the noise, not specifically the first domicile, because if it is, in fact, the owner's house, there would be no point. It wouldn't be logical to take a measure at his house. It would be logical to take a measurement from the closest house that wasn't his. I think that was the intent of that particular thing, just personally. That could be, thought of differently, I'm sure, but it's not logical to if your house is closer, because you're not going to complain on yourself. The whole point of the sound study is, does it affect anybody besides you? And so I think that's kind of where that is. So anyway, thank you.
Commissioner Birch?
In order to conduct an independent sound study, the neighbors, if they were going to pay for it, would have to have permission to go onto Mr. Forsyth's property and to use various caliber weapons and then conduct their own measurements. So Mr. Forsyth could prevent them from doing that. And so that makes it very difficult, because I question the independence of the study and its findings. And I think I'm making an assumption here, but if we were to ask the applicant, will you limit handgun calibers to no more than 9 millimeter? Will you limit rifle calibers to no more than 5.56? Mr. Forsyth can nod back there, but I'm willing to bet the answer is no, because he's already said that he ought to be able to use his property as not a shooting range as he describes it, but he ought to be able to use his property to lease it out for people to learn how to shoot. And as has already been said, if he, for whatever reason, decides otherwise, all of this could change. Even if the owner and the lessee agree that they will limit the calibers, there is no assurance that that won't change in the future. And so in order to conduct a sound study that would really give you an idea of just how loud this is on the surrounding properties, you would have to be able to go onto Mr. Forsyth's property and to have the ability to use different caliber weapons, and that way you could conduct a study that would tell you whether or not you're within that 64 decibel level.
Any additional comments? Commissioner Blitman?
I'm just reading off of the page 9, and I haven't heard anything that says that this condition says the commission concludes that project number does not comply with Ada County Code Section 8-5-3-105. And I didn't go read all of this because we count on our staff to do that. And then also, we don't have the ability to get legal counsel, because that's something that is reserved for the commissioners, not for us. And so I haven't had anybody that can prove to me that this proposed shooting range is not located within a designated wildlife habitat area and contrary to the specific use standards. So it's still physically located in the wildlife habitat area. And I appreciate the information from Fish and Game, and I appreciate the other information, but that's still where it is.
Any further comments? All right. We'll go ahead and bring this to a vote. Just a reminder, the current motion is a motion for denial from Commissioner Birch. All those in favor of Commissioner Birch's motion for deny, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say no.
No.
And I also say no. I think it went 4-3 in favor of deny, is what I believe. So do we need to do a roll call vote? Because I couldn't tell, honestly.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah, all right, we'll just do a roll call vote. I said no. Commissioner Murphy,
No.
Commissioner Colson,
No.
Commissioner Birch,
Yes.
I say no.
Yes.
Commissioner Blitman,
Yes.
Commissioner Rowley.
No.
So it was 4-3 in the noes. So the motion fails. So when a motion fails, we're going to have another motion put on the table. Commissioner Murphy?
Mr. Chairman. Let's see. Based upon the findings and facts and conclusions of law contained herein and the evidence and testimony presented at the public hearing, I move the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission approve project number 2025-01185-CU-MSP.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Colson is seconded. Do we really need to discuss more, or do we need to vote?
I don't think so.
All right.
Well, I guess I would like on the record, so in the conclusions of law, it says that this project does not comply, and so I'd like the other commissioners to say, okay, the project does comply with a comprehensive plan, and it does not impact, I'd like you to walk through those things that we said it didn't comply, because they have to be able to write that it complies. And so.
Revised findings, you mean?
The revised findings, you have to be able to say, okay, it complies with the Ada County Comprehensive Plan. Or you feel like the.
No, I mean.
Situations, I mean, we've got to have some verbiage.
I
in
think,
there.
I think it complies because Idaho Fish and Game said that it's not,
Perfect.
yeah,
Just walk through that
yeah.
whole thing.
So,
Basically, I guess.
anything else?
Well, there's.
It's also on
She
the-
wants all through all four of them.
She wants all 5, basically. You want.
There's 4 that
Or
are.
4, sorry.
And which four are they?
Yep.
The ones you just read to me, basically just.
Well, there's 7 of them there.
I've got all 9, but,
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I guess isn't it?
I mean, it's kind of self-evident, I think, but proposed use is not detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. It's not, it's a safe practice. It's gone through Eagle Fire. It's gone through safety measures. Undue adverse impacts on surrounding properties. I would argue that that's kind of a relative term and generic and can and has been defined by this body before, depending upon what the situation calls for. Consistent with the applicable comprehensive plan, well, that would be the Idaho Fish and Game saying that they have no problem with it. Let's see here. It complies with the purpose statement of the applicable base district and the specific use standards. So base district, I believe, is rural residential at least, and higher, is it rural preservation? Rural preservation, which I believe this is, right? So that's okay. Complies with state and federal regulations. Shall not impede the normal development of the surrounding property. I don't see it doing that. And I think if I missed one, let me know. I think I put out more.
All right, any additional comments?
And I wonder if the commissioners be open to like adding hours of operations, like limiting the hours of operations to the 20 hours a week.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we would be interested in your direction on conditions of approval, hours of operation.
I thought the 20 and 15.
I would say I'm good with the 20 and like 15 and what they have kind of said that they've been running. I would be okay with that. And I agree, we need to dictate that. Otherwise, we're leaving that vague, and that's not a good thing.
So I guess you'd have to amend the condition of approval would
I
be.
mean, Commissioner, I think your motion to approve is fine. You'll probably want to add, in addition to that approval, that you'll be tabling this matter
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up.
to allow us to prepare,
Yeah.
yeah. And
So
then
just-
any other guidance on the conditions of approval that you deem would address any impacts. We do not have any information on, as has been stated, on parking standards,
Yeah.
grading, hillside modifications. So any conditions of approval that you can point us to. We can also always draft up typical conditions of approval, and you can review
Yeah,
them.
that's what I was going to say, yeah. So just for the awareness of the audience, when we run counter to the staff's recommendation, let's say this vote, that motion just happened and it passes. When we run counter to the staff's recommendation, it automatically becomes tabled. It doesn't mean that it's tabled and voted on again. It just means the staff needs time to revise their findings to meet the intent of the commission. And on top of that, we will provide additional conditions such as the hours and things of that nature. That's if it passes this vote. So I just want those of you aware that once we do this, we'll immediately move into a motion to table so that the staff can do what's called a revised finding. And then the next meeting, you actually heard it today, the next meeting, we'll just approve whatever the staff does or disapprove it if they didn't meet the intent. So I just want to make people aware so they're not thinking we're doing something shiesty up here. So. All right, anyway, so do we have any more discussion on?
I mean,
He's
if,
got to revise his.
Yeah, he's going to revise.
I mean,
real quick.
I guess I would just want to make sure that we apply the same standard of care that we would normally apply with the grading and all of the other
Yeah.
things. So when you're crafting that motion, it needs to be, it needs to be broad enough
There you go.
to include all the things that we can't think of right now.
Yeah.
And then, quick question, Mr. Commissioner. What date, actually, maybe I should, what's the next good date for this?
So December 11th. is
December
the
11th.
next public hearing, yeah.
Is that going to give you enough time? I mean, we've, because.
It should give us
the
enough time,
holidays and all
yeah.
that.
Yeah, we want to make sure, again, I think mentioned last public hearing, we have 180 days to make a decision. That still gives us time, so we can draft up.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would, yeah. I agree with that. It's just when did the date start? I don't know.
Oh, right.
So go ahead and bring that up so they can all hear
Run
what
daylight
you're
savings
talking
time.
about.
Use daylight savings.
Daylight savings time?
Yeah, use daylight savings time. Because that's when it crushes down to like 5.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. I like that.
This is the longest we've gone, by the way.
Okay.
Anything else? I think that's it.
I think that's good. And then just leaving it broad enough so that he can go through the other stuff that we're not thinking about, grading permits, anything
Yeah.
else that may be required on that side of things, so.
Yeah, with basically a review of conditions.
Review of
for us.
condi- yeah.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
To consider.
Yeah, yeah, and they'll know.
We've
stuff
done that
and know what
before where
needs
we
to do.
signed off
Yeah.
on them before, yeah. The board is going to see the split decision. They're going to look at this heavily.
I don't think they'll see it. Unless they,
Oh, they'll.
They'll appeal it.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Murphy?
based upon the findings and facts and conclusions of law contained herein and the evidence and testimony presented at the public hearing, I move the Ada County Planning and Zoning Commission approve project number 2025-01185-CO-MSP, subject to the following conditions. Summer months ending at daylight savings time, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., 20 hours a week. Winter, starting when daylight savings time ends, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., 15 hours a week, as they've stated, and then a review of other conditions to consider. And I move that we table till December 11th, I guess
So
I
you
should have
have to-
said.
We'd move to approve it, and then I would.
And then we'd move the
We would
table
do
it.
move the table after.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we're just doing them approve, and then if it goes, because we gotta, if it could.
Did you get that, or do you want to?
Yeah,
It'll
Okay,
be on the record too.
okay.
so.
Then I strike the move to 1211 and move to approve as stated.
Yeah.
Second.
All right. Anyone else want to discuss on this? All right, we'll go ahead and move to a vote. I'm assuming everyone's probably going to vote the same, so let's just do a roll call just to make sure. Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Colson,
Yes.
Commissioner Birch,
No.
I vote yes. Commissioner Wickstrom,
No.
Commissioner Blitman,
No.
Commissioner Rowley.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, everyone, for your time. This was very late night, and I appreciate everyone's politeness and candor. We now turn it over to.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, to confirm, then we're tabling to the 11th.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I need someone to motion. I motion that we table the findings to the December 11th for revised findings for staff.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I also say aye. All right. I need to approve the minutes from.
I got it.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Murphy.
I move to approve the minutes of the Ada County P and Z Commission public hearing that was held on October 23rd.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Colson, second. All those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Say aye. All right, now we turn it over to Mr. Beck for board.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I can forego. I can give you a highlight if you'd like.
Sure.
County Commissioners considered the Shadow Valley Plan Committee last night. After the evidence and testimony, they decided to table, did not make a decision, and they're going to wait till December, I think 12th or 16th or something, and go to an open business meeting and essentially consider all the evidence and make a decision. So. And there were a bunch of other. They had 9 items last night, so busy night for them. And but I'll spare you. A lot of variances.
Yeah, we're. I'll be honest, I was gonna go against it, but I just felt like I was kind of at the house. That's really the only thing that I was bothered by was the fact that they came in with state law, they didn't even know the state law. And I just was like, but you know what? If the legislature heard me saying that, they'd be like,